Xiyue traversed into the fifth year of the apocalypse, binding herself to a mobile convenience store system. In this perilous world replete with zombies and mutated beasts, she embarked on a leisurely life of selling goods after acquiring the system. However, who could enlighten her that this diminutive van before her was the so-called mobile convenience store? Chapter 90. Must provide us with free goods. Ma Ji had anticipated that the store manager of the convenience store would wield considerable power, yet he never fathomed that she possessed such formidable abilities, capable of blacklisting them and preventing their entry into the store ever again. Now, he had truly shot himself in the foot. "Father, what shall we do?" Ma Chong inquired anxiously. "If we distribute the crystal cores to others, they will undoubtedly cease to heed our commands. Father, our food supplies are dwindling as well. If the survivors at the base cannot exchange for sustenance, they will undoubtedly unite in revolt." Ma Sahan added. Ma Ji was certainly aware of this. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. Since the store manager possesses such abundant resources, she ought to selflessly contribute to humanity instead of selfishly hoarding them all for herself. Ma Qianqian's eyes flickered. "Is that what you mean, father?" Ma Ji exuded a benevolent and gentle aura, smiling but remaining silent. Zhang Hong exchanged supplies at the base in the morning, experiencing a hearty meal for the first time in years. Although he had already collected today's ration, he still made his way to the food distribution area. Despite having no surplus contribution points, merely gazing at the food brought him joy, serving as motivation to diligently work and strive for a better life. Many individuals within the peace base shared Zhang Hong's sentiments. The sudden appearance of palatable food in this apocalypse prompted everyone to steal a few more glances. Consequently, the food distribution area was surrounded by a crowd several times larger than usual. Yet, the table designated for food remained utterly vacant. Why hasn't it started yet? Zhang Hong pondered, perplexed, as food distribution typically commenced at this hour. Indeed, I had matters to attend to this morning, and only learned that one could exchange for steamed buns and other delicacies. I hurried over this afternoon, eager to trade for a filling meal, a middle-aged man in the front chimed in. With no other recourse, they could only wait patiently. As the wait lengthened, the emotions of survivors wishing to exchange contribution points for supplies began to fray, and the murmurs of discontent grew louder within the crowd. Just as the situation became increasingly unruly, Ma Chong and the others finally appeared, accompanied by the esteemed base leader, Ma Ji. Base leader. Goodness, the base leader is here too. The base leader remains as gentle as ever. Ma Ji's warm and encompassing gaze swept over the crowd, and those who were met with his eyes felt the fatherly compassion and divine selflessness emanating from him. Once the entire venue fell silent, Ma Ji slowly began to speak. "I believe everyone knows me, the leader of the peace base. Each of you is a part of the peace base and akin to my children. Regardless of how brutal the apocalypse may be, and despite the collapse of societal structures, the peace base remains a bastion of equality, filled with love. Whether one possesses abilities or is an ordinary person, in my eyes, they are all the same. We must not forget that we are brethren, that we are human." Ma Ji's gentle yet resolute voice resonated throughout the venue, reaching the ears of the survivors like celestial music. "Whoa, the base leader speaks true. We are brethren. We are human. We are all the same. Only within the peace base do I still feel alive. Were it not for the base leader, we would have perished from hunger long ago. The base leader is our savior. Many places only accept those with abilities, leaving the powerless to fend for themselves, yet the base leader does not disdain us, providing us with sustenance." Ma Qianqian and Ma Chong flanked Ma Ji, safeguarding his well-being. Witnessing the crowd's emotional response filled them with disdain, jealousy, and contempt. They had no right to elicit such tender words from their father. Their father's heart clearly belonged solely to them. Were it not for the necessity of utilizing these seemingly useless individuals, he would have cast them from the base to feed the zombies long ago. Tears streamed from Ma Ji's eyes. "My powers are still too weak. Protecting you all within the peace base has been my utmost endeavor. If everyone were like me, selflessly dedicating themselves for our race, then I would have no regrets. I have laid bare all that I possess. Since arriving at the peace base, everyone has worked tirelessly, unreservedly striving for the base and for humanity. Yet, some possess boundless resources and still seek to drain others completely before they are willing to offer even a morsel. Do you believe this is just? No, it is not. This is excessive. It is nothing short of a betrayal to humanity. With endless resources, why not distribute them freely to everyone? Ma Chong and Ma Qianqian exchanged glances, a triumphant smirk gracing their faces. Their father was truly formidable, effortlessly inciting the crowd's discontent towards the store manager of the Moonlight Convenience Store. Ma Ji continued to stoke the flames, declaring, "If I possessed such an abundance of resources, I would undoubtedly offer them selflessly. I believe that every individual within the peace space would choose to do the same, contributing without expectation." Zhang Hong possessed unwavering faith, exclaiming, "My contribution points have dwindled, yet the base leader is willing to generously provide me with water. I trust the base leader." He added, "I too believe that the base leader is a truly magnificent individual. Mother, when I grow up, I aspire to be like the base leader." Ma Ji listened with satisfaction to the fervent cries of the crowd, observing their frenzied expressions. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Qianqian. Instantly understanding, she stepped forward with tears streaming down her cheeks and said, "I empathize with everyone's sentiments. My father is indeed a person of such sanctity." Yet, this gentle soul, in her pursuit to secure a better life for all, endeavored to persuade the owner of the Moonlight Convenience Store, selflessly sacrificing her resources for the sake of humanity, only to be met with callous rejection. Subsequently, when she sought to procure food supplies for the peace base, she was brutally robbed of all her crystal cores, and her dignity was insulted and mocked. She even had the audacity to declare that she would never sell any goods to our peace base again. Utilizing her formidable abilities, she drove us back to the base, injuring my father in the process. "What? That shopkeeper harmed the base leader," Zhang Hong shouted in a fury. It seemed to ignite the wrath of the masses. Everyone resonated with a shared indignation, raising a tempest of fury. "How dare she? Does she think our peace base is easy prey? She bullies such a selfless individual as the base leader. Can she still call herself human? Refusing to sell us even a single item. What a malicious person. She wishes for us to starve. She snatched our base's crystal cores yet offers us nothing in return. What kind of character would anyone trust enough to purchase her goods? This is a betrayal of humanity. She must provide all the goods in her store for free as compensation. Otherwise, we shall expose her transgressions to all the bases. Indeed, she must furnish us with resources at no cost. Otherwise, we will disseminate her misdeeds, and no one will purchase her wares. She will be left to plead with us." The barrier of the Sky Garden on the third floor of the Moonlight Convenience Store felt like a different realm altogether, with a perfectly comfortable temperature and a subtle fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as branches swayed gently in the breeze. Being here felt as though the apocalypse had never transpired, devoid of the oppressive heat, the flesh-eating zombies, and the perilous mutated flora and fauna. Chapter 91. Has she been frightened into silence? It is only here that I truly feel alive. Lu Yuyan savored the fruits laid out on the tea table, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze, and sighed in contentment. To be taken in by the store manager is one of the few strokes of luck I possess. Yi Xiaoyan, too, expressed her gratitude, her gaze towards Xiyue brimming with appreciation. Yet, upon the thought of her sister, her bright eyes dimmed suddenly. The past is behind us. Life persists, and brighter days are ahead. Xiyue offered soft words of comfort. Indeed. Suddenly, Qianqian, clutching a fish, leaped onto the tea table and nuzzled against Yi Xiaoyan. "Meow, look at this fish I caught. Impressive, isn't it? Qianqian, are you trying to console me?" Yi Xiaoyan felt her heart soften, longing to embrace Qianqian, who nimbly dodged her grasp. With a leap, it landed in Xiyue's arms. "How heavy you are, Qianqian. You plump feline. Are you trying to crush your caretaker?" Xiyue felt as though a large truck had collided with her, her abdomen bearing the brunt of the impact. "Meow?" Qianqian gazed at her with innocent eyes, tilting its fluffy head slightly. "Ha ha ha." Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan laughed uncontrollably from the side. With all her strength, Xiyue managed to lift Qianqian, scrutinizing its considerable form. "Qianqian, you are no mere kitten. You are a colossal truck. Meow meow meow." Qianqian swayed its body gently, its tiny mouth incessantly protesting. "I am the beloved little kitty of the master. I am not a truck. From this evening onward, we shall reduce one late-night snack. You may only have 2 servings each night." Xiyue declared her unwavering command. "Meow." A sharp meow erupted. Qianqian wriggled free from Yu Xie's embrace, leaping to the ground, its emerald eyes filled with protest and grievance.
Meow 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 meow.
Yu Xie found amusement in its antics, turning to the two employees to share her thoughts. It feels like it's cursing quite obscenely. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. Truly vulgar, haha. Just as the three of them were relishing their delightful afternoon tea, the system's alarm suddenly blared. Alert! A large number of survivors have maliciously intruded within the safety perimeter of the convenience store. Please, host, address this matter promptly. Unlock task. As a qualified convenience store, how can it be besieged by a multitude of irrelevant individuals, disrupting the operational environment and order of the store? Please, store manager, proceed outside to address the intruders and restore the tranquility of the convenience store. Task reward. Unlock pet supplies area. Unlock Moonlight brand pure meat grain-free cat food. Rabbit meat cans, beef cans, chicken cans, oversized litter box, tofu cat litter. Surrounded? Yu Xie's smile vanished as she approached the garden's barrier, gazing down at the scene outside with an icy demeanor and a hint of a sardonic smile. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan exchanged glances, understanding that trouble was brewing. They stepped beside Yu Xie, observing with equal coldness. Before them, the vicinity of the Moonlight convenience store's mobile unit was now swarmed with a dense crowd, each face etched with resentment and envy. Their mouths moved incessantly, likely hurling foul curses. However, the store's soundproofing was so effective that none of it reached the trio's ears. These people were clearly not here with good intentions. Store manager, Lu Yuyan expressed her concern. The afternoon tea concluded prematurely. Outside the convenience store, aside from the elderly unable to walk and young children, all those with mobility from the peace space had arrived. The crowd was so dense that it left no room for escape around the Moonlight convenience store. The store manager must be a turtle, hiding inside the vehicle. Is she afraid of our numbers? Serves her right. Who asked her to seize the base's crystal core and dare to bully the peace base? She must be terrified. Cowering in the vehicle, probably wetting her pants. You wretched woman, come out now. In this throng of voices, a cacophony of insults filled the air. They had indeed considered forcing their way inside, but no tools or abilities could budge the barriers, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, the first floor of the mobile unit transformed into transparent glass, revealing everything within to the masses. Bright lights illuminated the spotless, reflective floor, shelves brimming with a dazzling array of food and refrigerators. Every gaze fixated hungrily on the shelves, the sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout.
Food.
It's all food. It turns out that there is not just plain bread but also instant noodles, biscuits, milk, and even fruits. The Moonlight convenience store truly possesses such a wealth of supplies. Amidst the apocalypse, how can the store manager hoard such provisions without sharing them to save humanity? She is utterly unworthy of her position. Come out now. We have surrounded the convenience store. The mobile unit cannot escape. She will eventually have to face our judgment. At that point, she will have no choice but to relinquish these goods. Look, a woman is coming down the stairs. Someone suddenly shouted. She must be the store manager of the mobile convenience store. Her attire is so fine and pristine. Why is it that we live like wretches while she thrives, as if the apocalypse never came? Yu Xie peered through the glass, surveying the survivors outside. Their eyes were akin to beasts, poised to tear her apart. It was as if she had committed an unforgivable sin, inciting the ire of countless souls. Yet, Yu Xie remained unmoved by their glares. Within the absolute safety and invincibility of the convenience store, she felt no trepidation. Calmly, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Dozens of fist-sized stones hurtled towards her, but just as they neared, they shattered into powder. Yu Xie's brow furrowed slightly as thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring those who had just thrown stones, lifting them off the ground. The speed was so swift that none could react. The more the suspended individuals struggled, the tighter the vines coiled around them. You enjoy throwing stones, do you? With a delicate wave of her hand, all sizes of stones on the ground were swept up by a powerful whirlwind, racing towards those ensnared in the vines. It hurts. Cries of agony rang out. The other survivors began to grasp the formidable strength of the store manager. However, the disparity in numbers still bolstered their confidence. All the ability users unleashed their most potent powers, believing that even through sheer numbers, If they could subdue the store manager, everything within the mobile unit would belong to the peace space. Various abilities shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, countless skills raining down upon Xiyue. Xiyue's expression remained placid. She did not even flinch. She simply observed the assaults converging from all directions. Has she been frightened into silence? The crowd believed victory was assured, watching with sneers as they awaited her downfall. Chapter 92. Destroying the peace base is as simple as crushing an ant. A sudden transformation. Just as all attacks reached a mere step away from Xiyue, they halted midair. What? As they stood in disbelief, the energy attacks suddenly shifted, reversing direction and returning to their origin. Unsatisfied with this, Xiyue felt the attacks were feeble. Quietly, she amplified their power, and soon, the abilities visibly transformed, becoming even more formidable and domineering, reaching the strength of an 8th-level ability user. No, don't come closer. The ability users were coiled in terror, but it was futile. They ultimately faced the consequences of their actions. Some were charred by flames, while others were buried beneath the sands. In the end, half were either dead or severely injured. And for those fortunate enough to have survived, their chances of recovery remained uncertain. The extraordinary beings had all been dealt with, leaving only ordinary individuals devoid of any powers standing here. Do you truly believe you can hijack a vehicle? Xiyue scoffed. We have no intention of hijacking a vehicle. Xiyue turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing an elderly man clad in tattered, worn-out clothing. You claim you have no intention of hijacking? Xiyue regarded him with amusement. The entire base had mobilized, surrounding her convenience store in an attempt to breach its entrance. The moment she emerged, they attacked. After being vanquished by her, they now sought to explain that they had no intention of hijacking. Did they think she was as gullible as a child? Zhang Hong surveyed the dismal state of the extraordinary beings around him and recalled the noble and sanctified base leader. Overcoming his fear, he declared, "We are not here to hijack. We are here for humanity." Xiyue's lips twitched in disbelief. What did you just say? Upon uttering his initial words, Zhang Hong found his fear dissipating. After all, he was fighting for the entire human race. We are the righteous ones. You stand as the antithesis to humanity. He pointed angrily at the goods visible through the glass, exclaiming, "You possess boundless resources, yet you resemble a selfish, malevolent dragon, desiring to hoard it all for yourself. Unwilling to share and save humanity. You are a sinner." Xiyue, momentarily struck dumb, couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. She regarded the elderly man before her as if he were a madman. "You can still laugh?" Zhang Hong gaped in astonishment. "Why shouldn't I laugh? You should be repenting now and surrendering all the resources from the convenience store to our base leader. The leader is the true saint of this apocalypse, the savior of humanity. Only by selflessly donating resources can you hope to earn his forgiveness." The ordinary individuals, who had previously trembled in fear of the store manager, ceased their shaking upon hearing Zhang Hong's impassioned speech, their faces filled with accusation as they glared at Xiyue. "Quickly, produce the food and offer it to humanity, to the base leader. Otherwise, you will descend into hell. You are so selfish, possessing endless resources. Why not simply give them to us? That way,
No one would starve to death.
you may lose these resources, yet you can continue to live, while we would gain the hope of all humanity." Xiyue felt utterly nauseated by these brainwashed individuals. Before the apocalypse, goods were purchased with money. Where were these lunatics when merchants were not expected to donate for free? Now that currency had transformed into crystal cores, they could no longer tolerate it. Zhang Hong's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he persisted, insisting, "This is different. We are at a critical juncture for humanity's survival. You stand to lose nothing. By giving, you are accumulating merit for yourself." Zhang Hong was not wrong, and indeed, it was only right for them to seek compensation for the crystal cores you stole from our leader. Stolen crystal cores? Xiyue casually retrieved 2 6th-level crystal cores from the pocket of her skirt, tossing them playfully like walnuts. "Ma Ji said these were taken from me, didn't he?" Xiyue feigned ignorance regarding the crystal cores, unwilling to explain anything to these deluded individuals. "Even if I did take them, the law of survival in this apocalypse dictates that the strong prevail. If you're capable, then take them back. Don't you understand this basic principle?" I truly wonder how you have managed to survive this long. Zhang Hong was taken aback by the manager's brazen remarks. You, how shameless. Aren't you afraid we will spread the word about your theft of the crystal cores and refusal to provide resources? No one will dare to shop at your convenience store again. That would be quite simple. Just eliminate everyone from your P-space. Xiyue replied flatly. The onlookers were stunned, not expecting her to utter such a chilling statement with such nonchalance. No one dared to challenge the manager any longer. They had witnessed her strength firsthand and knew she was not merely boasting. She could indeed annihilate the entire P-space. Seeing them turn into quivering quail, Xiyue lost interest and sternly stated, if I truly did steal Ma Ji's crystal cores, with my power, why would I need to operate a convenience store? I wouldn't have to genuinely provide you with any resources at all. This is utterly sickening. I will no longer conduct business with the P-space. And you shall not purchase a single item from Moonlight Convenience Store again. I have been too merciful, allowing these people to become increasingly audacious. Moreover, should I hear any negative remarks about Moonlight Convenience Store emanating from the P-space, then the P-space will cease to exist. You have witnessed my capabilities. Destroying the P-space is as simple as crushing an ant beneath my heel. Zhang Hong and the others gazed into the manager's cold, ruthless eyes, understanding she was not merely speaking empty threats. If they dared to propagate any unfavorable rumors about Moonlight Convenience Store, she would indeed kill them all. They were genuinely afraid. Xiyue paid them no further heed and turned back into the convenience store. As she relished the cool air conditioning within the vehicle, her irritable mood gradually eased. She accessed the system panel and promptly blacklisted the entire P-space. These people are utterly irrational, as if afflicted by madness. It would be best to avoid any dealings with them in the future, lest their insanity prove contagious. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan emerged from the resting room, and upon seeing the manager safe and sound, they finally relaxed. Yi Xiaoyan glanced outside, noticing that it was now deserted. Have they returned? Xiyue shook her head. I have blacklisted all of them. Henceforth, no one from the P-space shall step foot inside. Everyone? Lu Yuyan gasped, astonished that the manager had never before blacklisted an entire base. Yes, they have all been thoroughly brainwashed. Xiyue preferred to avoid discussing the P-space further. I will relocate the mobile convenience store shortly. We need to distance ourselves from this base, as it brings ill fortune. Ma Ji had waited anxiously, only to receive the news that the majority of extraordinary beings within the base had fallen, with only a few surviving but gravely injured, unable to act for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, everyone within the P-space had been blacklisted by Moonlight Convenience Store, rendering them unable to approach even a single step into its vicinity. Under the sweltering heat, Ma Ji was drenched in cold sweat. How much longer can our food last? Ma Chong's expression darkened as he pondered. The food we purchased from Moonlight Convenience Store will suffice for only half a week if we consume it ourselves, while the grass cakes procured from the larger base can sustain us for about half a month. Chapter 93. The P-space is on the brink of chaos. After tasting the food from the convenience store, no one wished to return to the previously unpalatable provisions. This could incite discontent among the survivors within the base, inevitably leading to internal strife. Ma Ji was in a state of utter turmoil when Ma Sahan burst in, panic etched across her face. Father, the Moonlight Convenience Store has left. Left. Ma Ji could no longer sit idly by and rushed to the entrance of the base to confirm. The entrance was desolate, devoid of any sign of the vehicle. The news of Moonlight Convenience Store's departure swiftly spread throughout the entire P-space. This sent all survivors into a frenzy, hoping the base leader would have something to say to maintain calm. However, when they arrived in the evening to exchange food, only grass cakes were found on the table where food was typically displayed, which caused an uproar. A newly blinded fifth-level Earth element extraordinary being, staring at the grass cakes acquired with contribution points in hand, was infuriated beyond measure. What is this rubbish? You expect me to be satisfied with this? I want buns and steamed buns. Ma Chong and Ma Haodong immediately stepped forward, issuing a stern ultimatum. There are only grass cakes available now. Take it or leave it. Do not waste food. Pick up the grass cakes immediately. The Earth-type ability user, who had enjoyed steaming buns earlier that morning, could scarcely fathom settling for the unpalatable grass cakes now. Hunger and dissatisfaction rendered him impervious to threats. I've turned a blind eye for the sake of the P-space. And you expect me to eat this? Are you seeking death? Ma Chong's fist, imbued with the force of his powers, struck his face. The one-eyed ability user hastily conjured a hard earthen wall to barely shield himself from the blow. I merely wish to exchange for edible provisions. I have risked my life for the peace space, and this is how you repay me? Ma Chong glared at him menacingly. The Moonlight Convenience Store has already departed. I do not believe you are unaware that the supplies have long been depleted. The base has nothing but grass cakes now, whether you desire it or not. You shall eat. The departure of the Moonlight Convenience Store had spread like wildfire among the crowd. Initially, they had only experienced mild panic. Trusting blindly in the peace base and its leader, Ma Ji, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Years of being herded by Ma Ji had instilled in them an unwavering faith in his capabilities. The arrival of the Moonlight Convenience Store and the rarity of its provisions could not pierce through their indoctrinated beliefs. Yet at this moment, the heavy veil of illusion shattered abruptly. Their minds had never been as lucid as they were now. If I am not mistaken, are we to return to the lives we led a day ago? The base had failed to procure adequate supplies. It was all the fault of the leader's misjudgment. We have lost access to the delicious white buns, and the higher-ups ought to compensate us. I refuse to eat grass cakes. I refuse. They could not believe that Ma Ji and the upper echelons would hoard food for themselves. Surely, they had stashed away something. Bring it out quickly. Yes. They must have better provisions they are reluctant to share, those selfish wretches. If they refuse to provide for us, we shall seize it by force. Ma Ji's adopted daughter, Ma Qianqian, possessed spatial abilities. Those supplies must be hidden within her space. I will go after her. Who will join me? Upon hearing this, every survivor present, whether an ability user or an ordinary person, flushed with fervor and began to respond. Ma Chong and Ma Haodong turned pale. The scene had spiraled beyond their control. The peace space was descending into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, they slipped away unnoticed, desperate to inform their father and devise a strategy. Although Zhang Hong was advanced in years, his keen carpenter's eyes caught sight of their furtive departure. In former times, he would have remained silent, being one of Ma Ji's most loyal adherents, ever obedient. However, after savoring the delicious white buns that morning, he could no longer forget that taste. Now, under the leader's directive, having offended the manager of the Moonlight Convenience Store, he could only accept the grim reality of future meals consisting solely of grass cakes, which he found utterly unacceptable. This was Ma Ji's fault. He needed to repent. Zhang Hong's voice rang out among the crowd. Ma Chong and Ma Haodong have fled. They are returning to inform Ma Ji, likely planning to abscond with the remaining supplies.
What?
The two who had just been present had vanished without a trace. Fury surged through the crowd as they marched toward the leader's residence. Father, you look unwell. Perhaps you should rest, Ma Qianqian said with concern. Ma Ji waved his hand dismissively, his eyelids twitching incessantly, an ominous feeling stirring within him. Father. Ma Chong and Ma Haodong returned, drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a watery grave. The people in the base are dissatisfied with the grass cakes and refuse to heed our commands. Moreover what? Ma Ji inquired urgently. They suspect we still have supplies procured from the Moonlight Convenience Store and are preparing to come and seize them. They dare. Ma Ji's rage flared, mingled with unease and trepidation. Had they forgotten that without him, they would have perished from hunger and thirst long ago? They were not yet out of resources. They merely lacked good food, and now they turned against him.
Bah!
Ma Qianqian angrily echoed, a pack of ingrates. Father, should we flee? They will come for us soon. Ma Sihan felt a wave of anxiety, fearing what the survivors might do. Indeed, Father, their emotions are volatile. We surely cannot control them any longer. We must escape now. We still hold the crystal cores. Life in a larger base would not be so bad, Ma Haodong asserted, having witnessed the madness of the crowd firsthand. Ma Sihan. Ma Haodong, you cowards. Those people are merely momentarily agitated due to their lack of food. Is there any need to run? Ma Qianqian dismissed their concerns with disdain, confident that once they saw their father, clarity would return. They would undoubtedly be begging for forgiveness for their words and actions. Ma Sihan and Ma Qianqian had always been at odds, and this comment left Ma Sihan speechless, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Ma Haodong, drenched in sweat, Shot Ma Qianqian an exasperated glare. Sister, are you out of your mind? They are coming to seize you, and you still wish to wait for them. Father, please reconsider. I sense they will no longer listen to you. Ma Ji closed his eyes, contemplating. Since the apocalypse commenced, he had established the peace base, rising to power where his word was law. All within the base were his devoted followers, never daring to oppose him. And he had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic. Chapter 94. Double Standards. If he were to leave now for another base, he would be starting from scratch and subject to the whims of others. It would be better to perish than to endure that. Furthermore, he held unwavering confidence in his years of indoctrination, doubting they would act against him. Just then, a guard burst in, breathless with urgency. It's bad. The house is surrounded by people demanding the leader come out. Ma Ji had already resolved not to flee, intending to confront these ingrates himself. Yet, the thought of his home being besieged ignited a spark of anger within him. Who gave them the audacity to encircle my home? Father, let us go out and see what these people want. When Ma Ji emerged with his sons, enveloped by thousands, a flicker of fear arose within him. The surrounding survivors bore expressions of ferocity and greed. Ma Ji and his companions were taken aback. In the past, these people had regarded them with respect and fear. Had Xiyue witnessed the scene, she would have burst into laughter. In the afternoon, she had been surrounded in a similar manner, the roles merely reversed. Before they could regain their composure, the crowd grew restless. Leader, are you abandoning us to flee with the supplies? You cannot escape. Hand over the provisions you purchased from the convenience store, along with the crystal cores we submitted over the past 5 years. Because of you, we have all offended the manager of the Moonlight convenience store, and now we cannot procure anything. You have brought us to this dire situation, and you think you can simply walk away? Leader, you are utterly selfish. You distribute grass cakes while indulging in sumptuous feasts. Do you even deserve to be human? Various voices filled the air, and Ma Ji had never before encountered such a chorus of harsh reproaches directed at him. Blood surged within him, forcing him to suppress the urge to cough up blood. You ungrateful wretches! Over the past 5 years, how much kindness have I bestowed upon you? Though the provisions were not extravagant, I ensured you did not starve. Is this the gratitude I receive in return? What's the big deal? One of them said dismissively, casually rubbing his nose. With the meager rations you've provided, I could have acquired far more with the crystal cores I've surrendered. Your self-righteousness is uncalled for. No one asked for your charity. Besides, we have obediently followed your lead, allowing you to serve as the base leader for 5 long years. Enough of those trivial favors. Bring forth the supplies from the Moonlight convenience store. Zhang Hong shouted from the back.
Not just the supplies,
but also the mutated wheat cakes and crystal cores. Spit them all out. Ma Qianqian, unable to bear their disrespect towards Ma Ji, erupted in anger. You ungrateful curs. You trash. Some of the survivors recognized her and shouted, That's Ma Qianqian, the space ability user. The crowd's eyes glimmered with greed, eager to seize everything she possessed within her space. Under the weight of their malicious gazes, Ma Qianqian trembled involuntarily, too intimidated to speak further. Let's stop wasting time with them, and just take what we want. The impatience of the crowd reached a boiling point. Barely had the words left their mouths when chaos erupted. Brutal abilities and physical assaults rained down upon the once-beloved base leader and his companions. Ma Chong and his team scrambled to defend themselves. Despite their prowess among the ability users, facing thousands was a daunting task. They were not like Xiyue, who could disregard numbers and strength. Defeat was inevitable, and it came swiftly. In a matter of mere minutes, Ma Ji, along with his adopted children and several guards, lay defeated. Some were dead, others grievously injured. Ma Chong, though formidable, lay bloodied on the ground, his breathing shallow yet still clinging to life. Ma Haodong fared worse. His earth ability could have ensured his survival. But with Ma Qianqian hiding behind him, he was rendered helpless and perished alongside her. With the death of the space ability user, the vast resources stored within her space burst forth. Aside from a few high-grade crystal cores, all of Ma Ji's supplies were contained within Ma Qianqian's space, and upon release, they occupied an immense area. The survivors of the peace base, upon witnessing the bounty scattered across the ground, surged forward. transforming moments of camaraderie into brutal conflict over the resources. Ma Sahan, though not particularly strong, was clever enough to evade attacks, but in a tragic twist, her beloved father pushed her aside to shield her from harm, resulting in her demise. As the dust settled and the final struggles waned, the few remaining survivors managed to gather varying amounts of supplies. When they found Ma Ji's body and searched for crystal cores, they were astonished to discover he still clung to life. Ma Chang, however, had already succumbed to the final blow, definitively passing into the afterlife. Ma Ji was spared, not out of mercy, but because the survivors understood that the ill-gotten resources would soon be depleted. They placed the blame for their misfortunes squarely on Ma Ji's shoulders, believing their offense against the convenience store's proprietor stemmed from his actions. They envisioned a scenario where they could atone for their transgressions by confronting Ma Ji before the store owner, hoping to extract retribution upon him in a desperate bid for forgiveness. If Xiyue were aware of these events, she would undoubtedly scoff, reaffirming her belief that the people of the peace space were indeed delusional, with skewed morals and a penchant for hypocrisy. Although Ma Ji had his faults, leading them to offend the convenience store, he had consistently provided sustenance to the less fortunate while protecting the peace space. These individuals, emboldened by their numbers, had once stood beside Ma Ji, pontificating from their moral high ground while benefiting from his generosity. Yet, when they discovered the strength of Xiyue and her subsequent rejection of them, they blamed Ma Ji for their losses, demanding selflessness from others while embodying selfishness and duplicity themselves. Amidst the turmoil of the peace space, Xiyue found tranquility. After the mobile home had driven a considerable distance, it finally came to a halt in a remote area free from disturbances and zombie incursions. Here, Xiyue and her staff enjoyed a peaceful existence. After finishing their evening routines and donning their pajamas, Xiyue summoned Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan to the second floor. The three women, clad in sleepwear, settled on the sofa, watching a horror film that sent shivers down their spines, causing them to huddle together under a large blanket, tucking their feet snugly within its folds for comfort. Qianqian, having awoken from its slumber, peered curiously at the trio from behind the sofa. With cat-like stealth, it stealthily slipped beneath the blanket beside Xiyue.
Ah.
Chapter 95. Fainting by the roadside. The sudden furry intrusion startled the trio, who were engrossed in the film. Once they recognized it was Qianqian, they clenched their fists and retaliated with playful swats. This led to Qianqian ignoring them for an entire week until Xiyue redeemed a newly unlocked can of meat, coaxing it back into her good graces. With its belly round and content, Qianqian unknowingly approached the completion of its system task, having visited 19 bases, with only one remaining to fulfill the mission of selling goods. This period had been remarkably peaceful, as they encountered no extraordinary challenges. Most individuals at the small bases were quite agreeable, and after marveling at the Moonlight convenience store's presence, they complied with the purchasing process, significantly increasing efficiency. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan were more than capable of managing the store alone, allowing Xiyue to indulge in her dream of a leisurely retirement. Her days were filled with lounging in her room, watching television, or spending time in the garden, sipping tea, playing with cats, and fishing. Pure bliss. One morning, after a hearty breakfast of sandwiches and milk, Xiyue adeptly accessed the system panel, pinpointing the nearest iron bowl base. After deducting the necessary points for travel, the Moonlight mobile convenience store set off. The distance was short, and the mobile home traveled swiftly, arriving in about half an hour. During the journey, Xiyue busied herself in the first-floor receiving area, restocking any low or out-of-stock items. She noted that no matter how many new products were unlocked, the plain steamed buns consistently held the title of bestsellers, unwavering in their popularity. Their affordable price and ability to stave off hunger meant that every customer left with a few buns in tow. Xiyue bulk purchased over 100 buns, filling the automatic restocking machine to the brim. She also replenished the mineral water, which was in high demand. Most other items had seen significant consumption, and she ensured each was restocked without exception. In the sweltering heat of the apocalypse, chilled products like water, soda, and ice cream flew off the shelves. Ice packs and electric fans, though pricey, were essential, and while the purchasing power of the small base inhabitants was limited, they understood the necessities of survival. To her surprise, even the flame knives, positioned at the highest shelf, had sold out. The flame knives are exceptionally practical yet exorbitantly priced, with each costing a staggering 2,000, which has deterred countless individuals. Xiyue never anticipated that they would sell in these small bases. It seems that, regardless of the location, there are always discerning individuals willing to part with their money. With a beaming smile, Xiyue restocked 2 flame knives in the back, placing one on the shelf and storing the other in the automatic vending machine, simply perfect. After surveying her surroundings and ensuring everything was in order, she stifled a yawn. Having risen early, perhaps it was best to ascend to the upper floor for a brief respite. Cradling her money, she lay upon the lavish silk sheets of her grand bed, reflecting on how hiring staff had been her wisest decision. Lu Yuyan is meticulous and obedient, while Yi Xiaoyan is diligent and considerate. Most importantly, both possess striking appearances. Although their styles differ, they are undeniably beautiful. Host, you truly are a connoisseur of beauty. 06 interjected suddenly. 06. You were eavesdropping on my thoughts. Xiyue felt her drowsiness fade significantly, yet she quickly defended herself. I admit, I have a slight penchant for beauty, but I hired them solely for the development of the convenience store. There are no ulterior motives. Although it was true that the prospect of seeing adorable young women daily was appealing, her intentions were indeed for the store's advancement. For the sake of the convenience store's growth, there is no alternative, she thought, sensing 06 skepticism, though it struggled to comprehend the convoluted nature of human thought. Xiyue breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful for 06 simplicity, which allowed her to evade further scrutiny, thereby preserving her image as a calm, wise, and judicious store manager. Her body ached, thirst plagued her, and pain coursed through her. A frail silhouette navigated the dense jungle, visibly suffering and exhausted. Yet her steps never faltered. Clad in tattered garments that barely concealed her form, her hair, unkempt and matted with dirt and sweat, cascaded to her waist. Astonishingly, she ran barefoot along the rocky path, her feet muddied and bloodied, rendering the location of her injuries indistinguishable. In this post-apocalyptic forest, danger lurked at every turn. She had escaped the base at dawn, relying on her childhood familiarity with the mountainous terrain and an uncanny stroke of luck that had thus far spared her from mortal peril. Just a little longer. I shall soon reach the highway. If luck is on my side, I can reach another base alive. She clung to hope, even as her body approached its limits. Symptoms of tinnitus, dizziness, and encroaching darkness intensified, compounded by the fact that she had recently given birth and had yet to recover. Merely escaping this far was already miraculous. As her vision faded to black, she managed a bitter smile of irony. Could the heavens not show her a shred of mercy? Was she destined to perish alone in this desolate place? With every ounce of strength depleted, she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes wide open, desperately gazing towards the distant highway. Just a little further. She refused to accept defeat. In that final second before her sight was consumed by darkness, she thought she glimpsed something, a brand new, purple RV. How could this be? It felt like a fantastical illusion before death, so utterly unreal. As she succumbed to darkness, a voice echoed in her mind. Host, there is someone by the roadside, dirty and injured, unconscious there, 06 remarked. Xiyue, now fully awake, wasted no time and maneuvered the RV back to the location of the fallen figure, stopping beside her. Descending from the second floor, Yu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan emerged curiously from their respective rooms, asking, Manager, what is going on? There's a woman outside, covered in wounds, unconscious by the roadside. I'm going to check. Within the convenience store's vicinity, Xiyue could ascertain the fallen individual's gender from the back. Without further delay, she exited the RV, with Qianqian closely following her, while Yi Xiaoyan, concerned for her manager's safety, trailed behind. Lu Yuyan, aware of her lack of special abilities, remained inside the store, choosing not to add to the manager's troubles. How tragic! Yi Xiaoyan sighed upon seeing the woman sprawled on the ground, her fate uncertain. The exposed skin revealed a myriad of wounds, old injuries mingled with new ones, while her filthy face bore no marks of injury, and the rest of her body was devoid of unblemished skin. She appeared emaciated, as though only bones remained, a clear testament to her harrowing existence, possibly subjected to inhumane treatment. Upon witnessing this, Xiyue acted decisively, bringing the woman aboard the RV and ensuring her care within the convenience store. In Chapter 96, The Woman's Purgatory, after obtaining the manager's consent, Lu Yuyen retrieved trauma ointment, bottled water, and steamed buns from the shelves. With utmost care, she administered treatment to the still unconscious woman. Her body was a canvas of various injuries, bruises, cuts, and lash marks. Xiyue and her staff exchanged astonished glances, instinctively feeling sympathy and compassion for the woman. The trauma ointment produced by Moonlight Convenience Store was known for its efficacy and rapid action, surpassing any inferior brands. Before long, the woman began to respond, her eyelids fluttering. Water, came a faint whisper, akin to the soft murmur of ants. Lu Yuyen immediately propped her up, offering small sips until the woman's lips were no longer parched. Slowly, the woman, now partially conscious, realized she had been rescued, though her body remained frail. Her consciousness had been ensconced in a realm of impenetrable darkness, filled with fear and resentment. But gradually, warmth enveloped her, clarity returning as her awareness sharpened, allowing her to sense her physical form once more. The numbing pain of her wounds began to dissipate, replaced by a tingling sensation as they neared healing. Under the oppressive heat, her mind, once foggy, now welcomed the refreshing breeze, bringing with it an unparalleled comfort. A cool breeze? In this post-apocalyptic heat, where could it possibly come from? Confusion clouded her thoughts as she struggled to open her eyes, only to be met with bright lights. Stunned, she glanced around, taking in the sight of 3 young women nearby, clad in clean attire. One of them wore an especially lavish dress, its luxurious fabric evident even in the pre-apocalyptic world. Could it be that she hadn't fully awakened? In this desolate world, how could anyone appear so immaculate? In the next moment, she caught sight of neatly arranged shelves behind the girls, stocked with bottled water, instant noodles, ham sausages, fruits, and an array of other food items, as if awaiting eager customers. This cannot be. A single thought surged within her. Am I dead? Is this merely an illusion before being consumed by a psychic plant? It had been the 5th year of the apocalypse. Such a paradise as a convenience store could not exist. All this food could only reside in a dream. Despair washed over her, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away with her battered arms. Thinking optimistically that had she known death would lead her to such a bountiful place, she would have ended her life sooner, having endured for far too long. Why are you crying? One of the girls, clad in a purple dress, her face brimming with curiosity, posed a question. Xiyue was taken aback, pondering whether one could converse freely in the afterlife. Subsequently, she let out a bitter smile, confessing, I feel a sense of injustice, after striving so hard. I believed I could escape, yet I still perished along the way. At this thought, tears began to flow unbidden.
Dead?
No, you must be mistaken. Lu Yuyen interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Xiyue glanced at the side and caught the eye of Yi Xiaoyan, a mischievous glint in her gaze. The recollection of her own rescue, and having uttered similar sentiments before, filled Yi Xiaoyan with a growing sense of shame, causing her to lower her head further. Xiyue withdrew her gaze, opting to explain, You are not dead. This is the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, and I am its manager. Moreover, I was the one who saved you. Xiyue comprehended every word, yet felt utterly bewildered by the combination. Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store? Is this truly a convenience store? You are the manager? I was saved by you? I am still alive? She exclaimed, bombarding them with questions. Xiyue nodded gently, affirming, You have summarized it well. It seems your mind remains intact. Lu Yuyen chimed in, You should express your gratitude to our manager. Had she not discovered you, barely clinging to life, and brought you here, you would have perished long ago. Your injuries were so severe. It was only due to the trauma medicine provided by the manager that they healed so swiftly. Yi Xiaoyan added. Suddenly, Xiyue recalled the final moment before she fainted, when she seemed to have glimpsed a luxurious purple RV. It was not merely a figment of her imagination. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that all her wounds had been treated with ointment, and she grasped the reality. She truly was not dead, but had been rescued by this elegant and refined manager before her. Xiyue abruptly knelt, bowing her head repeatedly in gratitude towards Xiyue, exclaiming, Thank you. Thank you. This gesture left the 3 in astonishment. Xie leaned down to support Xiaoxi's frail form, guiding her to a seat in the resting area by the window. Gently advising, "There is no need for thanks. Your body is still weak and requires ample rest." She then instructed Lu Yuyan to bring her some steamed buns, saying, "You appear to have gone a long time without proper nourishment. You must have been hungry for too long. Do not consume too much at once. Start with a little steamed bun to allow your body to adjust, and afterward, I shall provide you with more food." Upon seeing the steamed bun, Xiaoxi involuntarily swallowed. "Thank you, manager," she expressed gratefully. Rising again, she attempted to kneel once more, but was halted by Xie. Finally, she took the steamed bun and bit into it heartily, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the bun in her mouth, yet she paid it no mind. To her, the bun was the most delectable thing she had tasted in years. Observing her devouring the steamed bun, Yi Xiaoyan grew concerned that she might choke and offered her the remaining mineral water from before. Xiaoxi cast a grateful glance, accepting the water and gulping it down. At that moment, the Moonlight convenience store was parked steadily by the roadside. Xie did not rush to depart but waited until Xiaoxi finished a bun and regained some strength before inquiring, "What is your name? How did you end up injured and lying there?" Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with an endless tide of hatred. After a brief pause to compose herself, she replied, "My name is Xiaoxi. No, actually, I am Li Xiu. I have nearly forgotten my original name." A bitter smile formed as she continued, "I escaped from the Iron Bull base." The Iron Bull base? What a coincidence. That was precisely her intended destination. This revelation made Xie even less inclined to leave. "Why did you escape? Isn't it safer inside the base, where there are people for protection, rather than facing the zombies outside?" Lu Yuyan asked, perplexed. Hearing this, Li Xiu's eyes filled with bitterness. "Safe? No, the Iron Bull base is 1,000 times more dangerous and terrifying than the outside world. I would rather die at the hands of zombies than survive in that filthy, disgusting place." Observing the curiosity on their faces, Li Xiu elaborated. "The Iron Bull base is a small establishment with a few hundred inhabitants, where men comprise only a quarter of the population, leaving the rest as women. Although there are more women, that place is a veritable hell for them." Recalling her past, Li Xiu's face contorted in fear. Before the apocalypse, that place was a village inhabited by us hunters. It was small, with everyone knowing each other, and though we lived modestly, we were harmonious and peaceful. However, when the apocalypse suddenly descended, those of us who had not turned into zombies banded together to encircle the village with barbed wire. The remaining individuals struggled to survive. But it was not long before a group of ruthless individuals stormed in, and everything changed. They seized our village, establishing the Iron Bull base, slaughtering all the men who dared to resist, and leaving only the women as their slaves. Xie deduced thus, "It is no wonder you bear so many injuries." Li Xiu raised her scarred arm, stating, "The injuries I carry are but a fraction." "A fraction?" Xie's eyebrows shot up in shock. "In the Iron Bull base, every woman is merely a tool for men to vent their frustrations, subject to their whims of violence." Trembling, Li Xiu wrapped her arms around her body, continuing, "Perhaps because I am somewhat presentable, I was taken as one of General Kang's concubines, ranking fourth among them. Since then, the other men in the base have dared not lay a hand on me. Yet, life has not improved much. Whenever General Kang recalls me, I am subjected to torment." Meeting Xie's incredulous gaze, Li Xiu added, "In addition to the physical scars, over these 5 years, I have lost 3 children to miscarriage, and just days ago, I barely managed to give birth to one. After the delivery, my body had not yet recovered, and General Kang, repulsed by the scent of blood, banished me to a distant tent. The men, believing I had just given birth and could not escape, gradually relaxed their vigilance, allowing me to flee in the early hours when everyone was fast asleep." Upon hearing her account, the trio in the convenience store fell into a profound silence. Xie had not directly experienced the apocalypse. Upon her arrival, she had been equipped with a mobile convenience store system, making Li Xiu's plight unfathomable to her. Lu Yuyan's face turned pale with fear. Although she had not awakened any special abilities, she had remained in the Hope base throughout the apocalypse, where the security was excellent and her brother's protection ensured her safety. The worst she had endured was a few days of hunger and the occasional encounter with the ill-natured Xiyue. She had even deemed Xiyue to be the worst person imaginable. Yi Xiaoyan shared similar sentiments. Both had encountered unpleasant individuals and situations, yet their living base remained orderly, ensuring stability for survivors. Had they not become employees of the Moonlight Convenience Store and followed Xiyue here, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan would never have fathomed that anyone could endure such suffering. Their anguish stemmed not from zombies, mutated beasts, or aberrant plants, but from the hands of their fellow humans. How could humanity sink to such depths of depravity? A wave of sympathy washed over Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan for Li Xiu, while resentment and disgust for the Iron Bull base surged within them. Manager, are we still going to the Iron Bull base? Yu Xia, equally averse to the Iron Bull base, realized that operating a store and selling goods there would be impossible. In her mind, she silently crossed it off her list. To successfully complete her mission, she could only choose to head towards the Green Leaf base, which was not particularly close. Yet, she was unwilling to so easily bypass the Iron Bull base. A flicker of determination crossed Yu Xia's eyes. She is not a saint, yet the thought of the hundreds of women like Li Xiu, enduring agony and despair, renders her unable to turn a blind eye. The apocalypse is not a shield for these brutes to wield at their whim. Without compromising her own interests, Yu Xia resolved to venture to the Iron Bull base to rescue those women. Having made up her mind, she approached Li Xiu, who was lost in painful memories, and earnestly said, I am departing for the Iron Bull base now. Remain in the mobile convenience store. No one will be able to harm you here. It is absolutely safe. Li Xiu trembled, hurriedly attempting to dissuade her. No, don't go. They want to spare you. The women there are so impeccably dressed, and the magical mobile convenience store is filled with countless supplies. The moment they arrive, they will undoubtedly attract General Kang's attention. To be devoured whole. She had just clawed her way out of hell and did not wish for the kind-hearted store manager to risk her life for her sake. Rest assured, I need not lift a finger to deal with these brutes, Yu Xia confidently assured her. Li Xiu's face was a portrait of panic and confusion, unable to fathom the store manager's words. Even more perplexing was the fact that the other two store clerks did not attempt to dissuade her. Instead, they appeared excited and expectant, unconditionally believing in the store manager's words as if they were gospel. Yet this seemed impossible. The Iron Bull base is teeming with ability users. No matter how formidable the store manager may be, she is but one person, and even with the two clerks, they cannot possibly contend against such a multitude. Why was it that no one, aside from herself, questioned the store manager's assertions? Was she the one who had lost her mind, or were these individuals delusional? Li Xiu stood there, frozen, grappling with her existential doubts. Yu Xia restarted the mobile convenience store, her destination unchanged, the Iron Bull base. Inside the vehicle, the ride was so smooth that one could hardly discern it was in motion. Sitting by the cash register, Yu Xia nonchalantly stroked the cat, appearing utterly unfazed, as if embarking on a leisurely outing to a safe place. Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan huddled together, chattering excitedly about the prospect of rescuing the Iron Bull base. As Yu Xia and her companions made their way, the individuals dispatched from the Iron Bull base to capture Li Xiu halted at the spot where she had initially collapsed. Fresh bloodstains indicated that the wretched little four had managed to flee this far. The man with a scar slicing across his face scrutinized the ground, fuming, only to find that the scattered blood trail ended abruptly, his expression shifting to one of confusion. How peculiar! Had that woman simply vanished into thin air? The scarred man commanded his subordinates to search the vicinity, but upon finding nothing, resigned himself to misfortune and began the journey back. As he trudged along, his mind raced with thoughts of how to explain the debacle to General Kang. Damn it, she just gave birth and can still run like that. The bloodstains likely vanished because they were devoured by mutant beasts. Hopefully, General Kang won't be furious and unleash his wrath upon them. At the Iron Bull base, Li Xiu's escape had ignited General Kang's fury from the moment he awoke. After gnawing on a grass cake made from purified water, contributed by a water ability user, his anger remained unabated. He summoned his subordinates, instructing them to round up the women from the hunting village, like Li Xiu. Soon, nearly 100 women were brought to the tent. These women bore a striking resemblance to Li Xiu, with disheveled hair, tattered clothing that scarcely covered their bodies, bare feet stained black, and bodies marred with wounds. Having endured extreme torment, Their appearances were hardly recognizable, and only a handful of them remained presentable. The women left behind wore vacant expressions, like marionettes kneeling on the ground. General Kong picked up a whip and lashed it forcefully against their frail bodies. "Damn it! You wretches! Don't think I'm unaware. You all want to escape the base just like Little Four." His anger intensified with every word, and his strikes grew fiercer. The whip struck their skin, causing flesh to split open, with some even revealing glimpses of bone. The tent was filled with the anguished cries of each woman. Meanwhile, the fortunate ones who had been cast out of the tent did not exhibit any relief. Their faces bore neither joy nor fear, having been dulled by relentless torment. Chapter 98. In the apocalypse, they live like emperors. Inside and outside the tent, there was no distinction. As long as they were alive and remained in this space, violence and suffering would be unending. They could not escape, yet Li Xiyue, carrying their hopes, had fled. Thus, they felt no jealousy or blame toward her. Instead, they silently wished for Li Xiyue's successful escape and a chance at life. However, they were acutely aware that a defenseless woman's odds of survival in this cruel apocalypse were almost non-existent. The numb souls could not perceive the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, the agonizing cries within the tent gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Following that was General Kong's dissatisfied call, truly useless, passing out so quickly. "I had just begun to feel something. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Quickly, drag them all out and bring in a new batch. Forget it, don't waste time. Just shove those women outside in here." His voice, akin to that of a demon, casually determined their fates. One by one, the unconscious or lifeless bodies were dragged out, reeking of blood, brushing past the indifferent women outside, who saw their own futures reflected in those bodies. With no retreat, they could only march toward a predetermined death. Within the Iron Bull base, there were still hundreds of women who had fled or been captured in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Their circumstances were no better. Any man within the base could commit atrocities against them. Almost every woman had been pregnant at some point, with many losing at least one child. It was fortunate if the child perished due to beatings or malnutrition. Being born was even worse. The frail mothers had no milk to nourish them. As the men of the Iron Bull base had never contemplated raising children, they would use newborns as bait to lure mutant beasts, carefully setting traps, and carelessly tossing the infants into the midst of them. Those babies, before even opening their eyes, would be devoured whole by mutant beasts, and the men remained indifferent, focusing solely on whether the beasts caught in their traps were fit for consumption, and how much meat they could divide among themselves. Their cries, pleas, and prostrations were futile. All that awaited them was a beating. Day after day, the women within the base grew increasingly numb, becoming almost indistinguishable from the mindless zombies outside. Inside the Iron Bull base, at any location and time, there were women being brutally beaten and humiliated, some even pregnant, enduring the same fate, bleeding dry, and on the verge of death. Only the women lived in a hellish reality, while the men, robust and gluttonous, lounged in their tents, awaiting servitude, unleashing their frustrations whenever it suited their moods. Today was no different for them. They awoke and began searching for new targets, their eyes roving carelessly over the women laboring through pain. The apocalypse had transformed them into emperors. Just then, beyond the layers of barbed wire, a massive, entirely purple three-story RV approached swiftly and smoothly. What a colossal vehicle! The men of the Iron Bull base exclaimed in astonishment, their awe giving rise to trepidation regarding the power of its owner. One individual immediately dashed off to inform General Kong. Upon receiving the news, General Kong did not even set down his whip, but rushed out, and through the wire fence, he indeed spotted the RV. Upon perceiving the visage of the imposing RV, a face adorned with a thick beard was suddenly awash with trepidation and unease. The mere fact that such a sizable, fuel-guzzling vehicle could still be operational signified that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of a formidable faction, not a mere small base. The arrival of such a vehicle indicated that its occupants were anything but ordinary. Within the Iron Bull base, all were his men, and although they numbered in plenty, they might not be able to contend with this RV's presence without incurring significant repercussions from the powers that be. General Kong stroked his beard, mentally weighing the implications. The intentions of those within the vehicle regarding the Iron Bull base remained shrouded in mystery. It was ill-advised to provoke a confrontation over the RV and its occupants. The gleaming RV drew closer, showing no signs of slowing down as it approached the barbed wire fence. This was intolerable. Should it collide with the fence and cause damage, they had no spare wire to replace it, which would spell disaster for the base. General Kong hurriedly gestured for his subordinates to open the gate fashioned from barbed wire, thereby averting a catastrophe. The three-tiered vehicle smoothly entered, ultimately halting at the very heart of the base. The onlookers within the base scrutinized the colossal and pristine RV. Curiosity etched on each face, yet those standing outside could glean nothing of its interior. Inside the RV, Xiyue and her companions had a clear view of the outside world. They observed dilapidated houses, makeshift tents, casual campfires, and a cadre of robust men alongside frail women, their bodies caked in mud and marked by scars. Returning to the Iron Bull base, Xiyue's emotions were profoundly conflicted. Gazing through the window at the familiar surroundings she had long inhabited, tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, her hatred eclipsed her fear. Observing that the RV remained motionless, with no one emerging, the onlookers began to brazenly assess the vehicle. General Kong, too, was intrigued as he circled the RV. But when he spotted the points exchange machine at the rear, his mind was filled with bewilderment. This machine was peculiar, appearing highly advanced. He wondered about its purpose. Then, he noticed several tiny, shimmering black and purple characters. Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store? What could that possibly mean? Was it to be taken literally? Could it indeed be a convenience store? Absurd. Who could possibly run a convenience store in a post-apocalyptic world? General Kong dismissed the words, clearing his throat to call out. Friends inside, may I inquire about your purpose at the Iron Bull base? Silence ensued within the RV, prompting General Kong to inwardly scorn the theatrics. Frowning with growing impatience, he declared, I am General Kong, the leader of the Iron Bull base. I am curious from which base you hail. If you have come here, it must be for a reason. There is no need to hide within your vehicle. If you have matters to discuss, please step out, he added, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. Could it be that you are intimidated by the numerous powers of my base? Xiyue, of course, was not deterred by fear of them. Rather, she was meticulously analyzing the physical conditions and basic information of these individuals through her system panel. Although she had rescued the unfortunate Xiyue and listened to her one-sided narrative about the Iron Bull base, igniting her compassion and prompting her to seek the liberation of these women, she remained acutely aware of the potential for deception. How could she be certain that Xiyue's account was wholly truthful? Was it possible that Xiyue had feigned her fainting on the roadside to manipulate the sympathy of passing survivors, luring them back to the base for slaughter? One must always be wary. Upon arriving here and witnessing that the Iron Bull base was indeed as Xiyue had described, with every woman bearing scars and expressions of numb caution, Xiyue's doubts began to dissipate. Yet, she prudently employed her system panel to scan their physical conditions. The results were alarming. Their bodies were in such disrepair that no insurance company would accept them. Long-term malnutrition and repeated abuse had led to several miscarriages, leaving their bodies on the brink of collapse. Chapter 99. Her Hakimi, her pet, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Xiyue wasted no time. She pushed open the door of the RV, cradling Qianqian in her arms as she stepped outside, with Yi Shaoyan closely following. Even in this apocalypse, you wretches do not deserve to live. Xiyue's expression was impassive, her eyes icy. What did you say? General Kong glared at them, noting that no one else had emerged, just these two women. The RV's door had closed, suggesting that no further occupants would be forthcoming. With their anxious vigilance now eased, they regarded women as mere slaves, weak and vulnerable, ripe for exploitation. As General Kong appraised the strikingly beautiful faces of Xiyue and Yi Shaoyan, clad in short skirts, saliva dripped from his chin. General Kang's subordinates mirrored his lecherous gaze, fixated on the two women with unbridled lust, their eyes wandering over their fair legs. It was as if innocent lambs had fallen into a den of wolves, awaiting General Kang's command to pounce and seize them. Meanwhile, within the convenience store, Xiyue watched anxiously as the manager was surrounded, perspiration beading on her forehead. The manager was a good person. She prayed fervently that nothing would happen to her. Who will come to their rescue? Lu Yuyan, aware of the manager's strength, remained calmer than Xiyue. Yet, the audacity of those men to regard the manager with such vile eyes enraged her. She longed to burst forth, brandishing a dagger to gouge out their eyes and toss them to the zombies and mutated beasts. Roar! In Yuxia's embrace, Qianqian sensed the unwelcome stares with heightened clarity, unleashing a menacing growl. It leapt to the ground, transforming back into its true form, standing resolutely beside Yuxia. Its formidable, clawed jaws swept menacingly across each individual before it, emitting a low, dangerous growl from its throat. The massive mutated beast successfully instilled fear within the Iron Bull base, causing those present to retract their lustful gazes and adopt defensive postures. A mutated beast. It doesn't attack you, and you possess the ability to tame it. General Kong was taken aback. He turned his gaze toward Yuxia, this revelation prompting him to reassess his approach toward her. He began to contemplate the greater value she represented. Securing this woman and learning the method to tame mutated beasts would grant him unparalleled power in this post-apocalyptic world. He need not worry about crystal cores anymore. He could simply command the beast to gather them. A glint of ambition sparkled in General Kang's eyes. She had no choice in the matter. She was within the Iron Bull base, surrounded by his multitude of subordinates. Together, they could easily subdue this mutated beast. And once that happened, he would dictate her fate. Before long, his power would grow, and the Iron Bull base would ascend to become the largest stronghold. General Kang's gaze was riveted on Yuxia, his eyes gleaming with increasing intensity as if he beheld a rare treasure. Have your mutated beast step back. I assure you, I will not allow my men to harm you. He brazenly declared, My lovely lady, I have taken a liking to you. You shall be my fifth wife. His lecherous eyes roamed over Yuxia, lingering on her alluring figure with utmost satisfaction, before shifting to Yi Xiaoyan. Although she was not as stunning as the beast-taming woman, her delicate features held an allure of their own, igniting his desires. I shall have them both. They must not be separated. They are too lonely. Qianqian could no longer tolerate the grotesque visage of General Kong. With a sudden lunge, it bared its sharp fangs, aiming to sever his head in one swift bite. Taken by surprise, General Kong was momentarily unable to harness his powers, retreating in fear while attempting to fend off the attack. But Yuxia would not grant him the opportunity. Within the confines of the Moonlight Convenience Store, she was an invincible entity, effortlessly commanding all who lingered within her domain. She would pamper her own Hakimi, ensuring it suffered not a single injury. General Kong felt his body slipping from his control. His hand did not lash out towards the mutated beast, but rather struck his own face with a heavy crack of the whip. A grotesque wound marred his already hideous visage, rendering it even more nightmarish. Yuxia averted her gaze, for the sight was enough to inspire terror. General Kong's head was engulfed in the maw of Qianqian, whose gleaming fangs pierced his neck. Overwhelmed with pain, he was gripped by sheer terror. No, he wished to resist, but his powers eluded him entirely. The sight of General Kong, utterly defenseless, left onlookers in stunned silence. None could fathom his recent act of self-harm and his passive demeanor. Was this a voluntary offering to the beast as a meal? His subordinates, bewildered yet determined, rushed to rescue General Kong from the jaws of death. But it was too late. The fangs sank deeper, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably, staining his chest crimson. Despair washed over General Kong. His head was swallowed whole. His cheeks scraped by the barbed tongue, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him blind. Bite down. Quickly, sever his head. In the base, a woman previously numb and hollow now flickered with a glimmer of hope, grasping at a final lifeline. Qianqian, did I not instruct you to refrain from consuming filth? Yuxia scowled in disdain, her brows knitting together. Qianqian halted its actions, ejecting the foul matter from its mouth. With wide, innocent eyes, it returned to Yuxia's side, nuzzling against her gently. The flickering light of hope in the women's eyes extinguished once more. Meow, my master. Meow, 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 I am obedient. Meow, meow, I expelled the dirt. Yuxia patted its furry head. Good boy, we shall open a can tonight. Qianqian perked up, its fluffy tail curling in delight as it swayed lightly. Coughing violently, General Kong pressed a hand against the gaping wound on his neck. The immense injury could not stem the flow of blood, which dyed his shirt a deep scarlet. His hatred for Yuxia festered. He vowed to take her down with him, before his demise. Drawing a short blade from his shoe, he charged towards Xiyue, who was leisurely petting a cat not far away. "Shopkeeper, watch out." Yi Xiaoyan threw herself in front of the shopkeeper. Inside the convenience store, Li Xiu closed her eyes in fear. Yet nothing transpired. A thick vine erupted from the ground, piercing through his chest. Xiyue raised her head, her expression impassive as she flicked her finger, causing the vicious vine to retreat obediently into the earth. Without its support, General Kong collapsed, eyes wide open in death. General Kong died so easily? That woman merely gestured, and he was slain? His subordinates could scarcely accept the reality, regardless of their thoughts. Xiyue summoned the vines once more, binding them tightly. Displeased with their crude language, she casually picked up the short blade near General Kong's corpse and tossed it to the nearest woman, who was marred with wounds and had short hair. Chapter 100. Lingqi. The short-haired woman clumsily caught the knife, staring blankly at Xiyue. "What is this?" Xiyue rubbed her ears. "Go over there and cut out their tongues. I no longer wish to hear their foul mouths." The woman trembled in fear, nearly dropping the dagger. Was she to sever their tongues? Even bound, those men were not beings she could confront. They were demons, their physical pain a constant reminder of her powerlessness. "I am afraid. I cannot do this." Xiyue felt disappointment wash over her. It was so simple to save them. Yet they could not stand on their own, still unable to survive in this apocalyptic world. They could not always rely on others for salvation. Just then, Li Xiu seized the short blade from the trembling woman, her heart brimming with vengeance as she approached the bound men. "Shao Si, you vile wretch, are you not dead?" The men, kneeling with hands and feet bound, wore expressions of disbelief. "So this formidable woman was summoned by you. I thought you had no enmity with her. She would kill General Kong. It was all because of you. You think you can sever our tongues? You are merely our slave. Even with a knife. You are a weak and submissive slave. Release us now, or you shall face our wrath." Fury ignited in Li Xiu's eyes as she grasped one of them. Prying open his mouth, and with a swift motion, the tongue fell to the ground, caked in dirt. "My name is Li Xiu, not Shao Si."
Ah.
Ugh, my tongue. The man writhed in agony, having been so arrogant just moments before. The others looked on in terror as pleas for mercy filled the air. "Please, do not cut my tongue. I beg you, spare me. We have provided for you for 5 years, feeding you and giving you drink. Let us go free from the iron bull base. You scoundrels, what face do you have to say you cared for me or that we are even?" Li Xiu was sickened by their shamelessness. "I will not spare you. This is what you owe me, what you owe us. The pain we have endured these years cannot be repaid even by slaying you hundreds of times." With that, she proceeded to cut off their tongues one by one. Li Xiu had never felt such exhilaration, laughing and weeping simultaneously. The battered women surrounding her gathered, their once vacant faces now streaked with tears, curves of manic smiles appearing on their lips. In that moment, their souls revived, brimming with life once more. The short-haired woman, who had previously hesitated to wield a knife, quietly withdrew from the crowd and dashed into one of the tents filled with tools. Moments later, she returned, arms laden with various knives. Upon witnessing this, each woman eagerly claimed a suitable tool, converging towards the men. The voiceless men, filled with dread, attempted to summon their powers in resistance, but to no avail. They could not escape, only floundering on the ground like dogs. They were subjected to a slow and agonizing death, each cut not fatal, allowing them to fully experience the pain of their bodies, the flow of blood, and the torment of their minds, driving them to the brink of madness. Ha 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 ha. They laughed as they swung their knives, releasing years of pent-up suffering. Not enough. Still not enough. Each cut was for the sisters who had perished at the hands of their tormentors, each slice for the selves who had been forced into pregnancy, each strike for the child who had yet to see the world. They slashed for a full hour, exhausting themselves before finally pausing. Li Xiu grasped the most fervent of her sisters. "All right, enough. They are already dead." The men had been eviscerated for so long that they had ceased to resemble humans, reduced to mere mounds of flesh. Li Xiu sighed, attempting to calm her racing heart, only to find the shopkeeper no longer standing where he had been. He must have returned to the convenience store. Her heart brimmed with gratitude towards the store manager. She dashed into the adjacent tent, changing out of her blood-stained clothes, tidying her hair before slipping into a pair of shoes that belonged to an unknown man. Once she had composed herself, she returned to the entrance of the Moonlight convenience store, stepping inside once more. This time, her entrance felt distinctly different. The refreshing coolness of the air conditioning, the bright environment, the pristine floor that shone like glass, the cash register equipped with a computer, the refrigerator, the popcorn machine, and the rows of shelves brimming with food supplies. All of it felt so surreal, so enchanting. She harbored not a shred of negativity. Instead, she was filled with awe, admiration, and above all, gratitude. Two clerks stood behind a cash register, while the manager sat quietly in the relaxation area, savoring a melon-flavored ice cream. Xiyue smiled and nodded at the clerks before softly approaching the manager and kneeling down. "Manager, I truly thank you. Thank you for saving us." Xiyue understood her feelings of gratitude and refrained from intervening this time. Once Xiyue had finished her bow, she helped her up. "Do not kneel and bow so easily. My act of saving you is merely a stroke of luck. The path ahead must be navigated by you on your own." Xiyue comprehended that encountering the manager and being saved by her was a probability far smaller than winning a lottery before the apocalypse. The beasts from the Iron Bull base were dead now, and while she wouldn't have to worry about being harmed for the time being, they lacked the ability to protect themselves, and their days of peace would eventually come to an end. Among them, there were hardly any awakened supernatural beings, and those who possessed abilities were only at level 1. Previously, those beasts had denied them the chance to upgrade their powers by withholding crystal cores, fearing they would become a threat to their status. After being taken in by General Kong, she occasionally stayed in his tent, and on one occasion, she secretly discovered where he hid the crystal cores. Subsequently, she took the time to search every corner of the base with her sisters, always managing to find all the crystal cores, thus relieving her of the worry of their scarcity. However, most of them were still ordinary people. How would they survive moving forward? Would they rely on the few sisters with awakened abilities to support them? After 5 years of experience, no one wished to depend on others to survive. They all desired to rely on themselves. Xiyue's face was etched with worry, and her frequent sighs piqued Xiyue's curiosity. Upon hearing her concerns, Xiyue pondered for a moment before a spark lit her eyes. If you have enough crystal cores, this issue can indeed be resolved. Xiyue looked at her with a mixture of doubt and anticipation. Xiyue led her to the last row of shelves, pointing at the flame blade. "This is the flame blade, produced by the Moonlight convenience store. Even ordinary people without abilities can use it. Those who have used it speak highly of it, and I recommend it to you." Xiyue looked at the flame blade with skepticism, her gaze dropping to the price tag filled with many zeros, and she gasped. However, upon seeing the product description beside it, her face lit up with surprise. "Is the knife really as described?" "Absolutely," Xiyue confirmed. Xiyue gazed at the flame blade displayed on the shelf, her eyes filled with admiration. "I must have this knife," she exclaimed before hurriedly leaving to search for crystal cores in the tent. Seeing her other sisters still in confusion, she had no choice but to organize them to search for the hidden crystal cores. After gathering all the found cores, they counted them and distributed them based on their numbers. In the end, each person received approximately 2 level 2 cores and 5 level 1 cores. Holding the crystal cores for the first time, they stood there in bewilderment, staring blankly at the few cores in their hands, unsure of how to use them. Xiyue had more experience than them. Now that those beasts were gone, they were free. The crystal cores distributed to you can be used as you see fit. You can trade them for goods or consume them to upgrade your abilities. Use them however you wish. Now everyone go choose a house or tent to live in, change into cleaner clothes, put on shoes, and then join me in expressing our gratitude to the store owner. You can also purchase some food and supplies at the convenience store. They sell everything. The phrase "they sell everything" was met with disbelief. Yet everyone was willing to tidy themselves up to thank the store owner, and the gathered crowd quickly dispersed. The short-haired woman, Wu Ruo, hesitated before speaking up. "Xiyue, you should check the garbage heap at the base. The sisters from your village are there."
"What?"
Xiyue froze, swiftly navigating through the base until she finally stopped at the remote garbage pile. There lay those who had been beaten beyond recognition, their bodies marred with wounds. Yet she could faintly discern familiar faces from her memories. childhood friends, hunting companions, and a married sister who would gently invite her over for meals. All were now lifeless and discarded in this filthy, stinking place. Their faces bore no signs of pain, only the numbness of release. Tears welled in her eyes as she bowed her head and wept loudly. If only I had returned a moment sooner. Perhaps they could have been saved. She held no resentment towards the store manager. Instead, she loathed herself for having failed them and despised their fragility. She vowed to become stronger. Xiyue initially believed she would need to head to the Green Leaf base to complete her mission, especially since General Kong, the leader of the Iron Bull base, had already been dealt with, and his subordinates had followed suit. This base was effectively disbanded. She merely awaited the remaining individuals to obtain crystal cores and stock up on food at the convenience store, allowing her to earn some points, thereby not making the trip in vain. However, she did not anticipate that in such a short time, Xiyue would gain the support of everyone and become the leader. Establishing a new base, the Dandelion base, Xiyue led them outside the RV, lining up to exchange points. She stood at the front, placing all her crystal cores onto the point exchange machine. The large screen lit up immediately, detected 2 level 2 cores and 5 level 1 cores. You can exchange for 220 points. Do you agree to the exchange? With only 220 points, it was insufficient to purchase the flame blade. Disheartened, she clicked agree, and the cores transformed into a card. Raising the card, she explained to the astonished crowd behind her, crystal cores can be exchanged for points, which are then stored on this card. You can take your card and enter the convenience store to select the items you need. The people behind her mimicked her actions, placing their cores onto the machine to exchange for point cards. Then they carefully followed Xiyue into the spacious and pristine RV. It really is a convenience store. The crowd gasped. Lu Yuyan, observing their joy yet anxious demeanor, gently spoke. You may freely select the items you wish to purchase. The prices are clearly marked, and you can pay at the register using your point cards. Now that they understood the shopping process, they felt reassured and boldly approached to browse and select their desired items. Noticing the wounds displayed on their bodies, Yi Xiaoyan compassionately reminded them. There's a medicine section on the last row of shelves. The trauma ointments there are abundant and effective. You should buy some to treat your wounds. Having used this ointment before, Xiyue knew its efficacy and immediately led her companions to procure it. However, the trauma ointment was not cheap. Each required 500 points. After a discussion among Xiyue and her companions, they decided to form groups, with each individual contributing some points to collectively purchase a single item, subsequently using it sparingly. Yao Xian, gently caressing her visibly swollen belly, stood in line with a sense of bewilderment, her heart heavy with worries and a sense of despair about the future. Although those who had persecuted them were now deceased, she remained defenseless, pregnant, and with the recently acquired crystal core, which could scarcely procure enough food. What would she do once her crystal cores were exhausted? With her own survival in question, it was uncertain whether she could even sustain herself until the day her child was born, let alone raise a child. In the past few years, she had given birth to a child, but before she could even hold it and admire its features, it was snatched away by those individuals as bait, perishing outside the base. This child was one she could not bear to lose, no matter the cost. Yet, she understood that she lacked the ability to survive in this apocalyptic world while caring for a child. It would be better to leave this world together before the child was born, sparing it the agony of existence. Tao Xian, engulfed in her suffering, shut out everything around her, thus failing to notice Xiyue's earlier words. She mechanically followed her sisters into the RV, with the points card in hand. To her surprise, the interior of the RV was in stark contrast to the heat outside. The refreshing environment jolted her back to reality. This was a supermarket. She gazed in astonishment at the sight before her, unable to believe that she could still see so many familiar foods. Her eyes swept across the thermal containers on the cashier's counter, which held plump, steaming buns. The numbness in her body was replaced by an overwhelming hunger as she leaned closer to the thermal container, fixated on the hot buns inside. Which one would you like? I can get it for you, asked a staff member dressed in a purple uniform softly. However, Tao Xian, feeling embarrassed, waved her hand. No, I can't afford it. You can afford it, Yi Xiaoyan said confidently, then gently added, You have a points card, right? Let me check how many points you have. Points card? She suddenly recalled exchanging a crystal core for a white card. She quickly handed it over, watching Yi Xiaoyan with hopeful anticipation. Yi Xiaoyan placed the points card on the card reader, and the screen displayed a balance of 20 points. Is this enough to buy something? Of course it is. Just look at the prices, Yi Xiaoyan replied. Tao Xian lowered her gaze. Steamed buns cost 1 point, vegetable buns 2 points, and meat buns 25 points. Chapter 102. Sharpening Stone. How incredibly cheap. She gently stroked her belly, her heart brimming with joy. Baby, it seems that mommy can keep you alive. Li Xiu successfully persuaded the majority to pool their points together to acquire the fiery blade, amassing a total of 2,000 points. A portion of the group, however, was reluctant to use their points on weapons, preferring instead to stockpile food. Some harbor doubts, skeptical that the blade could truly possess such formidable power. Fearing a waste of points. As the new leader, Li Xiu respected everyone's opinions within the base and did not insist that all must contribute their points. After deducting the points and completing the purchase, Li Xiu emerged from the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store RV, the fiery blade now belonging to the Dandelion base. Leader, you must try out the blade's power. Is it as formidable as they say? Wu Ruo urged. Those who had pooled their points to buy the fiery blade gathered nearby, eagerly watching Li Xiu. Nervously, Li Xiu grasped the fiery blade, binding her fingerprint and infusing it with points. Just then, a furious roar echoed from nearby. What the hell are you doing standing around? Are you looking for death? The voice sent shivers through Li Xiu's hand, causing it to tremble involuntarily. As she and the others turned to see Scarface and his subordinates rushing toward them, furious. Where did this massive RV come from? Where are the others?
All I see are these women.
Shao Si, you bastard. Have you returned to the base? Do you know how much effort I put into finding you? Scarface's expression darkened as he realized the person wielding the blade was none other than the escaped Li Xiu. Feeling deceived, he scowled and swung his blade forcefully at Li Xiu. As a power user, he did not hold back his strength, and Li Xiu would be slain instantly. The women surrounding them shut their eyes in terror, unable to bear witness to Li Xiu's blood-soaked fate. Wu Ruo, too frightened to look, ran into the convenience store, hoping to seek help from the powerful store manager. In a moment of crisis, Li Xiu remained extraordinarily calm, no longer panicking. As she parried the attack, she slid her finger to activate the flame switch, vibrant and scorching flames igniting along the blade. In an instant, they surged towards Scarface's face, the overwhelming heat catching him off guard, searing his flesh. This flame was extraordinary, possessing energy comparable to a full-force strike from a level 3 power user.
Ah!
With no defense, Scarface's eyes were engulfed in flames, causing him to scream in agony. My eyes. Ah! It hurts so much. His subordinates, recognizing the shift in circumstances, prepared to intervene but found their bodies unresponsive, their powers significantly weakened. This was, of course, the handiwork of Xiyue. Standing at the large window of the convenience store's second floor, she coldly observed the unfolding scene below. She did not directly immobilize their movements or eliminate them. As she had her own intentions, she aimed to make use of them. After all, they served as ready-made sharpening stones, and she had already suppressed their abilities to around level 2. The rest was up to Li Xiu. Dodging the attacks, Li Xiu felt a surge of confidence from her earlier strike against Scarface. Although fear still lingered, she did not flee. Instead, she tightened her grip on the fiery blade, awaiting the opportune moment. The man across from her, sensing his inability to control his powers, grew increasingly anxious, his attacks becoming riddled with openings. Now's my chance. Li Xiu's eyes narrowed as she slid the flames to their maximum intensity and struck swiftly.
Ah!
The man was struck head-on and fell to the ground. Li Xiu did not allow herself to become overconfident from taking down one adversary. She remained cautious and vigilant against the ensuing attacks. Within half an hour, all of Scarface's remaining subordinates lay silent on the ground. Panting heavily, Li Xiu, exhausted from her first battle, discovered a newfound love for the thrill of combat. She was now the master of her own fate. Seeing Li Xiu unharmed and having fought back against Scarface and his men, the surrounding individuals joyfully gathered around her. Leader, you are incredible. This blade is amazing. With it, we ordinary people without powers can also defend ourselves, and we can venture out to gather crystal cores. I want to touch this blade. It's so cool. This is fantastic. We will surely survive. Li Xiu passed the fiery blade to them, smiling as she said, "This blade belongs to all of us. We can take turns using it." Short-haired Wu Ruo approached Li Xiu with tears in her eyes, examining her closely. "I'm so glad you're okay. Are you hurt?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Li Xiu reassured her. She then walked over to the bodies of Scarface and his men.
Searching them for something.
"What are you doing?" Wu Ruo asked, puzzled by her actions. Li Xiu triumphantly revealed a handful of crystal cores she had found on their bodies, exclaiming, "I knew they would definitely carry crystal cores with them when they left the base." The crystalline cores were insufficient for distribution among all, and since it was Li Xiu alone who vanquished Scar, the cores rightfully belonged to her. Li Xiu exchanged all the cores she acquired for points and subsequently purchased a flame knife from the Moonlight convenience store, a weapon that was solely hers. Given that a knife could only be bound to one individual's fingerprint, Li Xiu sought out the store manager, Xiyue, to assist with this predicament. However, due to the weapon's inherent design, Xiyue found herself powerless to alter the situation and ultimately had to call upon the assistance of 06. Little 06. "Can I modify the binding restriction of the flame knife to allow for multiple users?" 06, within the confines of the system, circled around and retrieved a lengthy manual.
Aha.
Found it. Yes, host, you can access the system panel and alter the attributes in the backend of the product section. Xiyue accessed the backend, and indeed located the option. "Thank you. Dear 06, I won't disturb you further." With a dramatic eye roll, 06 expressed exasperation. "Once you've utilized me, you no longer wish to converse. What a heartless host you are." Xiyue procured the flame knife that had been sold, noting that each knife bore a distinct serial number. By simply modifying the binding capacity, she adjusted the settings to allow for 103 users. This encompassed everyone who had exchanged points, enabling each individual to bind the flame knife for their use. The remaining individuals, having witnessed Li Xiu's triumph over Scar, were stirred to action. The flame knife's utility was undeniable. It could serve to safeguard themselves and assist in collecting crystalline cores to combat mutated flora. They swiftly united, pooling their remaining points and borrowing some from the newly appointed leader, Li Xiu, to acquire a new flame knife. Understanding that the store manager would only remain for one night before departing the next day, Li Xiu rallied the empowered survivors willing to venture out and gather crystalline cores, leading them away from the base. Having grown up in this environment, she was well acquainted with every path, guiding them to locations where weaker animals could be found. After engaging and defeating numerous less formidable mutated beasts, they amassed a considerable collection of crystalline cores, which they used to procure various supplies at the Moonlight convenience store. Chapter 103, Double-Layer Beef Cheeseburger. The majority of Li Xiu's purchases consisted of white buns, dumplings, rice, flour, and bottled water, as these items were economically priced. She stocked enough food to sustain the Dandelion base for an entire month before ceasing her shopping. Additionally, she acquired some toilet paper and sanitary napkins, ultimately gritting her teeth to purchase a points-based flashlight. Once all unused crystalline cores were converted into points and deposited into her card, ensuring she could recharge the flashlight and flame knife at any time, Xiyue allowed Lu Yuyan and her colleagues to close the store after confirming no further customers would arrive. That evening, Xiyue luxuriated in her bathtub, feeling immensely content after completing her tasks and performing good deeds. Suddenly, she recalled that she had yet to claim her task rewards. With her hands emerging from the water, she summoned the system panel.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully relocating to 20 new bases and selling goods. Reward, 5,000 points and unlocked. Clothing section, regular t-shirts, summer shorts, sneakers. Orange juice, grapes, hamburger. Please review at your convenience. The unlocking of the clothing section was fortuitous. Xiyue was not in need of garments, as her wardrobe was already filled with a variety of attractive outfits and dresses following the last upgrade of the convenience store. However, her employees, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan, possessed only sleepwear and staff uniforms. While the apparel was charming, wearing work attire and pajamas continuously could be uncomfortable. With the new clothing and footwear options now available, they could change into fresh outfits during their breaks. Xiyue resolved to stock these items immediately, intending to gift each of them a complete set of new clothing and shoes. Truly, she was the most considerate boss in the world. Accessing the inventory backend, Xiyue discovered the newly unlocked clothing section, which appeared entirely gray, save for 3 items glowing brightly. The wholesale prices were regular t-shirt, 15 points, summer shorts, 15 points, and sneakers, 20 points. These prices were not particularly cheap, and thus, the anticipated demand was modest. Concerned that the items might not sell, she decided to stock only 10 pairs of sneakers, 10 t-shirts, and 10 pairs of summer shorts. The sneakers were priced at 60 points, while the t-shirts and shorts were set at 40 points each. Furthermore, the unlocked orange juice had a wholesale price of 1 point, which she planned to sell at 3 points per bottle. Grapes at a wholesale price of 8 points would be sold for 20 points, and burgers at 2 points would be priced at 5 points. These items were likely to sell well, so Xiyue ordered 50 of each. Once stocked, the products would automatically arrange themselves on the first floor shelves, with fruits together, beverages grouped, and clothing neatly displayed in the daily necessities section. The stocking and pricing process consumed considerable time, and as Xiyue reclined in the steaming bathroom, she began to feel slightly lightheaded. Deciding against prolonging her soak, she wrapped herself in a nearby towel and exited the bathroom. Upon inhaling the cool air from the air conditioning in the room, her foggy mind gradually cleared. Having soaked for too long, she realized she might be experiencing mild hypoglycemia. Drying off casually, she wrapped her damp hair in a towel and changed into a silk nightgown before heading downstairs for a snack. Qian, who had been curled up on the bed, continued to sleep soundly as Xiyue emerged from the bathroom. Upon hearing her descend the stairs, however, Qian promptly leaped off the bed, following closely behind Xiyue like a little shadow. Meow, 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 Qian purred, nuzzling against her leg in a display of affection. Xiyue sighed in exasperation, grabbing a bottle of freshly stocked orange juice and a hamburger from the shelf. She then approached a small, inconspicuous cabinet at the bottom of the shelf, opening it to select a can of rabbit meat. Upon seeing the can, Qian dashed ahead of Xiyue, racing up the stairs. When she arrived, she found Qian already seated in front of her food bowl, impatiently awaiting her arrival, meowing insistently, meow, meow, meow. Master, you are too slow. Qian is hungry. Hurry and open the can. Xiyue chuckled softly, placing the other items down before opening the can and pouring its contents into the cat bowl. The little feline dove headfirst into the bowl, eating with delightful abandon. After watching Qian enjoy her meal for a while, Xiyue realized she was feeling quite peckish herself. She picked up the hamburger from the table, opened the packaging, and discovered it was a double-layer beef cheeseburger. The double-layer beef cheeseburger produced by the Moonlight Convenience store featured generously portioned beef patties, each notably thick, cooked to perfection, with juices oozing from them at the slightest pressure, far superior to the thin, overcooked patties she had previously encountered. Each burger was layered with 2 slices of cheese, drizzled with cheese sauce, accompanied by zesty onions and crisp lettuce. Taking a bite, the rich flavor of the beef fat mingled with the refreshing crunch of the lettuce created a delightful explosion in her mouth, leaving Xiyue utterly enchanted. The double-layer burger was larger than her palm, yet its irresistible aroma compelled her to devour it entirely, despite having had a self-heating hot pot for dinner. Perhaps it was the fact that she hadn't indulged in a burger for quite some time. After all, burgers tend to be something one craves after a long absence, only to refrain from indulging in them again for a while. After finishing the double-layer beef cheeseburger, Xiyue felt quite full and greasy, making the orange juice an ideal remedy. She popped open the bottle and drank nearly half in one go. The sweet and tangy flavor immediately cut through the richness, allowing her to feel refreshed once more. After indulging in a late-night snack, Xiyue rubbed her belly, unable to find solace in sleep. She could only rise and recline on the sofa, watching television. If only she had some digestive tablets. Xiyue felt quite disheartened. While Qian had eaten her fill and was now sleeping soundly at her feet, resembling a little pig. Though she felt fatigued, the bloating in her stomach rendered her unable to sleep. The following morning, Xiyue yawned as she descended the stairs, where 2 employees were leisurely enjoying their breakfast in the break area. "Good morning," she greeted, her eyes sporting fresh dark circles, her demeanor lacking its usual vibrancy. "Good morning, manager. This morning, Yi Xiaoyan and I noticed that the convenience store has new products. We both grabbed double-layered hamburgers for breakfast to try out the flavors, hee hee." Lu Yuyan exclaimed, her energy as exuberant as ever. "Good morning, manager. What did you have for breakfast? Let me get something for you." Xiyue inquired after swallowing the last bite of her hamburger. Xiyue settled into an empty seat nearby, yawning incessantly. She had devoured a double-layered hamburger the previous night and felt utterly stuffed, to the extent that she wasn't even hungry in the morning. "Just get me a cup of soybean milk, please." "Sure," Xiyue replied as she opened the soybean milk machine and retrieved a disposable cup. Noticing that both of them had consumed double-layered beef cheeseburgers and orange juice, Xiyue inquired, "How do the newly launched hamburgers and orange juice taste?" "They are absolutely delicious. I haven't had a hamburger since the apocalypse. I cried when I took the first bite. It brought back such vivid memories."
No.
"It's even tastier than the ones I had before. Customers will surely buy them, and the orange juice is delightful as well, pure and natural without additives. With pulp inside to replenish vitamin C, it will definitely sell well," they responded enthusiastically. Chapter 104. Off to reap the rewards. Xiyue felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing that sales would soar, her eyes crinkling into crescents as she laughed. "That's wonderful. By the way, the Moonlight convenience store has also unlocked clothing, pants, and shoes this time. You two can each take a complete set to wear during your leisure time, but remember, you must wear your uniforms while working."
Got it.
"We love you, manager. You are the best manager in the world." As Xiyue sipped her warm soybean milk, her spirits lifted considerably. After resting for a while, she accessed the system panel, contemplating which base to visit next. The newly established Dandelion base had already been exhausted and could no longer provide points for the Moonlight mobile convenience store. Xiyue was unwilling to linger there, wasting precious time that could be spent earning points. Thus, she rose early to search for a new base to reap abundant rewards.
Ding.
New mission unlocked. One step at a time. The Moonlight mobile convenience store has left its mark in dozens of different bases. Please return to 3 previously visited bases and successfully sell 100 items at each of these bases. Mission reward, 5,000 points. Unlock cooling spray. The reward for this mission greatly tempted Xiyue. The extreme heat of the apocalypse was truly unbearable, and she suffered immensely each time she ventured out of the RV. The previously unlocked ice packs sold exceptionally well and required constant restocking. The cooling spray sounded even more practical than the ice packs. Once unlocked, it would surely sell even better and become a bestseller. Returning to the bases she had previously visited seemed an uncomplicated task that she could accomplish effortlessly. Xiyue abandoned her plan to search for a new base and instead scrolled through the historical records of coordinates marked in the system panel. The locations the Moonlight mobile convenience store had visited were documented by the system, likely to facilitate her return for more rewards. Xiyue mused quietly to herself. The system is incredibly greedy, akin to a landlord unwilling to let go of any wool, always urging a return for more. With a smirk of excitement barely concealed, she retrieved the coordinates for the Ice Shard base, her top choice for returning to reap rewards. After confirming the location and deducting the required points for travel, the Moonlight mobile convenience store swiftly departed from the Dandelion base. The people in the Xiyue and base watched as the large purple RV receded into the distance until it became invisible. Their reluctance to part with the Moonlight mobile convenience store and their gratitude towards the manager left them all with teary eyes. The jungle, fraught with danger, was eerily quiet. There were no mutated beasts in sight, only some low-level mutated plants posing no threat. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a massive mutated tree that required 2 people to embrace, upon which coiled a gigantic python adorned with dark gray patterns. The serpent opened its cold-blooded eyes and slowly descended from the tree, slithering across the rocky ground in search of prey to satiate its hunger. Suddenly, a heavy earthen wall materialized in the air behind the dense forest, crashing down upon the giant python.
Now.
A woman's sharp voice resonated from the depths of the jungle. Those who had been lying in ambush revealed themselves, launching a barrage of attacks at the python pinned beneath the earthen wall. Various abilities were unleashed in succession, and the previously struggling python gradually fell still. Just when the onlookers believed the python was doomed and relaxed their guard, the earthen wall shattered into fragments, and the 5th-level python sprang forth from the debris. It unleashed a ball of electricity towards the nearest individual. Although that person successfully evaded the electric attack, they were still injured by the surrounding arcs. Others quickly retaliated against the python, but its scaly hide proved resilient, leaving only superficial wounds that were far from fatal. The fifth-level python unleashed a series of electric balls, and as everyone scrambled to evade, it swiftly darted into the nearby forest. Not good. It's trying to escape. Just then, thick vines, as wide as human arms, ensnared the serpent's body, successfully preventing its complete retreat into the jungle. You won't escape, Wan Ting declared coldly. Activating her powers, once more, several spiked vines emerged, reinforcing the binding around the fifth-level mutated python, with one vine sealing its mouth to thwart its ability to attack. The fifth-level python thrashed violently, trying to break free from its restraints. Its strength was formidable, and soon, the vines began to show signs of loosening and snapping. Wan Ting would not allow it the opportunity to escape. Drawing forth her flame knife, she swiftly approached the fifth-level python and plunged it into its vital spot with all her strength. The metallic blade, coupled with searing flames, caused the python to writhe in agony. Wan Ting steadied herself against the quaking serpent, maintaining her balance as she plunged the knife deeper into the python's body, until its eyes dimmed, signaling its complete loss of life. Calmly, Wan Ting withdrew the flame knife and leaped down from the giant serpent, instructing the injured to immediately disinfect their wounds with alcohol and apply healing ointment. Yes, Qin Qi and the others replied. The healing ointment sold by the Moonlight convenience store was particularly effective. If applied now, the wounds would be nearly healed by evening. They all sustained minor injuries, except for Wan Ting, who emerged unscathed. Xiyue put the fifth-level mutated python into storage. Everyone should apply their ointment and rest here for a bit to regain strength before we set off back to the ice shard base, Wan Ting commanded while carefully polishing her flame knife. During the team's respite, Qin Qi sat beside Wan Ting, casting an envious glance at the blade affixed to the captain's waist. Captain, your ability to merge plant powers with the fiery blade has truly enhanced your strength. Had I known that the Moonlight mobile convenience store was still operational at the ice-shattering base, I too would have procured one. Wan Ting caressed her blade, her face radiating affection. I bought one for my mother as well, and she cherishes it immensely. Though she does not venture out for missions, it serves as a means of self-defense, allowing me to feel more at ease each time I leave the base. Indeed, Wan Ting mused with a gentle smile, acknowledging that her concerns were somewhat excessive. After her father's premature passing, she had grown overly protective of her mother, a habit that had developed over the years of their reliance on one another. Qin Qi retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed it to Wan Ting. She took another bottle for herself, tilting her head back and finishing it in several gulps, exclaiming, "Since the advent of the Moonlight mobile convenience store, our lives have been utterly transformed. In the past, we had to endure thirst, unlike now when we can indulge in a full bottle of mineral water in one go." Chapter 105. Wan Lianfeng's concerns. Wan Ting's gaze swept over her fellow team members, who were also resting, and indeed, the scene was as she described. The team members, fatigued from battle, had lost significant bodily fluids. Each person produced their own bottled water, gulping it down to replenish their hydration, while some even gnawed on steamed buns. This tableau had become a familiar sight at the ice-shattering base over the past month. Their respite was brief, and Wan Ting's squad soon departed the forest. Upon returning to the entrance of the ice-shattering base, they were meticulously scrutinized by the guards before being granted passage. Despite being the leader's daughter, Wan Ting did not receive any special treatment to bypass this protocol. She exhibited no dissatisfaction, standing in line with her comrades for inspection. Upon entering the base, they noted the ever-present guards and the secure atmosphere, allowing them to finally relax. In the designated task distribution square, Xiaoying displayed the plethora of mutated beasts their team had hunted that day, creating a small mountain of trophies that instantly drew the envy of other teams present. "You hunted this many mutated beasts in a single day," the registration girl exclaimed, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "Indeed. Please assist us with the registration. I've been famished after a long day, and my mother is waiting for me at home to enjoy some instant noodles," one team member urged. "Oh, my apologies. Who is your team leader?" "Wan Ting," Qin Qi replied. Upon noticing Wan Ting's graceful and commanding presence within the lineup, the registration girl's astonishment diminished. With Wan Ting as their captain, such achievements seemed entirely plausible. The girl called upon her assistant, and together they meticulously counted the creatures, recording their numbers on paper with utmost seriousness. Please return tomorrow morning to collect the crystal cores and the materials extracted from the mutated beasts. Understood. With all tasks completed, Wan Ting's squad departed the square, each member heading homeward, weariness etched on their faces. As they parted ways with Wan Ting, they exchanged farewells. Captain, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. My home is over there. Goodbye, Captain. Despite her fatigue, Wan Ting maintained a warm smile, waving goodbye to each of them. Rest well, everyone. We gather in the square tomorrow morning. Yes, Captain, you should also take care to rest. You exert the most effort during hunts. Qin reminded her with genuine concern before turning into a nearby alley, her home situated there. After bidding farewell to all, Wan Ting strolled alone along the path, which was still quite a distance from the leader's villa. The survivors she encountered along the way recognized her as the leader's daughter, and none dared to provoke her. Wan Ting, appearing expressionless as she gazed ahead, discreetly surveyed her surroundings with peripheral vision. Unlike the previous days when many had sought refuge indoors from the heat, the streets were noticeably more populated now. The individuals bore rosy complexions, wielding handheld fans purchased from the Moonlight convenience store, dispersing the oppressive heat around them. Many clutched ice packs from the same store in their other hands. They walked alongside family, friends, or partners, discussing what flavors of instant noodles to have for dinner, whether to allow the children to drink cola, and what fruits to enjoy after their meal without spoiling their appetites. Though varying in height and appearance, they shared a commonality. Their faces radiated joy, a stark contrast to the worry and silence that had enveloped them merely a month prior. Reflecting on this transformation, Wan Ting recalled how the ice-shattering base had been consistently manipulated by the leader of the Great Void Base, receiving meager returns for the exorbitant crystal cores spent on mutated wheat cakes. Each person had been relegated to subsisting on tasteless grass cakes, constantly rationing their meager supplies. The survivors had struggled to satiate their hunger, fearing physical exertion would further deplete their energy reserves, and with the relentless heat outside, they chose to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. However, since the arrival of the Moonlight mobile convenience store, a revolutionary change had occurred. Affordable and delectable steamed buns, meat and vegetable buns, various instant noodle flavors, box meals, beverages, fruits, and even ice cream, once lost to the apocalypse, were now available for purchase. Additionally, cooling ice packs and electric fans were now accessible. These precious resources, once scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, were now within everyone's reach at the Moonlight convenience store. With full bellies and the luxury of sweetened water, the quality of life for all had surged dramatically. Qin was indeed correct. The Moonlight convenience store had irrevocably altered life at the ice-shattering base. No longer merely surviving day by day, they now possessed hope for a better existence. Observing the lively individuals around her, Wan Ting felt a genuine sense of joy. Upon passing through layers of guards and returning to the villa, Wan Ting accepted a damp towel from the housekeeper, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. "Where is my mother?" The housekeeper reclaimed the towel, stating, "The leader is in the study upstairs." Nodding, Wan Ting ascended to the study and lightly knocked on the door, waiting for a response before entering. The air conditioning was running, yet its effect was minimal, merely alleviating some of the oppressive heat. An electric fan rested on the desk, providing a refreshing breeze to the elegant middle-aged woman seated in a leather chair, diligently tending to the affairs of the base. Upon noticing Wan Ting's entrance, Wan Lianfeng set her work aside momentarily. "Ting, you're back. Were you injured during the mission? Did everything go smoothly?" Returning to her mother's side, Wan Ting shed her role as the independent captain, reverting to a child seeking her mother's affection. "Mom, you know how capable I am. I didn't sustain any injuries, and the mission was successfully completed. Haha, my daughter is truly remarkable. Mom, what are you busy with?" Wan Ting perceptibly noticed the worry lurking in her mother's eyes. Wan Lianfeng rubbed her temples, replying, "I was just reviewing the records of our resource consumption. The rate at which supplies are being depleted is now several times faster than I anticipated, and our stockpiled resources are limited. If the Moonlight convenience store does not return soon, we will exhaust our supplies within 2 months. How could we run out so quickly?" Wan Ting exclaimed, incredulous, as she had witnessed her mother leading the guards to procure a substantial amount of resources.
Sigh.
Wan Lianfeng sighed in resignation, acknowledging that the fault lay with her. It was due to her momentary softness. Ever since she witnessed the store manager establishing a points exchange station within their base, she had convinced herself that the Moonlight convenience store would undoubtedly return, if not in the short term, then certainly within 6 months. Having stockpiled provisions at the Moonlight convenience store for nearly a year, she believed that as long as half of the supplies remained as a buffer, they would be secure. However, she utilized the remaining supplies elsewhere. It was inevitable that survivors from the base would encounter dangers while hunting zombies or mutated beasts, leading to unfortunate fatalities. Among the survivors, most were unwilling to expend crystal cores to care for their children, resulting in many of these young ones being carelessly abandoned in the base, becoming orphans scavenging for scraps. In Chapter 106, the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store returned. One day, she encountered a little girl clad in tattered clothing, which reminded her of someone, stirring her heart with compassion. Ting, did you ever imagine your mother would one day become a saint? Wan Lianfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Mother, you are not a saint. You are simply too gentle and kind-hearted, unable to bear the thought of those children starving, Wan Ting retorted, her eyes reddening. Yet, she had overlooked the overwhelming number of orphans and had not anticipated the vast resources required to raise children. After distributing enough supplies for half a year, within less than a month, they had already diminished significantly. Worse still, she had just discovered another contributing factor. What reason? The recent influx of survivors to the base had noticed that the guards distributed food to the orphans twice daily. Consequently, they had begun to secretly abandon their children, turning them into unwanted orphans and exploiting the base's resources to care for them. Wan Lianfeng's eyes blazed with fury as she breathed heavily. Wan Ting immediately supported her, gently soothing her. How could they act so callously? Aside from the young children who cannot care for themselves and the elderly, every household in the base is not lacking in food. We had stockpiled enough provisions from the Moonlight convenience store. It's not as if they cannot afford to raise their children. To reduce their consumption, they would abandon their children and deceive the base for food meant for orphans. To be a competent leader, one cannot be overly compassionate. I was mistaken, Wan Lianfeng lamented. No, mother, you are not at fault. You are a benevolent and good leader. Under your management, the Ice Shard base is far more stable compared to others, with a low crime rate and few starving individuals. Everyone holds you in the highest regard. You have also forged an excellent relationship with the formidable store manager of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, who is willing to invest in our base and has established a points exchange platform. More crucially, you possess a kindness that other leaders lack, willing to sacrifice your own interests for the survival of those innocent children. Wan Lianfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she smiled through her sorrow. I am not as admirable as you claim. Mother, I support you. Tomorrow afternoon, I will gather people to locate those orphans, carefully registering each child's information and details. If their parents or immediate relatives are still alive yet have abandoned them, we shall require those relatives to submit crystal cores monthly as child support, thus deterring those who seek to exploit the situation. Upon hearing her words, Wan Lianfeng felt immense relief. Ting, you have matured. This plan is excellent, and I am proud of you. She continued. If those individuals refuse to submit their crystal cores or offer excuses, they must either reclaim their children or be expelled from the Ice Shard base. For orphans over the age of 10, we shall begin reducing food supplies from 3 meals a day to 1, and after a year, we shall cease the free provisions altogether. We cannot allow them to harbor the illusion that the base will indefinitely support them. Having cared for them until 10 years of age is already a considerable act of mercy on my part. I understand, mother. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the study door. Wan Lianfeng wiped away her tears, composed herself, and called, Enter. The guard, beaming with joy, announced, Leader, the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store has returned to our base. Really? Splendid! Wan Lianfeng exclaimed, rising in delight. This was a relief to her pressing concerns about insufficient supplies. The fact that the manager of the Moonlight convenience store remembered their base and returned to Ice Shard so soon was undoubtedly due to her sincerity. This time, I must demonstrate even greater sincerity, ensuring that the manager continues to remember us. Once her subordinate departed, Wan Lianfeng pushed aside the bookshelf behind her, revealing 2 safes filled with her treasured possessions. One safe contained various high-grade crystal cores, while the other housed rare jewelry and ornaments she had acquired at auctions or exhibitions prior to the apocalypse. Regrettably, these jewels had lost their original value in the aftermath of the catastrophe. As she opened the jewelry safe, the dazzling radiance still captivated her as it had in the past. They remain exquisite. While these jewels may no longer hold significance for us, they might still possess a certain allure for the enchanting and mysterious store manager, she thought, feeling a rare sense of insecurity. I have returned to the ice shard base. I hope you will not disappoint me. Xiyue gazed through the window at the line of people waiting by the entrance for the convenience store to open, her heart filled with anticipation. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan manually opened the doors, standing on either side. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store commenced operations, welcoming customers. The crowd erupted with excitement. You have finally arrived. We have run out of food at home. Many had already charged their points at the exchange station, eagerly awaiting the manager's return with the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store to indulge in a shopping spree. During the last visit, they had managed to collect every flavor of instant noodles except for the old jar of pickled cabbage. The aroma wafting from a neighbor's meal had left her longing. This time, she was determined to purchase only the pickled cabbage flavor. Last night, I ventured out in the dark to relieve myself and ended up stepping into a muck pit. This time, I must buy a point flashlight. Ah. No wonder I kept smelling a faint odor. Ugh, it was you all along. Although she had been rationing the food stored at home, she still felt it was insufficient, causing her sleepless nights filled with worry. This time, I will buy more food and fill my entire room. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan exchanged glances. Recognizing that the residents of the ice shard base had come prepared, eager to engage in frenzied shopping at the convenience store, the manager would undoubtedly be pleased. Their happiness was intertwined with the manager's, and they welcomed these benefactors with bright smiles. The crowd did not disappoint Xiyue's expectations. They rushed forward like frenzied market-goers snatching eggs, clamoring to seize whatever they could. I saw this first. Whoever grabs it first gets it. The shelves have been restocked. So go grab your own instead of coveting what's in my arms. Oh, you despicable scoundrel. You always manage to snatch things just a second before me and push me to the back. Do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Who lacks moral integrity? To hinder me, you even yanked down my pants. Each person employed their own tactics, all eager to acquire the long-desired items. The scene was chaotic, yet they maintained a sense of decorum, ensuring that the disorder did not disrupt the convenience store's operations and did not rouse Xiyue to intervene. Xiyue sat in the garden, utilizing the system panel to monitor the inventory in real time, ensuring any out-of-stock items were replenished immediately. She could not allow any customer's enthusiasm to falter. Xiyue was overjoyed to discover that the clothing, pants, and sports shoes she initially doubted would sell could become bestsellers at the ice-shattering base. Chapter 107. The Moonlight Convenience Store's appearance was as expected. Indeed, it was no wonder that these were among the finest spoils she had reaped. Xiyue felt satisfied and tirelessly replenished her stock, undeterred by fatigue. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyan came upstairs to find her, announcing, "The leader of the ice-shattering base has arrived and wishes to see you." "Yes, please bring her to the garden," Xiyue replied. Shortly thereafter, Wan Lianfeng and Wan Ting followed Yi Xiaoyan up to the third floor. It was their first time on the third floor. Their previous encounter with the store manager had been in the second-floor living room, and although they remained silent, their curiosity about the third floor had lingered. The moment they set foot on the third floor, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. How is this possible? The long-anticipated third floor was, in fact, a complete aerial garden. Blooming flowers and lush greenery adorned the space, a pebble path meandered through it, and a gentle stream of crystal-clear water flowed, with colorful koi visible in the serene lake. Is this scientifically feasible? Wan Lianfeng and Wan Ting were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds nearly overwhelmed. When they regained their composure, they found themselves seated on the chairs of a pavilion for some time. Opposite them sat the store manager, while Yi Xiaoyan had gone downstairs to bring up a beautifully arranged fruit platter, which she placed on the table before departing. "It has been a while since we last met, and your return to the ice-shattering base is a privilege for all of us," Wan Lianfeng expressed with deep respect. Xiyue mused internally that it hadn't been long, merely a matter of 10 to 20 days, but she kept her thoughts to herself. "Leader Wan, I can sense your warmth and sincerity, which is why I've chosen to reopen the convenience store at the ice-shattering base." Wan Lianfeng could hardly contain her excitement, her face illuminating with joy. Wan Ting, being younger and less composed than Wan Lianfeng, surveyed the garden in astonishment and directly inquired, "Is the third floor of the store manager's RV really an aerial garden?" "Indeed," Xiyue responded. "Upon closer inspection, these plants are ordinary flora, unlike the mutated varieties found elsewhere. But this should be impossible. All plants should have mutated after the apocalypse. What then is the explanation for this? And this stream, where does it originate and where does it flow?" The koi in the water and the gentle breeze, Wan Lianfeng felt a tremor of unease. These inquiries seemed to cross a boundary. Would the store manager misconstrue them as prying into the convenience store secrets? Wan Lianfeng anxiously admonished, "Wan Ting, refrain from asking questions that are not ours to inquire about. Apologize to the store manager at once." Realizing her misstep, Wan Ting quickly apologized. "It's my fault, store manager. I'm not entitled to ask such questions." Xiyue sat there with an impassive expression, causing Wan Lianfeng and Wan Ting to feel a surge of trepidation. They feared that Wan Ting's indiscretion might offend the store manager. If the store manager refused to forgive Wan Ting and chose to relocate the Moonlight convenience store, they might never see it at the ice-shattering base again. However, Xiyue was not angered by the situation. She simply found the questions unanswerable. After upgrading the convenience store, the third floor had transformed into a garden, and she did not know the reason behind it. After a moment's thought, Xiyue spoke softly. "It is quite normal for anything to appear in the Moonlight convenience store, is it not?" Wan Ting grasped the underlying meaning of her words. The RV traversing the apocalypse and selling items that could no longer be produced. Everything within the Moonlight convenience store was something that would be utterly impossible to find in the post-apocalyptic world. With fruit boxes available on the first floor, what was so strange about an aerial garden on the third? The store manager, with such formidable mystery, could see anything appear in her store as entirely plausible. Wan Lianfeng sighed in heartfelt agreement. Remembering the purpose of their visit, Wan Lianfeng expressed, "I have come specially prepared with a gift for the store manager." "A gift? What kind of gift?" Xiyue inquired with excitement. It had been a long time since she had received a gift, and she was filled with anticipation. "The gift is within the spatial realm of a spatial ability user I know, who is currently waiting on the first floor of the convenience store. I kindly request permission for him to come up." Xiyue hesitated, not wishing to bring an unfamiliar person into her garden, and declined. "Let us go down to find him instead." Wan Lianfeng had no objections. Upon reaching the first floor, they found it bustling with shoppers, leaving no quiet space. Ultimately, they were led by Xiyue to the second floor. In the living room, the spatial ability user revealed the gift prepared for the store manager by Wan Lianfeng. A safe materializing on the carpet before the coffee table. Wan Lianfeng approached, opened it, and then stepped aside. Xiyue peered inside, captivated by the array of colors emanating from within. Jewelry and diamond accessories. Before the apocalypse, she had been an ordinary office worker, never having encountered high-end jewelry. She had only bought a plastic pearl bracelet once, which had faded over time. Unable to discern the quality of the gems and diamonds before her, she was nonetheless entranced by their sparkling beauty. No woman, regardless of age, could resist such splendid trinkets. "Are these all for me?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Yes. These are all treasured jewels and diamond accessories I have kept safe, store manager. Rest assured, I have never worn them since acquiring them." Wan Lianfeng's heart raced. Fearing the store manager might dismiss the jewelry, Xiyue randomly picked up a necklace from the safe, admiring its exquisite beauty. The necklace was adorned with 5 ocean blue diamonds, the central one nearly the size of a coin. Each natural facet gleamed brilliantly as it caught the light from her wrist's movements. Xiyue was utterly enchanted, repeatedly admiring it in her hands. "I absolutely adore this gift. You are truly thoughtful, Leader Wan." Wan Lianfeng finally felt at ease, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. After presenting the gift, they took their leave, and Xiyue bid them farewell with a cheerful smile before returning to the living room. She laid out all the jewelry she had just received from the safe, arranging them neatly on the coffee table, which quickly became filled. Standing beside it, Xiyue picked each piece up to admire. There were not only necklaces but also earrings and bracelets, each exquisitely crafted and unmistakably valuable. Paired with her little dresses, she could change daily without repeating for an entire week. For a beauty-loving girl, This gift was a heartfelt treasure. Yusia's impression of the ice-shattering base improved even more. I must jot this down. I will have to visit the ice-shattering base frequently. She mused with a grin. You are so easily swayed, host. It's almost comical, 06 remarked. Yusia's good mood was undeterred by 06's comment as she carefully selected the necklace she intended to wear that day. What do you know? I have visited so many bases, yet none of the leaders have been as understanding of social nuances as the leader of the ice-shattering base. The survivors here possess strong purchasing power, without the chaos found elsewhere, and they even offer small gifts. How could I not appreciate such divine customers? 06 fell silent, quietly browsing the system's dedicated backend. Upon witnessing the rapid accumulation of points in the backend, a broad smile graced her lips. What to do? Like the host? It too harbored a desire to document the icebreaker base in its little notebook. Chapter 108. Yang Mingjie departed from the Sky Base. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store operated outside the icebreaker base for a full 3 days. Having received a gift from Wan Lianfeng, Yusia felt no urgency to depart. Instead, she awaited the moment when all survivors within the icebreaker base had procured their supplies before concluding operations and heading to the next base. Given this opportunity, she naturally wished to revisit the Hope Base, where she had successfully sold her first goods. She intended to reunite with her dear friend Xiyue and allow the staff member Liu Yuyan to return briefly to see her family and catch up with her brother. During the journey, they passed several smaller bases they had previously visited. Observing the dwindling points due to travel expenses filled Yusia with profound sorrow, prompting her to resolve to stop at each base along the way to sell goods and recover some points, thus expediting the completion of her task. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store stays at these smaller bases were brief, requiring only an hour or two to ensure that the entire population had purchased their necessary items. Departing from the icebreaker base in the morning, she received a notification of task completion by noon. Ding. Task accomplished. Successfully returned to 3 previously visited bases, selling 100 items each. Reward issued. 5,000 points, unlocking cooling spray. Unbeknownst to her, she had completed the task, and upon hearing the system announcement, Yusia was filled with delight. She promptly accessed the system panel to locate the newly unlocked cooling spray. Priced at 20 points, this item was sure to be in high demand during hot weather, so Yusia decided to purchase 100 units in one go. After placing them on the shelves, she set the price at 60 points each. The cooling spray was immediately arranged on the shelves by the system, and her curiosity led her to examine it closely. It resembled the sunscreen spray she had previously used, which diminished her interest. The task was complete, yet having traveled halfway, Yusia was not inclined to alter her original plan and continued toward the Hope Base. She would still stop at other bases along the way to sell goods, refusing to squander any opportunity to earn points. They also returned to the Sky Base, where the survivors eagerly flocked to purchase items, this time without any hindrance. According to Li Tianqing, ever since the former base leader, Wu Xiongguang, and his subordinates mysteriously vanished, a new base leader had ascended shortly thereafter. And this new leader was quite amiable. Yusia merely smiled and dismissed the thought. For as long as she could successfully operate the convenience store and sell her goods to earn points, she would not concern herself with other matters. Later, the newly appointed base leader, accompanied by his subordinates, came to purchase supplies and proactively visited Yusia to express his goodwill. This base leader, a young man adorned with glasses, appeared quite refined. He engaged in no unnecessary actions, merely greeting the store manager before diligently gathering supplies. This pleased Yusia, affirming that her previous investment in the Sky Base S Points redemption station was not in vain. She would gladly return the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store here in the future. Staying in the Sky Base for just one afternoon was clearly insufficient, as the base held thousands of inhabitants. Yusia decided to extend their stay by 2 days. Her 2 staff members had no objections. Liu Yuyan felt deeply touched, believing that the store manager had returned to the Hope Base specifically for her. Meanwhile, she keenly observed that Yi Xiaoyan had been noticeably distracted in recent days. During breaks, their conversations grew sparse, and at mealtime, she would retreat to her room alone with her food, sometimes even neglecting to eat, isolating herself in solitude. Liu Yuyan silently watched this unfold, growing increasingly concerned. She shared her observations with Yusia, who pondered the matter and soon grasped the cause. Yi Xiaoyan's sister had perished in the sky base due to an attack by mutated rats. She must be reminded of her loss by the surroundings. As a considered employer, Xiyue felt compelled to offer comfort and extend her care to her subordinate. That very evening, after closing the shop, she summoned Yi Xiaoyan to the second-floor lounge. "Xiaoyan, let us leave the sky base tomorrow." Yi Xiaoyan looked at the manager in astonishment. "But, manager, didn't you say we would stay for 2 days? If remaining in the sky base brings you discomfort, continuing to stay serves no purpose. After all, the Moonlight convenience store can earn points anywhere, but my staff consists solely of you and Lu Yuyan." Tears welled in Yi Xiaoyan's eyes as she choked out, "Manager, you don't need to change your plans for me. I'm fine now. Are you truly all right?" Xiyue inquired with concern. "Yes. I understand that you worry I may dwell on my sister's memory here, but that is not the case. The sky base holds beautiful memories of my time with her. I'm simply a bit worried about my nephew." She observed every customer, but had yet to see Yang Mingjie come by with a baby to purchase supplies. To claim she wasn't worried would be a lie. After the baby chose Yang Mingjie over her, she had drawn a line between them, severing all ties. Yet the emotions of those years could not be so easily dismissed. It was impossible to quickly forget the baby, for he was the cherished child of her sister, and she instinctively worried about his well-being. Perhaps it would take time to fully let go. However, she would not be benevolent enough to extend her assistance to them. Xiyue consoled her, promising to ask the base leader of the sky base to help inquire about Yang Mingjie and the baby's situation. Yi Xiaoyan felt deeply ashamed. She had received food, shelter, and care from the manager, and now she was troubling her to help find someone. The following morning, Xiyue proactively approached the base leader who was there to restock supplies and discuss the matter with him. Base leader Lu Chen readily agreed and stated he would immediately instruct his subordinates to investigate upon returning to the base. In gratitude, Xiyue offered him a 5% discount on all the products he purchased that day. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised that such a small favor could yield such a significant benefit, filling him with joy. Without waiting to return, he promptly instructed one of his subordinates to investigate Yang Mingjie's whereabouts. The subordinate acted swiftly. Before the procurement was complete, he had already returned with news. Yang Mingjie had departed from the sky base 15 days prior. The reason uncovered was that after sustaining a disability in one leg, his original residence had been usurped by others. Unable to maintain a dignified life in the sky base, he left with an approximately 8-year-old child. Those who knew him said that Yang Mingjie had gone to a smaller base with fewer people and weaker capabilities in hopes of starting anew. Yi Xiaoyan felt a profound melancholy upon hearing this. She had not anticipated their departure from the sky base, nor that Yang Mingjie's leg had been injured. It must be karma for his failure to save her sister. Yang Mingjie had never been particularly strong, and now, as a disabled man with a child, leaving the sky base, it remained uncertain whether he would reach another base safely. She had done all she could in the past, and with her sister gone, it was now someone else's responsibility to care for the child. She bore no connection to it whatsoever. Chapter 109. The Ready-Made Experimental Subject. Coming to this realization, Yi Xiaoyan felt a complete sense of release. Those people and matters were no longer her concern. From now on, she was merely a staff member of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, with only her manager and Lu Yuyan worthy of her attention. During her leisure time, Yi Xiaoyan prepared a batch of popcorn and ascended to deliver it to the store manager. The manager was leisurely seated on the couch, engrossed in a film. "Thank you, manager." Yi Xiaoyan expressed her gratitude softly from behind her, her voice barely audible. Xiyue, munching on popcorn, was completely absorbed in the movie, thus failing to hear her. Yi Xiaoyan was unfazed. She hadn't intended for her words to reach the manager. Having been at the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store for quite some time, she was acutely aware of the manager's fervent passion for profit. Despite her affinity for wealth, the manager had selflessly altered her plans, willingly proposing to leave the Grand Sky Base, unbothered by the loss of a day's earnings, all for Yi Xiaoyan's sake. The manager even personally beseeched the base leader at Grand Sky Base for news regarding the baby, later ensuring she repaid the favor by purchasing their goods at a 5% discount. While a 5% discount may seem modest, the sheer volume of their purchases amounted to a significant reduction in points. Yi Xiaoyan observed everything the manager did for her with keen eyes. Henceforth, she vowed to work doubly hard, determined not to cause the manager any inconvenience. Mere verbal gratitude felt too insipid. She was willing to dedicate her life to repaying the manager's kindness. During work hours, Lu Yuyan would occasionally steal glances at Yi Xiaoyan. And, upon noticing the smile returning to her face, she sighed in relief. Shall we have lunch together? Of course. Oh, dear. I forgot to ask the manager what dishes are in today as box lunch. Ha ha ha, let us open a surprise box once in a while. I'm not picky anyway. Hey, Yang the cripple, did you hear the news? The Dawn base is coming here to collect experimental subjects. The speaker, with yellowed teeth, grizzled hair, and a face full of wrinkles, revealed his advanced age. Yang Mingjie paused, still unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, having just lulled the baby to sleep. The old man glanced at the boy in his arms and, with impatience, lowered his voice. Our base is small and shabby. It's astonishing that someone from the Dawn base would deign to visit. His tone dripped with both amazement and envy. Then he shifted his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Can you guess why they are here? After waiting for a response that never came, his enthusiasm waned, and he divulged. Those adults are here to recruit experimental subjects. I've heard that anyone who volunteers will receive 2 level 4 crystal nuclei and 5 level 3 crystal nuclei. That's a considerable bounty. Enough to buy a life. Do you think anyone would actually go? They will, Yang Mingjie replied with certainty. Were it not for the flicker of conscience still residing within him and his genuine love for his son, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the temptation of offering the baby to the Dawn base as an experimental subject, exchanging a portion of the crystal nuclei for travel fare to escape the ant base, a veritable hell. These past days had been extraordinarily arduous for him. The journey fraught with peril. He had finally arrived at this tiny base of just over 100 people, the ant base. He had believed that despite his lamed leg, with his level 4 Earth-based abilities, he could lead a respectable life here. However, he was unprepared for the insular nature of the inhabitants, who, despite their lack of strength, were fiercely clannish. Newcomers wishing to survive here had to frequently provide benefits to the locals. Yang Mingjie had exhausted every ounce of his strength to raise his son, yet he still had to allocate a portion of his meager savings to appease them. If he offered too little, he would be bullied. If he offered too much, he would attract envy and trouble. Each day grew increasingly unbearable, and he regretted leaving the Grand Sky base, where all his crystal nuclei could have been utilized for their own needs, rather than being shared to curry favor. The other newly arrived abilities could not tolerate this arrangement and swiftly abandoned the ant base, leaving only him and the child, along with the old man. They too wished to leave, but others scorned them as old, weak, or ill, refusing to take them along. Now all he possessed were 3 level 1 crystal nuclei, half a bottle of water, a grass cake, and a small piece of mutated beast meat, enough sustenance for 3 days. The food he had previously purchased from the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had long since been consumed. The residents of the ant base had never heard of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. They still lived in an era where their diet consisted solely of grass cakes, relying on water manipulators for hydration. Having tasted milk and bear-shaped biscuits, the baby adamantly refused to eat grass cakes, crying and fussing at every meal, leaving Yang Mingjie utterly exhausted. He longed for the days spent with Yi Xiaoyan, Yi Xiaoe, and his father at the Grand Sky base. Back then, he only needed to venture out to collect crystal nuclei while the baby stayed with his wife, enjoying delectable treats like steamed buns and white bread, relishing family bliss. If he had not hesitated and saved Yi Xiaoyan back then, would their circumstances be entirely different now? After falling asleep, he often dreamt of Yi Xiaoyan still being alive, envisioning their family thriving together, but upon waking, reality would cruelly remind him, such dreams are unattainable. Within the lavish tent, starkly contrasting the ant base, 6 cleanly dressed ability users, armed and gathered, were deep in discussion. The number of individuals volunteering as experimental subjects was dwindling, and if the count did not meet the required threshold, they would all be doomed. Dr. Ye's research had reached the human experimentation phase, and the existing subjects were woefully insufficient. Dr. Yi could not afford to wait long. Let us tally how many experimental subjects each of us has. I'll begin. I have 18. We have 11. I have 9. The table was slammed as frustration mounted. The total was only 38 subjects, still over 100 short of the assistant's required number. This is intolerable. It's bad enough that no one from the medium-sized bases is willing to become subjects. Even in these shabby bases with barely 100 people, few are willing to sign up. Calm down, everyone. Anger solves nothing. We need to devise a strategy to meet our numbers, suddenly interjected a tall, pale-skinned male ability user. All eyes turned to him. Do you have a plan? The pale man, with a sinister smile, replied, they don't want the crystal nuclei? Even better, we'll keep them for ourselves. Why share with these vermin? You intend to hoard them? What about the experimental subjects? That would be treachery against the Dawn base, and we'd be hunted down. I would never betray the Dawn base, but I am tired of dealing with these vermin. Why should we care about their consent? Are you suggesting? The pale man's face contorted into a malevolent grin as he gestured to his throat. This ant base, weak and without allies, has just over 100 people. It's the perfect source of experimental subjects. The other 5 shared his vicious expression, their faces twisted with malice. Chapter 110. A revolutionary change. Xiyue maneuvered the mobile convenience store, stopping intermittently along the way. Regardless of the base, whether familiar or not, whether to halt or continue, all depended on the store manager's whims. One memory that lingered most vividly was of the familiar village chief from the soil base. He, along with the villagers, knelt before Xiyue, exclaiming, "We thank the heavens for their favor. We thank the goddess for her return." He even wished to present her with a carefully chosen male servant. Though described as a servant, he was essentially chosen to serve as her concubine. After Xiyue firmly declined, the chief, disappointed, sighed repeatedly, abandoning the idea. Xiyue found herself both amused and exasperated by the encounter. Once the last customer from the soil base completed their purchase, she promptly instructed the staff to secure the store and fled. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store departed without looking back. The village chief gazed at the divine maiden as she departed in her vehicle, tears streaming down his face, while he and the villagers knelt at the entrance of the base to bid her farewell. After traveling a short distance, Xiyue glimpsed the Hope base through the transparent windows of the RV, a faint glimmer of hope on the horizon. Finally, they had arrived. As they neared the Hope base, Lu Yuyen's initial excitement began to wane, replaced by a sense of trepidation, perhaps a case of homesickness. Yi Xiaoyan had never visited the Hope base, yet she was aware that Lu Yuyen hailed from there, filling her with anticipation for the coming days. 2 minutes later, the mobile convenience store, Moonlight, came to a steady halt beside the entrance of the Hope base. At the gate, Shenyang, accompanied by his sister and a group of subordinates, awaited their arrival, having received the news ahead of time. The crowd stared in astonishment at the 3-story luxurious RV before them, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had transformed dramatically since their departure from the Hope base. Once, it had resembled a large van, and after a renovation, it had merely taken on the appearance of a small RV. Inside, the space had been cramped, with customers forced to stand outside the window and verbally request their desired items from the manager or staff, who would then retrieve them.
Now,
the RV was spacious and airy, its transparent glass showcasing a shopping environment where patrons could freely select their goods. A stark contrast to the sweltering wait they had endured outside the Hope base. Witnessing this transformation, Shenyang struggled to contain his astonishment. In such a short span, the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had undergone a revolutionary change. The store manager was far more enigmatic than he had imagined. Recalling the sudden appearance of the Points Redemption Station outside the Hope base just days prior, a flicker of fear crossed Shenyang's eyes. The station had seemingly materialized out of thin air, with no signs of prior human presence. He had instructed his subordinates to cautiously investigate, and upon contact, the screen had illuminated, revealing the names of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store and the Points Redemption System. Only then did they realize that this unexpected station was the handiwork of the store manager. The Moonlight Convenience Store had never been to the base. How had the station been so precisely deployed outside? No one could answer that question. Shenyang silently thanked his fortunate stars for abandoning his thoughts of seizing the convenience store, choosing instead to assist the manager in promoting it. Not becoming an enemy of the manager was the wisest decision of his life. As the doors of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store swung open, Xiyue stood inside, a gentle smile gracing her features as she regarded the gathering outside. Lu Yuyen and Yi Xiaoyan stood behind her, equally beaming. "It's been a while since we last met. the manager greeted. At her words, Shunyun rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes as she embraced Xiyue. Xiyue, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Xiyue's smile widened as she returned the embrace, teasingly whispering in her ear. Will I be back in time for your wedding with Wei Yubiao? Shunyun's cheeks flushed crimson. Oh, just in time. Haha, let me go, or someone might get jealous. She laughed. Of course, Wei Yubiao wouldn't feel envious of her and Xiyue, but her brother and the others were waiting behind. Shunyun realized she had delayed everyone and, being considerate, released the manager and stepped back to Shunyang's side. Once Shunyun had finished her reunion, Shunyang stepped forward respectfully, saying, Manager, it's been a long time. The Hope Base has been eagerly awaiting your return. Without further pleasantries, as the temperature outside was sweltering, Xiyue invited them into the RV. Shunyun dried the sweat from her face with a towel she had brought, exclaiming, I've always dreamed that if I could ever enter the Moonlight convenience store, I would bask in the air conditioning to my heart's content. And now, that dream has come true. The others at the Hope Base nodded in agreement. Shunyun's dream was not unique, as each of them had harbored similar thoughts. As the heat and sweat gradually dissipated, the group perked up, their eyes darting around as they observed the shelves and decorations of the convenience store, each detail evoking feelings of novelty and nostalgia. Before the apocalypse, such convenience stores had been commonplace, but in the aftermath, everything about the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store felt extraordinarily rare and precious. Noticing that Shunyang wished to speak with her privately, Xiyue remarked, There's a reception room on the second floor. Shunyun, leader. Let us head up there. The rest of you can shop freely within the store. Upon hearing they could act freely and shop as they pleased, the remaining individuals dispersed joyfully. In the manager's domain, there was no need to worry about the safety of the leader and Shunyang's subordinates, including the most loyal Wang Weitao, felt at ease as they browsed the items within the store. They were soon delighted to discover that the Moonlight convenience store had introduced many new products, with an expanded selection of food and beverages, as well as fresh fruit, daily necessities, and medicinal supplies. If not for their limited points, they would have loved to purchase the entire inventory. Halfway through their shopping, Wang Weitao was astonished to find that the Moonlight convenience store was now selling weapons. Is it now so competitive to run a convenience store? On the second floor of the Moonlight convenience store, Shunyun followed closely behind Xiyue. Xiyue retrieved a gold-trimmed porcelain teacup from the cabinet, while Shunyun assisted by pouring in the tea. Shunyang sat poised on the leather sofa, a sleek furred cat sleeping on the opposite side, as he surveyed the surroundings in silence. Once Xiyue and Shunyun brought the prepared tea over and placed it on the coffee table, they settled onto another sofa. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Leader Shin? The manager inquired perceptively. Indeed, I do have a matter to bring to your attention, Manager, Shunyang replied. Please speak freely. Xiyue lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Manager, are you searching for an irregularly shaped, completely black fragment of stone? Coughing, Xiyue was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on her tea. Yeah, are you alright? Shunyun gently patted her back, concerned. The discomfort of choking was not pleasant, and Xiyue frowned. How did you know I was looking for such a fragment? Chapter 111. The Moonlight Self-Service Vending Machine. Shunyang hurriedly explained, Manager, I did not intentionally pry. I learned of this information inadvertently. 2 ability users within the Hope Base boasted about exchanging a pitch-black fragment for a substantial amount of points. But no one believed them, and the tale circulated as a joke. Upon hearing this, my subordinates reported it to me. There is nothing to hide, Xiyue stated. I do indeed need that fragment, although I wasn't actively searching for it. The black fragment was undoubtedly useful to the manager, and it seemed he had made the right bet this time. Shunyang finally relaxed, having expended considerable crystal cores and time to acquire a black fragment from other bases. Now that fragment lay in his pocket. He took it out and placed it on the coffee table. I happened to obtain a piece. I have no use for it myself, and upon learning that the manager needed it, I thought to gift it to you when we next met. Xiyue picked up the extraterrestrial stone fragment, her face lighting up with joy.
Ding.
Host successfully acquired a piece of extraterrestrial stone fragment. Reward. The Moonlight Convenience Store self-service vending machine has been updated to the system panel. Each self-service vending machine costs 20,000 points. Please place them accordingly. As the extraterrestrial stone fragment was absorbed by the system, the accompanying announcement of rewards followed. Self-service, vending machine. This is truly a remarkable item. Xiyue felt an overwhelming eagerness to deploy it. However, with the Shun siblings still present, it was not an opportune moment to access the system panel for operations. She expressed her gratitude to Leader Shin for the gift of gravel, stating earnestly that from now on, all members of the Hope Base would enjoy a 10% discount at the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. Xingyang and Xinyun were elated, astonished that the store manager would grant such a substantial lifelong discount merely for a piece of gravel. After Xiyue finished speaking, she realized her statement lacked precision and added, the 10% discount would only be valid as long as Leader Shin remained at the helm of the Hope Base. Xinyang fell silent, understanding the implication. Should the leadership of the Hope Base change hands, and if someone other than Xinyang were to take charge, then the residents of Hope Base would no longer be entitled to the discount and would revert to paying full price. Consequently, in order to secure the discount, the survivors of Hope Base would remain loyally supportive of Xinyang, hesitant to entertain any doubts. Xinyang beamed with joy, thanking the manager. You are truly benevolent to our Hope Base, yeah, Xinyun said, deeply moved. Xiyue, however, was preoccupied and could hardly contain her impatience to examine the newly acquired vending machine. I have matters to attend to. You both may proceed to procure supplies. Numerous new items have been stocked. Surely there is something you require. Then we shall take our leave, Xinyang and Xinyun said, understandingly departing the second floor. As soon as they left, Xiyue promptly summoned the system panel, noticing a new icon labeled vending machine. Upon clicking into it, she read the deployment conditions. The Moonlight vending machine could only be placed within 5 meters of the point's redemption station. Any other locations would not meet the criteria for deployment. A faint smile spread across Xiyue's face. This was a bundled sale. She continued to click the icon, eager to learn about the specific operations, but the screen remained unresponsive. The host must first make a purchase. Only after a successful deployment can specific operations be executed. 06 reminded her. Xiyue smacked her forehead, exclaiming, oh dear, my joy has clouded my judgment. Thank you, 06, for your timely reminder. Humph. You need not mention it. 06 replied, its tail practically wagging with pride. Without hesitation, Xiyue clicked to purchase, and upon deducting 20,000 points, the system panel prompted her. Please select a deployment location. As the Hope Base had a points redemption station, she immediately opted for that, placing the vending machine 2 meters beside the station. The Moonlight vending machine has been successfully deployed. Following the deployment, Xiyue smoothly entered the operation interface. The vending machine featured 20 blank slots, each capable of housing a single product. All items available from the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store were neatly listed below, allowing her to select any product for the vending machine. After stocking the vending machine, the residents of the base would no longer need to visit the convenience store. They could purchase items directly from the vending machine. In a few days, even when Xiyue left the Hope Base, they would still have access to supplies and not face shortages. After some contemplation, she decided to first add the best-selling white buns and bottled water. With 18 slots remaining, however, she found herself at a loss, suffering from indecision. Meanwhile, Xinyang and Xinyun had descended to the first floor, where they excitedly recounted the details of the store manager's discount for the Hope Base. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyan promptly sought out Xiyue to verify the information, confirming that indeed, the store manager had declared that members of the Hope Base would enjoy a 10% discount on future purchases. The customers who had already completed their transactions in the lounge area were invited to return and adjust their points. The group was overwhelmed with joy, expressing boundless gratitude toward Xinyang and the store manager. Once the significant news was shared, Xinyun eagerly pulled Xinyang to begin shopping at the convenience store.
Wow.
So many new food items. Cola is my favorite. I'll take orange juice too. And hamburgers? Oh my, let's get plenty of those. She tossed everything into Xinyang's arms, who helplessly followed behind her, effectively becoming her shopping cart. There's also a fruit section. Watermelon, grapes, apples. These are a must. In the end, they gathered so many items that neither Xinyang nor Xinyun could carry them all. Thankfully, Xinyang's subordinates, having completed their own purchases, came over to assist, preventing any items from falling. Grab more of these ice packs. They deplete quickly. What's this spray bottle? Cooling spray? We absolutely need this. Brother, over there are medicines and weapons. You must go take a look. The cheerful sounds of Shen Yun's shopping echoed throughout the supermarket. Lu Yuyan was diligently assisting customers at the checkout when she suddenly sensed a familiar gaze. Looking up, she was greeted by the sight of her brother, Lu Shi. Having heard that the Moonlight convenience store had arrived, had rushed over without hesitation. Upon entering the RV, he chose not to disturb Lu Yuyan but instead stood quietly behind her, observing his sister at work. It had been months since they last met, and she seemed to have gained a bit of weight, appearing more vibrant than ever. She had grown, leaving him and the Hope base behind, yet thriving under the management of the store manager. Lu Shi felt a swell of happiness for his sister within his heart. As long as she was doing well, that was enough for him. During Lu Yuyan's absence, he had repeatedly reflected on past events, realizing just how wrong he had been. During her times of greatest pain and helplessness, he had failed to be by her side, and later, he had unjustly blamed her for the actions of an inconsequential person. He no longer deserved to be called her brother. Brother, you should go buy what you need. We can talk later when I'm on break. Lu Yuyan suddenly called out to him. Lu Shi was taken aback, not expecting she would still be willing to speak to him. Alright, I'll go shop first. We can chat later. You focus on your work, he replied. Chapter 112. Forgiveness. By noon break time, Lu Yuyan and Lu Shi sat on a bench in the lounge area. Lu Shi felt somewhat tense, silently unsure of what to say. He wished to apologize for past grievances, but feared that mentioning them would evoke painful memories for Lu Yuyan. Brother, are you doing well? Lu Yuyan broke the silence first. I'm doing quite well. How about you, Yuyan? How has your experience been as a store clerk? I'm doing exceptionally well. Every day I enjoy the air conditioning in the convenience store, never going hungry, and I can eat whatever I desire. The store manager is incredibly kind to me. As she spoke about her recent experiences, Lu Yuyan's face radiated happiness. Hearing her speak of her well-being brought immense relief to Lu Shi. It's truly fortunate that the store manager has recognized your potential. Yuyan, you must cherish this opportunity and take good care of yourself. I know, Lu Yuyan murmured softly. Brother, it has been so long since that incident, and in the time since, the store manager and I have visited many different bases, encountering various people and situations. I have come to realize that you have always protected me well. No, Lu Shi said, filled with guilt. If I had not misjudged people, Xiyue would not have had the chance to hurt you. Without the store manager, you might have. He shuddered at the thought, haunted by fear. Even if Lu Yuyan forgave him, he would never forgive himself. Upon hearing the name Xiyue, a wave of intense hatred surged within Lu Yuyan's heart, and she instinctively directed her ire towards Lu Shi. However, after witnessing the plight of those in smaller bases who struggled to find enough to eat, and the tragic lives of those in Iron Bull base, she resolved to forgive Lu Shi. For without Lu Shi's constant care, nurturing, and protection, she would not have been able to live safely in Hope Base for so many years, untouched by the outside world. She was a young girl devoid of any awakened abilities, and the dangers she might encounter were all too palpable. It was conceivable that she might perish in some forgotten corner before even reaching the Moonlight mobile convenience store at the Hope Base, let alone encounter the gentle and beautiful store manager. Her brother had indeed made a mistake once, yet he devoted himself wholeheartedly to her well-being. Let bygones be bygones. We are each other's only family, and even if we find ourselves separated in distant lands, we must strive to live well. Yuyan, let's promise to live well. Xiyue casually selected some products and stocked them into the vending machine. Initially, she planned to sell a few items, refreshing the stock weekly by removing these goods and replacing them with a new batch. The area surrounding the vending machine was a safety zone extending 5 meters, ensuring that customers could shop without fear of being attacked by zombies or mutated beasts. Since the Moonlight mobile convenience store was situated within the Hope Base, the survivors there were elated and excited to discover the vending machine, prompting them to visit the mobile store for their purchases. The Moonlight convenience store boasted a plethora of air-conditioned products and ample seating, attracting a multitude of visitors. For the time being, only a smattering of people approached the vending machine, purchasing 1 or 2 items before returning to the convenience store for bulk supplies. Xiyue reviewed the day's earnings from the vending machine, which amounted to a mere few hundred points, falling short of even 1,000. However, this was to be expected. In a few days, once she departed, They would have no choice but to rely solely on the vending machine for their purchases, and thus, the revenue would naturally increase. The Dachong base and the Liebing base also had points redemption stations where vending machines could be successfully deployed. Without hesitation, Xiyue deducted 40,000 points to acquire 2 vending machines for placement there. At the Liebing base, Ning Qingqing had been a preschool teacher before the apocalypse. After the calamity struck, she was fortunate enough to awaken her water-based abilities. Although her level was not particularly high, she could exchange water for supplies and crystal cores, which allowed her to survive. Now, everyone in the base enjoyed mineral water, and no one sought out water-based ability users any longer. She began to join teams of ability users, accompanying them out of the base to slay zombies, mutated beasts, and aberrant plants, thereby acquiring some crystal cores and resources. While she could still sustain herself, she struggled to adapt to a life filled with violence. She heard that Chief One had established a welfare institution within the Liebing base and was currently seeking individuals to supervise the young children there. They were hiring 2 people, one with abilities and one without, offering compensation that was meager. Only 1 level 2 crystal core and 2 level 1 crystal cores per month. While this amount would have been insufficient for a month's living expenses in the past, ever since the Moonlight mobile convenience store emerged, it was manageable if used judiciously. When she arrived outside the welfare institution, a long line had already formed at the recruitment spot. She quietly positioned herself at the end of the queue. After a short wait, it was her turn. To her surprise, the interviewer was none other than Chief Wan's daughter. Ning Qingqing was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. I am here for the interview. My name is Ning Qingqing, I am 26 years old, and I used to be a preschool teacher with relevant experience. I genuinely enjoy being around children. Wan Ting diligently recorded her information. Alright, I will get back to you tomorrow. By the way, are you an ability user? Yes. I possess water-based abilities. Good, you may leave now. Ning Qingqing nodded and turned to leave. She had barely taken a few steps when she noticed several guards hurrying towards her. Curiously, she glanced back and saw one of the guards whispering something in Wan Ting's ear, causing her to display a look of joy before hastily handing over the interview process to an assistant and departing. Ning Qingqing did not dwell on it, carrying a hopeful yet anxious heart home. Wan Ting and the guards arrived at a location within the Liebing base where the points redemption station was situated, and as anticipated, a new machine had appeared nearby. Wan Lianfeng had arrived a step ahead and was already examining the machine closely. This newly appeared machine seems to be another creation of the store manager. Wan Ting approached, scrutinizing it as well. It says here, Moonlight vending machine? It truly is the store manager's doing. Can we really buy things here? She peered through the large glass, noting the empty 4 rows of shelves. How can one purchase anything when there are no goods? Wan Lianfeng uncertainly remarked, I tried it. The screen indicated that there are currently no items available. So the store manager must need to stock it before it can be used. That seems likely, but now that we have this vending machine, we need no longer worry about the mobile convenience store being absent for too long and running out of supplies. Wan Ting exclaimed. Just then, a sound echoed. The Moonlight vending machine has completed restocking. As they turned to leave, they heard the machine behind them activate. Upon glancing back, they were astonished to see the previously empty machine now filled with products. The machine contained 4 rows of shelves, each capable of holding 5 items. The items currently available included, on the first row, steamed buns, mineral water, mixed meal boxes, and self-heating hot pots. On the second row, instant noodles in 5 different flavors, braised beef, pickled cabbage, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy beef, and tomato with egg. On the third row, apples, pears, bananas, grapes, and bananas again. And on the fourth row, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, cooling medicine, wound medicine, and alcohol. While the selection may not have been extensive, it was certainly diverse. Wan Lianfeng activated the vending machine's shopping screen, where images of each product were displayed along with their prices. She casually selected several items, confirming her choices, and the screen displayed the total points required along with a prompt to complete the payment. A total of 530 points is needed. Please make your payment at the card reader promptly. Beside the shopping screen was a card reader, and she gently placed her points card against it, allowing the machine to automatically deduct the points. The screen then displayed a message confirming the successful payment. With a whirring sound, the glass panel at the product retrieval area opened automatically, revealing her purchased items intact. Wan Lianfeng bent down to collect her purchases and noticed that the moonlight vending machine had even thoughtfully included a purple shopping bag as a complimentary gift. Having personally experienced the machine, Wan Lianfeng grew increasingly appreciative and awed by the store manager's ingenuity. She promptly informed the entire Liebring base about the vending machine, assuring everyone that they would no longer need to worry about running out of supplies. Ting, send ability users to take shifts guarding the vending machine. We must maintain order during purchases and prevent anyone with ill intentions from damaging the machine. Understood, Wan Ting replied solemnly. At the Daqiong base. Since the store manager and the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had departed only recently, everyone had ample supplies, yet their points cards were running low. Survivors began forming teams to collect crystal cores, which they would then exchange for points at the redemption station to replenish their cards. However, those arriving to redeem points were astonished to find a new machine beside the station. This news rapidly spread throughout the entire Daqiong base. The base leader, accompanied by his subordinates, hurried over to inspect the machine. After testing it himself and confirming its functionality, he excitedly relayed the process for purchasing items from the moonlight vending machine to everyone. Everyone within the confines of the Daqiong base was utterly delighted by the advent of the self-service vending machine. However, due to an excessive stockpile of goods throughout the day, aside from the curious individuals who approached the machine to purchase a few items, no one else made any purchases. The Daqiong base, positioned as a crucial transportation hub, attracted many visitors from other bases. The news of the vending machine had indeed reached these outsiders, yet they scoffed at the notion, entirely disbelieving that the Daqiong base could possess a machine brimming with food supplies available for unrestricted purchase. They deemed it nothing short of a fairy tale. Surely, if such a resource-laden machine existed, it could not remain undisturbed. It would have long been pried open, and its contents pilfered. Nonetheless, a few adventurous souls, driven by a sense of curiosity, ventured over, only to discover that the rumors were indeed true. The three individuals hailing from the Wolf Den base were endowed with extraordinary abilities, and their visit to the Daqiong base was motivated by two primary objectives. The first was to exchange crystal cores for provisions, specifically grass cakes and mutated wheat, to sustain the Wolf Den base for the next 6 months. The second was to establish a rapport with a newly appointed base leader following the mysterious disappearance of their former leader, Wu Xiongguang. The Wolf Den base had been reliant on the Daqiong base for food exchanges every 6 months, and upon their arrival, they found that the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had already departed, leaving them without a glimpse of the legendary establishment. However, once they arrived, they were astounded to witness survivors feasting on meat buns and various other delicacies, quenching their thirst with bottled water and beverages. In that moment, they could scarcely believe their eyes, akin to country bumpkins stepping into a bustling city, rendered speechless for an extended period. Upon casually inquiring, they learned that these delectable provisions originated from a mysterious mobile convenience store, owned by a young woman. Despite the Daqiong base inhabitants fervently extolling the virtues of the store manager, singing her praises, and recounting her formidable prowess, whether they truly absorbed this flattery remained a mystery known only to themselves. They had never encountered a recreational vehicle of such immense proportions, speculating it must be comparable in size to a truck, and marveling at the volume of supplies such a vehicle could hold. Regret washed over them for not arriving sooner. Had they done so, they might have encountered the vehicle en route and seized it along with its bounty. In their minds, they envisioned a splendid scenario where they would revel in abundance. Yet the unalterable truth remained that the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had departed, leaving them to indulge in their fantasies. Now, however, a vending machine laden with supplies stood before them, and they eagerly awaited the cover of night to pry it open and claim its contents.
Hehehe.
The three erupted into laughter. It was afternoon, and any action at this hour would be too conspicuous. They temporarily suppressed their greed, returning to their lodgings to convene in a small room, already deliberating on how to divide the spoils, once acquired. The consensus reached was that the most muscular and powerful among them would naturally receive the lion's share, while the remaining goods would be evenly distributed between the other two. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, with the crescent moon and twinkling stars adorning the night. The post-apocalyptic evening brimmed with peril, compelling all survivors to remain within the safety of their bases. Occasionally, patrolling guards roamed the Daqiong base, while the outside world lay eerily vacant. The trio, aware that venturing out in the dead of night would undoubtedly attract the guards' attention, had stealthily exited the base by dusk, concealing themselves within the dense foliage. Outside the walls, darkness loomed, illuminated solely by the bright white light emanating from the vending machine. Under the radiant glow, the supplies within appeared even more enticing. The guards atop the fortress walls, lulled by the tranquility of the surroundings, began to succumb to drowsiness, stealthily nodding off. Now was their moment. The three surged forth from the thicket, racing towards the vending machine. Arriving at the machine, they brandished the crowbars they had prepared in advance, ready to shatter the transparent glass. The sentinels on the wall, alerted by their presence, blew a warning whistle, and instantaneously, all patrolling guards became aware of the unfolding situation. "Hurry! Someone is attempting to vandalize the vending machine," they shouted, but it was too late. The muscular man swung the crowbar with fervor, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Yet, as he drew near the glass, an invisible force thwarted his strike, causing it to ricochet back at him. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, the vending machine's lights flickered to a menacing red, accompanied by a cacophony of alarms. Detecting malicious intent, the protective mode activated, swiftly followed by the punishment mode. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through the three, incapacitating them. The guards, having opened the base's gates, witnessed the aftermath and felt a wave of relief wash over them. Attempting to rob the moonlight vending machine, they had underestimated the consequences. Following the electric punishment, their fates were sealed. Chapter 114. The powerless have no choices. The guards approached to assess the situation and found the three lifeless bodies. Recognizing them as survivors from the Wolf Den base, one guard reported the incident to the base leader, while others disposed of the corpses, discarding them into the nearby forest, where mutated beasts or flora would assist in the cleanup. Upon learning of the deliberate attempt to destroy the vending machine, the Daezong base leader, Lu Chen, was consumed by a mix of anger and anxiety. "Is the vending machine unharmed?" he inquired. "It remains intact. They never even touched it before being electrocuted," the guard replied. "That is a relief," Lu Chen sighed, but his fury did not abate. Discovering their affiliation with the Wolf Den base, he directed his ire towards them. "From now on, the Daezong base will cease all cooperation with the Wolf Den base. Grass cakes and mutated wheat will no longer be supplied to them, and they are forbidden from entering our base." With just a few words, Lu Chen imposed a heavy toll upon the Wolf Den base. Denied food supplies from the Daezong base, they would be forced to seek provisions from more distant bases, thereby increasing the dangers and challenges faced by their extraordinary individuals en route. The leader of the Wolf Den base remained oblivious to the calamity wrought by the three he had dispatched. As days passed without their return, apprehension gripped him, prompting him to send more extraordinary individuals to ascertain their fate. However, upon their return, they were turned away at the gates of the Daezong base, returning in a state of disgrace, revealing the truth behind their failure. It was a classic case of trouble comes from within. The leader of the Wolf Den base was left in despair, compelled to personally apologize at the Daezong base, yet he was denied entry altogether. Lu Chen's abrupt termination of the long-standing partnership with the Wolf Den base was not a rash reaction fueled by indignation. Rather, it had been a calculated decision. During Wu Xiongguang's tenure as the base leader, the Daezong base had relied on the Xiguang base for a steady supply of grass cakes and mutated wheat, which they would then sell at a higher price to their own base and neighboring smaller bases, profiting from the price differential. Lu Chen had never favored the dealings of the Xiguang base, and now that he had ascended to the position of base leader at the Daezong base, his foremost desire was to distance himself from them. Previously, he had procured grass cakes from Xiguang out of uncertainty regarding when the Moonlight mobile convenience store would next arrive, necessitating a stockpile. With the establishment of the self-service vending machine by the store manager at the Daezong base, this uncertainty had been resolved, allowing them to sever ties with the Xiguang base entirely. The only towering tree they could lean against in the future was the manager of the Moonlight convenience store. As night fell, the survivors succumbed to slumber, and the candles within their tents were extinguished long before. Inside the opulent tent, over 20 formidable abilities wielders were wide awake, awaiting a command. At that moment, the captain casually gestured with his arm. Each abilities wielder gripped their weapons, prepared to spring into action at the opportune moment. The individuals from Ant Base, caught completely off guard, found themselves swiftly subdued. Among them were Yang Mingjie and Baby. His body bore numerous bleeding wounds, inflicted during the struggle. Yet now his hands and feet were bound, rendering him unable to retrieve any medical supplies from his bag to staunch the bleeding. Baby was beside him, and the abilities wielders showed no leniency due to his youth, binding him with ropes as well. The captured individuals were engulfed by dread, begging pitifully, "Please, let me go. If you release me, I can give you all my cores. Why have you captured us? We have done nothing to offend the Dawn base." A child suddenly burst into tears, prompting all the other children to follow suit. "Daddy. Wah. These people are bad. You should fight them. Wah. My hands and feet hurt so much." The children's wails were both piercing and cacophonous, causing the abilities wielders from Dawn base to frown in annoyance. Silence. Someone barked sharply.
Yet.
Once the children began to cry, they showed no signs of stopping. Baby joined in the chorus of wailing, having been spoiled by his parents, grandparents, and aunt, who had always cradled him gently, fearing he might fall or melt. How could he possibly endure being bound by ropes? His cries echoed the loudest as he called out for his mother. Yang Mingjie, sweating profusely beside him, felt a surge of desperation but was powerless to act. The abilities wielders from Dawn base were not inclined to coddle them. They directly employed mental abilities to inflict trauma on their brains, plunging all the children into hallucinations. Well done. Those annoying children have finally quieted down. It won't damage their brains, will it? Someone asked with concern. Fear not. I merely placed them temporarily into a state of illusion. It will not affect the experiment. Hearing their words, the people from Ant Base felt a heavy dread settle in their hearts, trembling in fear. Experimental subjects? You captured us to turn us into experimental subjects for the Dawn Base. I don't want to be a subject. I want to live. Please let me go. Wasn't this a voluntary registration? How can you force us? The abilities wielders from Dawn Base regarded their pleas with disdain, reveling in the sight of their pitiful desperation. The number of volunteers fell far short of the Doctor's demands. Thus, sacrifices must be made for the future of humanity. The weak have no right to choose, said a pallid man. Ant Base truly is as feeble as ants.
Oh.
How is it that such an old man is mixed in here? The man sneered, pointing at the elderly figure beside Yang Mingjie. The old man's wrinkled face betrayed his fear as he shrank back slightly. The others from Dawn Base looked over, realizing just how old he appeared. Likely unnoticed in the dim light of night. Too old to serve as an experimental subject, the old man's murky eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. If I cannot be an experimental subject, then please let me go. TSK, what a foolish dream. A power-type abilities wielder swiftly hurled an axe, and the old man collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, Yang Mingjie felt his heart turn cold. Xiyue had a full schedule. Ever since inviting Xiyue to the third-floor garden for afternoon tea, Xiyue had fallen in love with the place, even contemplating hosting her wedding there. Consequently, she persistently beseeched Xiyue for the use of the garden for half a day to hold a romantic wedding. Very well. I agree. You may use the garden for your wedding tomorrow morning. Chapter 115. The wedding. Ah, yeah, you're the best. I can already imagine how romantic and beautiful my wedding will be. However, merely having the garden was insufficient. It required embellishment to create a true wedding atmosphere. Xiyue drove the RV to Hope Base, parking it beside the villa where Xiyue resided. Together, they rummaged through the villa, gathering everything that could serve as decorations for the wedding. Xiyue and Wei Yubiao were getting married, and naturally, Wei Yubiao was not idle. Before the apocalypse, he was an excellent cook and had borrowed the kitchen on the second floor from Xiyue, bringing numerous meats from mutated beasts to craft a variety of dishes with different cooking methods, tasting which flavors were better and which dishes needed improvement. Xiyue and Xiyue sat on the sofa, cutting various fabrics while sampling the dishes, soon becoming so full that they skipped lunch. With the menu decided for the following day, and the wedding venue arranged, before leaving the convenience store, Xiyue and Wei Yubiao presented Xiyue with a plump little wallet. Upon opening it, Xiyue discovered it was filled with colorful cores, each of considerable quality.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing us to use your space. We cannot use your venue without compensation. This is our rent, Xiyue said with a cheerful smile. Xiyue, not wishing to be overly modest, accepted it directly. All right, I wish you a happy marriage and 100 years of harmony.
He, we will.
The next morning, the convenience store was unusually quiet, as a notice had been issued early that Moonlight Convenience Store would not be open for business that morning. Shen Yun and Wei Yubiao's wedding was an intimate affair, attended only by family and a few friends, along with the store manager and 2 employees. Though the gathering was small, the familiarity of the attendees fostered a warm and sincere atmosphere. Among the guests were Shen Yun's brother, Shen Yang, Zhao He, Lu Shi, and Wei Yubiao's brother, Wei Yufei. Xiyue activated the convenience store as sound system, and as romantic music filled the air, Shen Yun, clad in a pristine white wedding dress, slowly approached, accompanied by Shen Yang in a black suit. Wei Yubiao had been waiting at the starry-lit white veil wall crafted by Shen Yun and Xiyue, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his face a mask of suppressed nervousness and awe. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward to greet Shen Yun, gently taking her hand and addressing Shen Yang, brother. You can rest assured in entrusting Xiaoyun to me. I will protect her with my life. Shen Yang chuckled softly, nodding before stepping aside. Wei Yubiao leaned in for a tender kiss, causing Shen Yun's cheeks to flush, yet she did not shy away. The guests erupted in delighted exclamations. Wow! After a brief kiss, the couple quickly parted, their eyes brimming with love for one another. Zhao He took on the role of host, announcing, "Today is the wedding of Mr. Wei Yubiao and Ms. Shen Yun. I have witnessed your love journey. It is the purest and most beautiful. May you love each other until old age, and may your future life be filled with eternal happiness." Naturally, we must also thank the store manager for providing the wedding venue. Xiyue smiled helplessly. The heartfelt applause of the attendees resonated for a long time. Once the applause ceased, the solemn atmosphere transformed into one of joy. Everyone gathered closely around the round tables, as there were not enough benches in the garden. Xiyue specifically called for Yi Xiaoyan and Lu Yuyan to bring up the benches from the resting area downstairs. Wei Yubiao removed his suit jacket and donned an apron, transforming instantly into a chef. Everyone, enjoy the fruits and snacks while I prepare the meal. The ingredients are all ready, and the dishes will be served shortly. The table was adorned with an assortment of snacks from the convenience store, alongside orange juice and cola. In the center lay a platter of pre-cut watermelon and various other fruits. Shen Yun sat amongst everyone, popping open a sealed bottle of cola and taking generous gulps. A stark contrast to the shy and beautiful bride from moments earlier. The freshly opened cola is so bubbly and delicious. Zhao teased, "Where's that fairy from before?" Laughter erupted around the table. As they savored the fruits and snacks, sipping on orange juice and cola, they engaged in light-hearted gossip and jokes. This was the first time since the onset of the apocalypse that they could gather so relaxed and joyful. Inside the Moonlight Convenience Store vehicle, there was no fear of zombies, mutated plants, or beasts, nor did they have to endure harsh temperatures. Surrounded by blooming flowers, flowing streams, and a gentle breeze, they could momentarily set aside their burdens and challenges, relishing good food and conversation with friends. This was the life they were meant to live. Wei Yubiao worked swiftly, presenting dish after dish of freshly cooked meat dishes on the table. Once he finished his preparations and joined them, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. "Brother Biao, you have some hidden culinary skills," Zhao exclaimed, astonished after tasting a bite. "This is delicious." "Xiaoyun, you are truly fortunate," Lu Shi chimed in. Shen Yang swallowed the morsel of meat in his mouth and confirmed Wei's culinary prowess, saying, "Not bad at all. If you ever tire of slaying zombies and mutated beasts, you could easily become a chef." Xiyue sampled a dish in front of her, savoring it. "It's delicious. Do we have rice? I want to eat it with rice."
Yes.
"We have rice. I cooked some in the rice cooker downstairs. I almost forgot to mention it. I'll go serve it up now." Just as Wei Yubiao sat down, he sprang back up to tend to the rice. Yet, he relished this feeling. Before the apocalypse, he had lived alone in a rented apartment for university, cooking daily, gradually honing his skills. He found joy in cooking for friends and seeing them enjoy his meals. However, after the apocalypse, such opportunities had vanished. Each day was a struggle for survival, leaving no room for thoughts of cooking. Merely having food to stave off starvation was a blessing.
Now,
Rediscovering the kitchenware brought back memories, though he knew he could never return to those carefree days. He mused that had the apocalypse not occurred, he might have pursued a culinary degree and become a chef. Now, his sole focus was to enhance his abilities, protect Xiyue and those he cared for, ensuring they all survived. Wei Yubiao prepared a pot of rice, which was ultimately devoured completely, leaving not a grain behind. Every dish and fruit on the table had been cleared. Apart from Xiyue and 2 staff members, the rest had eaten until they were nearly bursting, each one leaning against the wall as they departed. Xiyue understood them. They had truly experienced the apocalypse, having lived each day with intermittent hunger. Knowing the value of food, even if it meant bursting, they would not waste a morsel. Another reason was that they were accustomed to rationing their own food. Today, for the wedding, they felt it was appropriate to indulge without the guilt of packing leftovers. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan had been staff members for some time, relishing the ability to eat what they desired at every meal, hence they knew their limits. Chapter 116, Level 6 Convenience Store. Xinyun's wedding concluded smoothly, and by that afternoon, the convenience store resumed normal operations, restoring order. Xiyue, with nothing to do, became so bored she began counting her hair, finally wandering around the Hope Base for several days. 06, unable to bear witnessing the host's lack of ambition any longer, reminded her, the Moonlight Convenience Store has accumulated 600,000 profit points. You can upgrade it. The surprise was overwhelming. What was there to wait for? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiyue declared, 06. I want to upgrade the Moonlight Convenience Store.
Ding.
Current convenience store level is 5. To upgrade to level 6, a total of 600,000 points is required. Do you agree to the upgrade? Yes, Xiyue replied, her heart aching at the cost.
Ding.
Upgrades from level 5 onward require no time. The upgrade is now complete. Please check Store Manager. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store successfully upgraded to level 6, expanding the absolute safe zone to a radius of 40 meters. Successful upgrade rewards. 40,000 points unlocking. Ice gun weapon, baby formula, small buckets of cooking oil, eggs, spicy strips, small bags of nuts, fruit-flavored candies, chocolate, frozen dumplings, and frozen wontons. Wonderful. Future upgrades require no time. Xiyue exclaimed joyfully. An expanded safe zone meant her invincible range had grown larger. She chuckled at the multitude of items unlocked. The ice gun. Does it resemble the previous flame knife? With curiosity, she swiftly entered the back-end system to explore the newly unlocked products. Weapon section. Ice gun. Cost price 500. Its usage is similar to the flame knife, requiring a fingerprint binding. After recharging points, it can be used normally. Xiyue glanced over the instructions. The ice gun's ammunition is composed of ice spikes formed by the low-temperature transformation of water-based abilities, boasting a lethality comparable to the full force strike of a level 2 peak ability user. Not bad. Let us stock this, she decided, purchasing an ice gun, setting the price at 2,000 points and listing it in the convenience store. Next, she exited the weapon interface and entered the food section, where the remaining items awaited. Baby formula had a purchase price of 3 points per small can, listed at 10 points. Small buckets of cooking oil, purchased at 10 points, marked up to 20 points. Eggs, bought at 2 points, set to 6 points each. Spicy strips, originally 0. 5 points, now 1 point. Small bags of nuts, purchased at 2 points. Sold for 5 points. Fruit candies, priced at 0. 1 each, set at 0. 5 points. Chocolate, initially 15 points, now 3 points. Both frozen dumplings and wontons listed at 15 points, originally 6 points. She bought 200 units of each and stocked them on the shelves. Finally, it was completed. Xiyue stretched her sore wrists and decided to check out the upgraded appearance of the convenience store. Still in her room, she glanced around but saw no notable changes. This upgrade didn't alter the room at all. She ventured into the bathroom as well, finding it unchanged except for few additional skincare products. Disappointed, she quickly adjusted her mood and left the room to explore elsewhere. Exiting her bedroom, the living room remained the same, yet a new door had appeared. Could it lead to another bedroom? With curiosity, she pushed open the door, revealing a spacious room, but it was not a bedroom. A home theater. The room featured a wall-sized screen, a projector mounted on the wall, and in the center, a luxurious brown leather massage chair, accompanied by a small table for snacks. Eagerly, she reclined in the massage chair, which activated its massage mode upon sensing her weight. The mechanical rollers were a bit too gentle for her liking. If only the massage pressure were stronger. She mused. Almost as if responding, the chair increased its intensity. To her astonishment, the massage chair was voice-activated. Reclining in the massage chair, she experienced an unparalleled comfort, so much so that she felt disinclined to move even a muscle. Yet, her curiosity regarding the newly upgraded convenience store ultimately triumphed over her laziness, compelling her to reluctantly vacate the chair. She first wandered through the sky garden on the upper floor, but observed no significant changes, only a slight expansion in size. Feeling somewhat resigned, Xiyue descended to investigate further. Upon her arrival downstairs, she was astounded to discover that the convenience store had expanded to 4 levels. The floor she inhabited, originally situated on the 2nd level, had now ascended to the 3rd. The newly added 2nd floor featured a pristine leisure area, adorned with tea tables and seating arrangements, alongside plush sofas. Nearby, several cabinets displayed an array of books and magazines, complemented by a sleek LCD television. This space served not only as a reception area for guests, but also as a venue for relaxation and entertainment. The staff quarters had also been relocated to the 2nd floor, with 2 adjacent rooms now equipped with private bathrooms, transforming them into cozy single units. Next, she ventured to the 1st floor, where Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan, upon seeing her, exhibited palpable excitement, though they were occupied attending to customers. The dramatic transformation of the convenience store had not gone unnoticed. They were both thrilled and curious, especially upon realizing that their rooms had vanished. Xiyue surveyed the entire convenience store. With the employees' quarters now on the 2nd floor, the 1st floor had been entirely converted into a spacious receiving area. The upgraded store featured an additional LCD television mounted on the wall, playing incessant reruns of melodramatic soap operas from her world. 2 new shelves had been added, already neatly stocked with various products. Beside the refrigerator, a new freezer had been installed, containing freshly unlocked frozen dumplings and wontons, distinctly separated from the ice cream section. Moreover, a coffee machine had appeared at the checkout counter, capable of brewing rich black coffee without the need for additional coffee beans. The machine featured adjustable sweetness settings, allowing for personalized flavors according to customer preferences. Each cup of coffee was priced at a fixed rate of 3 points. With the expansion of the convenience store, the seating area also required enhancement. The original 2 tables and 6 stools had been duplicated, now accommodating a full array of patrons. Customers lounged in the seating area, savoring snacks while watching television, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Animated discussions about the plot ensued. "Oh, this is so frustrating. Doesn't he, the heroine, know how to communicate?" Just one explanation would resolve this misunderstanding. How many episodes will it take to sort this out? My break is ending, and they're still not reconciled. It's infuriating. After a thorough exploration of the convenience store, Xiyue felt a tinge of disappointment. The level 6 convenience store was not as she had envisioned. What did you imagine the upgraded convenience store would be like? 06 inquired, sensing her disheartened mood. Surely, there should be more significant changes. Really? Xiyue replied with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely. Once you reach level 7, the convenience store will transform entirely, with changes that will undoubtedly astonish you. Is that so? She asked, her voice tinged with fatigue. Indeed. As long as you diligently manage operations and accrue enough points, the mobile convenience store could evolve into a grand castle. Somehow, I feel as though you are merely spinning tales. She narrowed her eyes. 06 wiped its brow nervously. How could that be? I speak only the truth. Yet, deep down, it too is uncertain about the specifics of a level 7 convenience store, as the manual provided little clarity, only vaguely stating that the mobile convenience store would gradually revert to its original form. It had never witnessed what that original form entailed, but it had recently developed a fondness for fairy tales, envisioning that the mobile convenience store would resemble the grand castles depicted within. Xiyue raised an eyebrow. Very well. I will temporarily place my trust in you. How many points are required to elevate the mobile convenience store to level 7? A total of 1,500,000 points. Host. 1,500,000. Such a staggering amount. Xiyue felt a wave of despair wash over her. The road to the next upgrade seemed exceedingly long. Finally, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan completed their shifts and, with the manager's approval, joyfully ascended to the second floor to explore their brand new rooms. "We have our own private bathrooms now," Lu Yuyan exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Yi Xiaoyan, captivated by the books displayed on the cabinets in the leisure area, was transported back to a time before the apocalypse, when her greatest passion was reading. The sight of so many books thrilled her, many of which she had never encountered before. She quickly selected one and settled onto the sofa to read. Meanwhile, Shun Yang soon learned of the latest transformation of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. But what piqued his interest even more was the addition of a new weapon, the ice gun. He promptly gathered Wang Weitao and several of his subordinates and rushed to the Moonlight Convenience Store to procure a batch of ice guns. Though the price was steep, the discounts eased the burden on his resources, bringing him some relief. In addition to reserving one for himself and acquiring one each for Shun Yun and Wei Yubiao, he distributed the remaining ice guns to promising subordinates. Having previously purchased the flame blade and tested its power, he was well aware of the efficacy of the weapons sold at the convenience store, which prompted his return for the ice gun. At the Hope Base training grounds, Wang Weitao attached the ice gun and, after recharging his points, began firing at a distant target. Sharp, transparent ice spikes emanated from the barrel, embedding themselves firmly into the target center. The onlooking subordinates whistled in admiration. "Our boss is formidable. The weapons sold by the shopkeeper are incredible. The ice gun is so cool. I prefer this long-range attack over the flame blade. I like both. I wonder if I might be lucky enough to get selected for a free gun. If not, I'll have to save points to buy one myself." As Wang Weitao approached the target, he noticed that nearly all the ice spikes had embedded themselves, leaving only the fine tips protruding. What a splendid weapon. Time swiftly passed, and the Moonlight Convenience Store had remained at the Hope Base for a week without any changes. Yuxia had been blissfully engrossed in the home theater and the leisure area on the second floor, flitting back and forth in pure joy. One day, as she indulged in a novel while munching on a hamburger, the long-absent system notification suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding! A new task has been automatically unlocked. Convenience stores must often be located in high-traffic areas to increase sales. Please relocate the Moonlight Convenience Store to a large base with a population exceeding 50,000 and successfully sell one item. Task reward, 10,000 points. Unlocks: Instant Pot, Noodles, fresh vegetables, cabbage, potatoes, cucumbers, meat, fresh pork belly, fresh beef. Yuxia set aside her novel, invigorated by the prospect of a new challenge. This is it, she thought. The task required her to find a base with over 50,000 survivors, which would not be an easy feat. She accessed the control panel and entered the necessary criteria, prompting the system to scan within a 500-kilometer radius. However, to her dismay, no suitable bases were identified.
None?
It appears I must search further afield. After some time, she finally matched a suitable base located 200 kilometers away, the Cloud Sea Base. Yuxia whispered the name softly to herself. The news of the impending departure of the Moonlight Convenience Store spread throughout the Hope Base, leaving the survivors filled with sorrow as they rushed to bid farewell, tears streaming down their faces. "Oh, manager, please don't go. How can I survive without you?" they lamented. "Will you return after you leave? Don't forget us," sobbed a little girl. "I don't want the manager to leave." Shanyan waved her hand vigorously, pleading, "Xiaoye, you must come back to see me. I will miss you dearly." As they watched the moonlight-moving caravan fade into the distance, the people of Hope Base felt no confusion or worry this time. For the manager had left behind a self-service vending machine, ensuring they would no longer go hungry due to the store's departure. Their gratitude for the manager ran deep. In the western district of Yunhai Base, Aina was in a fierce tug-of-war with a burly man, demanding the remaining 2 level 1 crystal cores that had been agreed upon prior. "You only gave me 2 out of the 4. Hand over the rest," she insisted, her torn red mini dress barely clinging to her. "Your service was abysmal, and you still expect the other half of the cores? Get lost before I lose my temper," he retorted, shooing her away as one might a bothersome fly. Aina, however, refused to back down. "No, you must give me the cores. You were brutal during the transaction, and now I'm covered in wounds and unable to work for days. I have a sister to feed. I can't let her go hungry." Ignored, she lunged for the bag of crystal cores slung over his shoulder. With a sharp slap, he knocked her to the ground, her right cheek swelling painfully. You ungrateful wretch. Take a look in the mirror and see your worth. I was merely feeling pity for you by indulging your business, and yet you dare to overreach. He spat before kicking her a few more times and walking away. Aina lay on the ground, her body twitching in pain. Passers-by, mere survivors themselves, glanced at her with disdain before continuing on their way, uninterested in intervening. After a long moment, Aina managed to rise to her feet. The sky had darkened, and her sister awaited her return at home, hungry for food. Chapter 118. For the sake of survival, Aina clutched the meager water and grass cakes she had procured, weaving through the old, uneven houses of the Western District. Within those homes, various individuals cast disdainful or lustful glances her way through the windows. Aina had long grown accustomed to such stares, managing to ignore them as she continued her journey homeward with a stoic expression. Their home lay nestled in a narrow alley, so constricted that a grown woman had to sidle sideways to enter. At the alley's end stood a dilapidated earthen house, once a storage shed before the apocalypse. Now a meager shelter for her and her sister. Xiaomi, I'm back, Aina called as she unlocked the rusted door with her key. Inside, darkness enveloped her, accompanied by a musty odor. After a moment, a soft voice like that of a kitten responded, Sister, you're back. I was very good today, and didn't you run around? Aina's heart softened at the familiar words. Yes, Xiaomi, you were very good. I brought back food and water. Go ahead and eat. The frail little girl climbed unsteadily from her ragged bedding, taking the grass cake into her hands and nibbling at it. After consuming a third of it, she paused. I am full. You eat, sister. Despite facing customers who had beaten and mistreated her without shedding a tear, Aina felt silent tears streaming down her face now. She had already eaten outside. The food was far better than the grass cakes, and she had no desire for any leftovers. You can finish it all. There's no need to save any for me, she thought to herself. Aimi swallowed hard, glancing at her sister with longing. Sister, is the food you ate really that good? I wish I could have a taste. Aina suppressed her bitterness, feigning annoyance. There's no such food. I barely have enough for myself. You'll have to make do with the grass cakes. Do you want to eat or not? I don't want anything good anymore. Please don't be angry, Aimi pleaded, desperately stuffing the grass cake into her mouth as if to prove her sincerity. Aina opened an old water bottle and handed it to her. Why are you drinking so much? You'll choke if you're not careful. Aimi lifted the cup to her lips, taking a few sips while smiling sweetly. Sister, I only love grass cakes. I won't eat anything else. It's all for you. Aina felt a pang of sorrow and turned her gaze away. Just finish eating. I'm tired from working all day and need to sleep. After you're done, go back to your bedding and sleep soundly, understood? Yes, I understand, Aimi replied, and Aina finally felt satisfied. She changed out of her torn red dress into a simple short-sleeve shirt and shorts before curling up on the larger piece of ragged cloth. The room was dark, so Aimi could not see the multitude of bruises adorning Aina's body. Pain kept Aina from sleeping as she tossed and turned, pondering how to manage with only one remaining crystal core, especially since she couldn't work for days due to her injuries. As dawn broke, Aina had not slept a wink and forced herself out of bed. Her stomach growled incessantly, and she rubbed her emaciated belly, accustomed to the pangs of hunger. Aimi was still asleep on the rag, and Aina quietly donned her tattered red dress, retrieving a melted lipstick from beneath the cloth, applying a bit to her lips with her pinky. She had no choice but to venture out and earn more crystal cores despite her injuries. Locking the wooden door behind her, she dragged her weary body into the outside world. The Western District was the poorest area of Yunhai Base, populated by low-level ability users and ordinary people. Each day began with thoughts of survival, and few had spare change to indulge in her services. Fortunately, she still had a few loyal customers among the ability users. She wasted no time seeking them out. Arriving at a house, she knocked on the door, tossing her hair and adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Brother Huang, care for some entertainment? Today it's only 2 level 1 crystal cores. Brother Huang hesitated, tempted, but reluctant to deplete his limited supply so quickly. Get lost, you leech. You're always trying to suck me dry, he barked, dismissing her. Unfazed, Aina turned calmly and departed for her next destination. After numerous rejections, she finally found an old customer willing to oblige. The man roughly pulled her inside, throwing her to the floor and tearing at her clothing. Aina offered no resistance, closing her eyes to endure the violation, silently repeating to herself, "For my sister, for survival. Just bear it." Brother Wang frowned at the myriad of bruises on her skin, his displeasure evident. "What the hell happened to you? This is disgusting. I've lost my appetite." Aina regretted her earlier decision to resist him. He was a violent pervert. She consoled herself with the thought that at least she would earn 4 level 1 crystal cores from this encounter, enough to stave off hunger for some time. But to her dismay, he had only given her 2 and treated her violently. "Brother Wang, I only took 2 cores this time. Just ignore my injuries," she pleaded. The man, stifling his frustration, vented his anger with brutality. Aina adjusted her skirt, enduring her discomfort as she stepped out of the house, declaring, "Brother Wang, you may hand over the crystal core now." "Humph. Had I known you were covered in scars, I would have never accepted you. Not even if it were offered for free. 1 level 1 crystal core is merely a pity," Brother Wang retorted, tossing a crystal core at Aina, which struck her in the face. "Don't come around anymore. You're getting on in years. There are plenty of younger girls out there. Their faces so tender. And they won't ask for much in exchange for a crystal core." Aina silently picked up the crystal core and left without a word. She had long since grown accustomed to such verbal insults, able to completely shield herself from the disdain and loathing of the outside world. As long as she could earn crystal cores to support her sister, she cared little for anything else. In this post-apocalyptic world, she was not among the fortunate ones. She had not awakened any abilities, nor possessed any skills. To survive, she had no choice but to sell her body like everyone else. Initially, she struggled to accept this reality, but hunger soon became her convincing ally, as did the sight of her sister Amy fainting from starvation. The harshness of reality can indeed transform a person. During the first year of the apocalypse, she would be distressed for an entire day by others' scornful gazes and mocking words, wishing to hide away from everyone. Now, however, she had learned to ignore it, remaining entirely unaffected. 2 level 1 crystal cores were still insufficient. Chapter 119. Blood Bag. Aina murmured, "I need to secure a few more jobs." The 4-story purple RV sped along the road. Lu Yiyan gazed out of the lounge window, admiring the scenery along the way. "This is my first time traveling such a distance since becoming a store clerk," she remarked. The manager mentioned that the Yunhai base they were heading to was over 2,000 kilometers away, requiring a day and a night to reach. "I heard that base is by the sea. We will finally see the ocean," exclaimed Yi Xiaoyan, setting down her book. "Wow, the ocean. I'm so excited.
I'm suddenly craving seafood."
Xiyue was engrossed in a classic film, Titanic, in the movie room. Her eyes instinctively ignored the lead actors, focusing instead on the grand ship, the shimmering sea, the azure sky, and the free-spirited seagulls. The sea is so beautiful. The Yunhai base seems to be a coastal city. I can finally see the magnificent ocean myself. Just thinking about it brightens my mood. I can't wait to get there. Xiyue thought blissfully. Before her crossing, she lived in an inland area, having only seen videos and images of the ocean on television. She had never truly been to the seaside to experience the mystery and beauty of the sea. Those who have never seen the ocean harbor a deep longing for it. Unfortunately, she was a corporate slave, either working overtime or commuting to work daily. With no savings or vacation time to travel to coastal cities for a brief escape and enjoy life, this had always been her regret. Little did she expect that in this post-apocalyptic world, her dream of seeing the ocean would actually come true. Don't get your hopes up too soon, host. The ocean after the apocalypse is no longer as it once was, a voice interjected. Xiyue's smile faltered. What do you mean? The ocean has been affected by the apocalypse? Indeed, the current sea is entirely different from what you see in the films, the voice confirmed, swiping through images of the ocean on the panel for comparison. Xiyue felt utterly disheartened, slumping in the massage chair like a fish out of water that had lost its dreams. "You, an ordinary person without awakened abilities, are certain you want to join our team to venture out of the base to hunt zombies?" On an open space in the West District, a male and female ability user were forming a temporary team. "I'm certain I can handle logistics, do odd jobs, whatever you need, as long as I receive 2 level 1 crystal cores in return," Aina replied. 2 level 1 crystal cores are excessive. No team will agree to accommodate you. "And we certainly don't need any extra hands," the male captain coldly rejected. Then forget it, Aina said, her spirits dampened. Her injuries had hindered her from securing any business since then, and in order to continue earning crystal cores, she had no choice but to take the risk of joining a team to hunt zombies, facing life-threatening dangers for a chance to earn some crystal cores. It was her last resort. Some teams were large, venturing far, and without space ability users, they had to accept ordinary people at a low price, employing them as cheap labor. The danger for ordinary people in logistics was immense. No ability user cared for their safety. If they encountered someone with ill intentions, they might even use the ordinary people as shields to buy time for their own escape. Had it not been for her injuries and the inability to secure any business, Aina would not have chosen to take such risks. Just as she was inquiring with other teams, another female team leader called out to her. There's no need to ask other teams. They won't require logistics. Hearing this, Aina felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Without any other means to earn crystal cores, what was she to do? The female team leader continued, although we don't need any odd jobs. Our team requires a blood bag, someone who can bleed to attract zombies at any moment. Are you interested? A blood bag to attract zombies? Aina felt a surge of anger. She simply wanted to earn crystal cores, not to risk her life. No, find someone else. The female leader, undeterred by the refusal, maintained her confidence. For one bloodletting session, we'll pay you 5 level 1 crystal cores. Are you really not considering it? Aina paused, her mind racing. The crystal cores earned from a single bloodletting would suffice to keep her and Amy from going hungry for a week. If she could endure it and bleed a few more times for the next 6 months, Amy could eat her fill every day. The temptation of this proposal was too great for her to refuse again. The female leader and the rest of the team grew increasingly impatient. We're offering you such a good opportunity, and you're letting it slip away? Fine, we're leaving. Aina dashed to the female leader's side, grabbing her sleeve. I'll be the blood bag. You said 5 level 1 crystal cores for one bloodletting. You can't go back on your word. Of course. Chapter 120. The Long-Limbed Fish. As evening approached, the hastily assembled team of ability users successfully returned to the Yunhai base in the West District. The captain and team members wore expressions of elation. Their mission to hunt zombies had gone exceptionally well, and they were returning laden with spoils. Today was incredibly fortunate. The number of zombies we hunted was several times our usual haul, including 2 or 3 level 3 zombies. Once we distribute the crystal cores, no one will need to venture out of the base for at least a week. The vice captain, displaying great insight, had suggested using an ordinary person as bait to attract the zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had such a smooth operation. Once we get the crystal cores, I'm heading to trade for some of the white buns made from the newly cultivated mutant wheat at the Dawn base. I've heard the taste is not much different from the old buns, aside from being pricey. I've tried them. They have a slightly sour taste, but they're far better than grass cakes. I've been collecting crystal cores vigorously these past few days just for this. I heard survivors in the North and South districts have buns for every meal. Is that true? Absolutely. The inhabitants of those 2 districts are the elite and powerful ability users of the base. Not only do they eat buns made from mutant wheat for every meal, but they also enjoy canned meat. How enviable! Aina staggered at the back of the team, her steps unsteady, her body drenched in cold sweat, giving off the impression that she might faint at any moment. She bit her tongue to regain her focus and summoned the strength to approach the captain. I'm here to collect my crystal cores, 30 in total. The man's face, once radiant with joy, instantly darkened as he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He opened his mouth to retort, I can only offer you 25 first-level crystal cores. I have donated blood 6 times, and we agreed that for each donation, I would receive 5 first-level crystal cores. Everyone was watching. Do you intend to renege on your promise? Aina shouted with all her might. Her lips, pallid from excessive blood loss and fury, turned as white as paper. The captain's menacing gaze swept over each member of the squad, who all averted their eyes, silently conveying their unwillingness to assist Aina, choosing to remain uninvolved. You did indeed donate blood 6 times, but during the last instance, only 3 or 4 drops fell from the wound. What good is that? You've wasted everyone's time. Aina felt a severe dizziness. She wanted to argue further, but her vision began to dim. If this continued, she would faint before receiving the crystal cores. Fine then, 25 first-level crystal cores it is. Seeing her willingness to concede, the male captain nodded in satisfaction. The female vice captain retrieved a handful of crystal cores from her pocket, selected 25 first-level cores, and tossed them to her. Amy, languishing on a tattered cloth, was idly playing with her fingers when she suddenly heard the clattering of a lock being opened and joyfully sprang up. Sister,
Aina.
mustering her last ounce of strength, returned to their home in the depths of the alley. The moment she opened the door, her vision turned pitch black, and she immediately fainted. Upon witnessing her sister collapse and finding her unresponsive to calls, Amy was stricken with panic, having no choice but to drag her inside. Firmly closing the wooden door behind them, Aina had instructed her to ensure the door was tightly shut to prevent any villains from entering and snatching away their food. Amy sat beside Aina, her eyes filled with fear and unease. Sister, please wake up quickly. I will be good and never make you angry again. A convoy of 4 off-road vehicles sped along the road in the southern district of the Yunhai base. Unlike the north, the south was devoid of dilapidated low houses, replaced instead by rows of new small buildings. The roads were impeccably clean, and the survivors appeared much more presentable. Those who could reside in the southern district were either exceptionally skilled or had influential connections. They radiated confidence, often looking down on others with disdain. However, upon spotting the 4 luxurious off-road vehicles, they instinctively shrank back, lacking even the courage to steal a glance. For the occupants of those vehicles were figures they could never hope to confront. These vehicles had emerged from the central district of the Yunhai base, carrying only the upper echelon, those 4 administrators governing the 4 cardinal directions of the base. The sight of all 4 departing the Yunhai base simultaneously was truly unprecedented. Where could they be rushing off to? The survivors were rife with speculation and curiosity. After a day and night of arduous travel, the Moonlight Convenience Store finally reached the coastal city where the Yunhai base was located. Although several hours remained before they would arrive at the base, Xiyue and her companions could already glimpse the distant sea through the car windows. Despite having learned from 06 that the ocean was no longer as it once was, Xiyue could hardly contain her excitement, even contemplating a stroll along the shoreline. If I wish to go, I shall go. With the Moonlight Convenience Store's mobile unit at her disposal, there was no place, aside from the skies and the sea, that she could not reach. Moreover, with a 40-meter safe zone, there was no need to worry about unforeseen dangers. Xiyue adjusted the vehicle's destination, and the RV smoothly deviated from its original path, proceeding steadily toward the distant ocean. Just as they had left that route, the 4 off-road vehicles from Yunhai base passed by. Originally, they would have crossed paths with the Moonlight Convenience Store's RV, but Xiyue's spontaneous decision to view the sea altered their intended course. The RV traversed the sandy beach as effortlessly as if it were on solid ground, unaffected by the uneven surface. As soon as it came to a halt, Xiyue and her 2 staff members disembarked. Is this the ocean after the apocalypse? Xiyue was utterly astonished. The sea before her was not the azure hue depicted in films, but rather a murky, inky black. They stood on the beach as the dark, monstrous waves crashed violently against the shore, seemingly intent on dragging them and the convenience store into the abyss. Although Xiyue was taken aback, she felt no fear. Once the seawater entered the 40-meter safe zone, she could assert control over it, halting its advance. Manager, are those fish? Lu Yuyan exclaimed, pointing toward the far side of the beach. Xiyue and Yi Xiaoyan turned simultaneously, goosebumps instantly erupting across their skin. What on earth is that? How disgusting! The sight sent a shiver down Xiyue's spine, completely shattering her romanticized view of the post-apocalyptic sea. If the black water had only evoked mild astonishment, the sight of countless fish crawling up from the depths of the sea delivered a crushing blow. Thousands of fish, now possessing limbs, emerged from the dark waters. They seemed to sense the presence of Xiyue and her companions, surging toward them, but were stopped by the safety barrier. The fish at the front were unable to advance, yet the throng behind them pressed forward relentlessly, oblivious to the obstruction. The fish at the forefront, trapped by the barrier and crushed by their countless brethren, caused a stampede, transforming into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, dismembered limbs flying in all directions. The horrific scene tested Yushi's composure, nearly causing her to vomit. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan were equally horrified, their faces turning pale, unable to bear the sight. Manager, we should leave this place. Xiyue readily agreed, swiftly ushering the two back into the RV and commanding it to escape the beach at top speed. Only the mutated, long-legged fish remained on the sand, devouring their own kind. The earlier shock left Xiyue and her companions in a state of lingering dread within the convenience store. I suspected that the creatures in the sea would also have mutated after the apocalypse, but I never imagined they would look so grotesque. Growing legs and arms to crawl ashore. The bizarre appearance of the mutated sea creature set Xiyue as stomach-churning, leaving her feeling quite unwell. There's no need to bring me lunch. I can't eat. I'm going to rest for a while. The manager retreated to her room, while Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan exchanged glances, their complexions still pale. I don't feel like eating either. What about you, Xiaoyan? No, I won't eat. I need to take it easy. The manager said we wouldn't reach the Yunhai base until 1 o'clock. Let us go upstairs and rest for a bit. All right. Let us head to the leisure area and find something to occupy ourselves. Perhaps we can forget about those fish and feel a bit better. Xiong Lingling strolled through the trading area in the western district of the Yunhai base. The trading area was a designated space similar to a marketplace, where all survivors in the western district could set up stalls to sell their goods. At that moment, the trading area was bustling with activity, filled with vendors selling various items. Xiong Lingling scanned each stall with a discerning eye, noting rare animal pelts, mutated snake venom, hallucinogenic herbs, and mutated beast meat. But the majority consisted of mutated fish and non-toxic octopus meat, along with the expensive mutated prawns. The Yunhai base's proximity to the sea and scarce forests meant that most of the mutated beasts were marine products. After the creatures in the sea underwent mutations, they became frenzied, ferocious, and extraordinarily powerful, rendering the dark waters immensely more perilous. Even the most formidable ability users dared not venture into the ocean, opting instead to capture a few mutated sea fish that had developed legs and crawled ashore, albeit possessing limited strength, along with the occasionally washed-up mutated octopuses and shrimp, whose lethality had been halved. Although the mutated sea fish appeared repulsive, they lacked intelligence and had a low rank, making them the easiest to catch. The first brave soul to taste one and confirm its lack of toxicity soon introduced it to the human diet, transforming it into a repugnant yet satiating food source. The mutated octopus and shrimp, while flavorful, were scarce and difficult to capture, leading to their high prices, making them unaffordable for the average person. On the beach. Aside from these seafood options, mutated crabs were ubiquitous, yet their exceptionally hard shells and powerful pincers rendered them formidable. Moreover, due to the inability to break open their shells to access the core, no one was inclined to pursue them. Xiong Lingling raised her chin and paused before a stall, pointing to the mutated shrimp above, inquiring, "How much for this?" The stall owner, a robust man with sun-kissed skin, did not lift his head but merely glanced at the stall. "You have a keen eye. This is a level 3 mutated shrimp, fresh. I shall sell it to you for 3 level 2 cores." Upon hearing the price, Xiong Lingling felt a pinch in her wallet, yet after surviving on grass cakes daily, the flavors had become nearly indistinguishable to her. Consoling herself internally that it was not an everyday indulgence, she decided to splurge occasionally. "Please pick the largest one. I want that big one in your hand."
All right.
The burly man presented her with the large mutated shrimp, having already extracted the core, exchanging the core for the shrimp in a seamless transaction. Xiong Lingling rolled her eyes and, after paying the cores, left the trading area, satisfied as she headed home. However, her cheerful smile froze upon seeing a middle-aged man squatting at her doorstep, quickly morphing into a forced grin. What brings you here? Did you not see the notice on the door? I'm closed today." The middle-aged man enveloped her in a crude embrace, grinning lewdly to reveal a row of crooked yellow teeth. "I'm not blind, but I missed you. How about I give you 5 level 2 cores today?" Xiong Lingling felt a flicker of temptation, but having just purchased the mutated shrimp and wishing to unwind, she politely declined. "I truly want to rest today. Perhaps tomorrow. You can come back then." Irritated by her repeated refusals, the man shoved her away, cursing, "You expect me to treat you well, yet you only push for more. What are you anyway? Though you're also an ability user, you still resort to selling yourself." With that, he stormed off without a backward glance. Xiong Lingling remained rooted in place, her complexion alternating between shades of blue and white, engulfed in shame. Indeed, she was an ability user. She had been fortunate enough to awaken her water abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, yet fear gripped her. If she relied solely on herself, she would have to hunt zombies like those female ability users, risking death, a prospect she dreaded. Thus, she emulated ordinary girls who had not awakened, resorting to selling herself. Gazing down at the mutated shrimp in her hand, her appetite vanished. The cores she used to purchase the shrimp were a testament to her own cowardice and self-degradation. She loathed this aspect of herself, yet was far more terrified of confronting the horrifying zombies and mutated plants and beasts. Just as she wallowed in self-disgust, a frail little girl suddenly emerged from a narrow alley. The girl, her face etched with fear and tears pooling in her large eyes, looked up at her with a glimmer of hope. "Big sister, my sister has been unconscious for a long time and hasn't he woken up? Her head is burning hot. Please, can you help her?" Xiong Lingling recognized the girl's face. She seemed to live in the alley with her sister, whom Xiong Lingling knew, a rival in business named Aina. Without a moment to spare, she followed the girl through the alley and into a dilapidated house. She pressed her hand against Aina's forehead, the feverish heat prompting her to frown.
So hot.
How long has she been like this? She fainted as soon as she got home yesterday evening, and hasn't he woken up since? She has been burning for nearly 20 hours. This is serious. We must find a doctor. Xiong Lingling looked at the girl. How many cores do you have? Let me see if it's enough to call a doctor. The girl recalled that her sister usually hid things under her sleeping cloth, and upon searching, she indeed found a core. Xiong Lingling sighed at the sight. Only one level 1 core? This paltry amount wouldn't suffice for a doctor. Think again. Is there anywhere else you might have hidden cores? The girl, now in tears, lamented, I can't think of any other place. Our home is so small. We've searched everywhere. What are we going to do? Xiong Lingling felt sympathy, but was unwilling to part with her own cores to treat a rival. Ultimately, she searched Aina's unconscious form and miraculously discovered more cores. Here are 25 level 1 cores. This is more than enough. Calling a doctor only requires 6 level 1 cores. I'll go fetch one now. You stay here and look after your sister. Without looking back, Xiong Lingling departed, leaving the girl anxiously watching over Aina. Aina, feeling an unusual heat emanating from within, sensed something was amiss. Xiaomi, water. Upon hearing her sister's voice, the girl joyfully handed the last of the water bottle to Aina. Sister, here is some water. Aina took a sip, her lips moistening as the heat within her gradually subsided, bringing her back to consciousness. How long have I been asleep? You fainted just as you arrived home yesterday. I was so scared you wouldn't wake up. Xiaomi sobbed. Don't worry. I won't leave you alone in this apocalypse, Aina reassured her. However, as she recalled the 25 cores she had earned from her blood donations, she began frantically searching her pockets only to find them missing. Where are my cores? How could this happen? I distinctly placed them in my pocket. Xiaomi wiped her tears and explained, the cores aren't lost. They're with a big sister, who took them to get you a doctor. She'll be back soon. Aina felt on the verge of a breakdown, grasping the implication from her sister's words. All her cores had been taken by a woman. Those cores were hard-earned from her blood donations. Just at the moment she fainted, someone had stolen them. Her body could no longer spare any more blood. She could no longer sell herself for quick money, and without cores, how would they survive? It was over, completely over. Sister, what are you saying? Xiaomi, bewildered, was only happy that her sister had awakened. The cores have been taken. Without them, how will we eat or drink? We'll starve to death. Do you understand? Aina raised her voice for the first time, startling Xiaomi, who felt a surge of fear yet mustered the courage to defend the unknown woman. That big sister must be a good person. She's really going to help get a doctor. She'll be back soon. Aina could not accept this. How could there still be a good-hearted person in the apocalypse who would remain unmoved by the sight of 25 cores? Amy had been overly sheltered, which made her so easily trust the words of others. It was all her fault. Aina was engulfed in profound guilt and despair, unresponsive to anything Amy said. The narrow room gradually filled with the sound of their breathing, when suddenly, a bright and resounding voice echoed from outside. Doctor, hurry up. Just ahead. Cross this small alley, and you'll arrive. Aina froze, lifting her gaze to the sole window to peer outside, where she spotted a familiar woman accompanied by a bespectacled doctor hastening through the crowded alley towards their home. Amy, too, heard the commotion and joyfully opened the door, exclaiming, "Big sister, you're back. My sister has awakened." Awakened? Xiong Lingling responded with surprise, but the doctor was already summoned, and the crystal cores had been spent. There was no turning back. She could only say, "Let the doctor take a look now that she is awake, to identify any issues and prevent potential complications." The doctor, who had studied traditional Chinese medicine before the apocalypse, could assess the patient's condition through pulse diagnosis. Adjusting his glasses, he wore a serious expression. "You have been reckless with your health. Multiple bloodlettings in a short period? Even a deity would struggle to withstand such abuse to the body. From today onward, you must rest at home properly. Do not starve or overexert yourself. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Bloodletting? Both Xiong Lingling and Amy were taken aback. "Sister, why did you let your blood out?" Amy cried in confusion. "I have my reasons." Aina thought it best not to disclose her status as a blood bag. The doctor had said all he needed to, and whether they listened was no longer his concern. He had earned his crystal cores and was ready to leave. Only Xiong Lingling remained an outsider in the room, feeling somewhat awkward. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Aside from me, who would meddle in the affairs of their business rivals? Ahem, since you're awake and the doctor has seen you, I'll just take my leave," Xiong Lingling said, slightly embarrassed. Suddenly remembering that the crystal cores were still in her possession, she hurriedly retrieved them from her pocket. "Here are your crystal cores. I use 6 for the doctor. Count the remaining 19 yourself. Don't hold me accountable if there's a discrepancy later." Aina glanced at her, took the crystal cores, and without a moment's hesitation, began to count before Xiong Lingling's eyes. "Well, if the numbers match, then it's settled," Aina declared, putting the crystal cores away. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be willing to help us." Xiong Lingling rubbed her ears, convinced she must have misheard. On the road, all vehicles moved slowly, queuing to enter the western district of the Yunhai base. Due to the singular route, the colossal 4-story RV from Xuye's convenience store was among them, instantly attracting the attention of other vehicles. Survivors inside the cars rolled down their windows, poking their heads out to gaze in astonishment. "This is absurd. Is that really a vehicle? 1, 2, 3, 4, if I'm not mistaken it has 4 stories? Can it even drive with that many levels?" I encountered this RV on the road. Not only could it move, but it sped past me in the blink of an eye. The owner of this RV must have a remarkable background, but are they lost? This is the road to the Western District. They should be heading to the Southern or Northern Districts instead. Meanwhile, Xiyue was contentedly practicing flower arrangement in front of the television. Each flower in the vase was uniquely beautiful, yet under her touch, they appeared oddly mismatched. This is so difficult. Has my once thriving artistic talent been depleted after years of being a corporate drone? Xiyue felt a tinge of sadness, reminding herself that she was now the store manager and owner, and she could gradually nurture her artistic sensibilities back to life. "I think your flower arrangement looks wonderful." 06 chimed in, not merely flattering her but genuinely appreciating the colorful assortment of flowers crammed into a single vase, perfectly aligning with its childhood aesthetic. "Host, are we no longer stopping outside the base?" Chapter 123. He was infected with the zombie virus. Xiyue immersed herself in flower arranging, humming absent-mindedly. This time we'll open the convenience store directly inside the base, no longer lingering outside." The guard at the western gate of the base stood agape, staring in disbelief at the massive 4-story RV before him. What kind of big shot travels in such an extravagant manner? How could they possibly come to our Yunhai base's western district? As the crowd gaped in astonishment, the large RV's ground-level windows suddenly transformed into transparent glass, revealing the interior clearly. "Am I hallucinating?" One guard rubbed his eyes vigorously. "I think I see an abundance of food." The other guards mirrored his reaction, jaws dropping as they watched the enormous RV pass into the western district. Such large bases like Yunhai Base are equipped with devices to detect zombie viruses at their gates. So vehicles entering the base do not require every occupant to disembark for inspection. This cumbersome procedure is avoided. If someone attempting to enter the base carries the zombie virus, the detection device can instantly capture it, triggering an alarm, allowing the guards to intercept them before they enter, greatly enhancing the security of the base. This detection device was created by Dr. Yi from the Dawn base after the apocalypse, due to its high cost and the rarity of materials required. Only large bases that are not short on crystal cores or supplies can afford it. With the system in place, the technology of the Moonlight convenience store far surpasses that of Blue Star, and the detection devices completely failed to register any situation within the convenience store, not even sensing the RV's presence. Thus, the device remained unresponsive as the RV passed through. To the guards, it simply appeared that the RV carried no one infected with the virus, allowing it to enter without issue. It turned out that it wasn't my imagination. The RV indeed housed countless provisions. As it rolled past, tears of envy trickled from the guards' eyes. People are truly incomparable. I can only dream of the day when I can eat steamed buns and canned meat like those from the northern and southern districts. Yet here I see someone living a life where they travel in a 4-story RV filled with all manner of food. Such a life is beyond my wildest dreams. Another guard looked down on him. "You're so timid." I can imagine it. The previous guard was taken aback. The massive RV smoothly entered the western district of Yunhai Base, while the vehicles behind it sequentially passed through the detection device. As one car approached the gate, the detection device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. All the guards turned pale, rushing to intercept. Inside the car was a family of 3. The man driving broke into a sweat upon hearing the alarm. Without a second of hesitation, he slammed the gas pedal, propelling the vehicle swiftly into the base.
Quick!
Close the iron gate. We can't let them in. The guards shouted from behind. Just as the iron gate was about to close, the car barreled through at high speed. Survivors in the Western District, witnessing the entire scene, began to scatter in panic. Heavens! An infected person has entered. Run for your lives.
Mommy, I'm scared.
Where are the guards? What are they doing? How could they let a car through with so many people here? The survivors in the Western District were predominantly of lower strength, with most being ordinary people or low-level abilities, unable to calmly address the sudden situation, causing chaos to ensue. In a car occupied by an infected individual, a wife cradles her son, nervously glancing back to see a group of aggressive guards pursuing them. "What do we do?" "They are closing in," she exclaims in panic. Her husband, catching sight of the approaching guards in the rearview mirror, presses the accelerator with a surge of urgency. First, we must shake them off, then drive to a deserted place, abandon the car, and hide. That's our only option. The wife clutches her unconscious son tightly. Nodding in agreement, yes, we cannot let them capture Xiyue. The vehicle, in a desperate bid to evade the guards, speeds along the narrow road, overtaking one car after another. Just as they seem to be losing their pursuers, a massive RV blocks the roadway ahead, flanked by buildings on either side, rendering any attempt to bypass it impossible. "Hurry, think of something. They're almost upon us." The wife shouts in distress. The man, drenched in sweat and overwhelmed with despair, realizes there's no way through. Suddenly, Xiyue, manipulating her powers, perceives everything occurring within her domain. Frowning slightly, she senses the approaching vehicles and the multitude of pursuers entering her sphere. In utter desperation, the car makes a reckless charge toward the RV, aiming to collide with it. Xiyue, irritated by the audacity of the act, thinks, "What transgression has my RV committed to deserve this? If you wish to vent your frustrations on my mobile convenience store, you must first seek my permission." With a mere flick of her finger, the speeding car, still a distance from the RV, is abruptly halted as if it collided with an invisible barrier, disintegrating into shards. The 3 occupants are thrust forward by the force of the impact. The man, cushioned by the deployed airbags, suffers a slight bleeding on his forehead and a broken arm. Losing consciousness, while the woman crashes violently against her seat, her head bleeding profusely, taking her last breath almost instantly. The guards trailing behind witness this bizarre scene unfold, utterly astonished. How peculiar. The car didn't hit anything, yet it shattered into pieces. What on earth is happening? The captain of the guards snaps out of his stupor, momentarily disregarding the car's destruction, instructing his men to apprehend the survivors within. They struggle to extricate the 3 from the wreckage, examining their conditions closely. It's clear that the family consists of a wife who is deceased, and though the husband clings to life, without timely medical attention, he too will soon perish. The gaze of the guard shifts to the lifeless woman's embrace, revealing the child, a boy still alive, but not for long. His arm bears a wound from a zombie bite, indicating he has contracted the virus and will soon transform into a zombie. The other guards, seeing the boy's injury, express their anger and disgust. They are acutely aware that the child, infected, attempted to infiltrate the Yunhai base, a selfish act that could jeopardize the entire facility. Captain. The child is on the verge of transformation. Let us grant him a swift end, one suggests. The captain nods in grim agreement, raising his blade toward the boy, who is now breathing heavily and beginning to groan. Meanwhile, in a different location, 06, still struggling to memorize the product manual, is suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his chest, causing the manual to slip from his grasp. Ah, it hurts. What is happening? He gasps, clutching his chest in agony. I am a system. How can I feel pain? Just as he approaches his breaking point, a flood of unfamiliar yet familiar memories inundates his mind. I must save him. I must. Xiyue, seated in the convenience store, is acutely aware of everything within her safe zone, including the imminent transformation of the boy and the intent of the leading supernatural being to execute him. However, she remains an observer, not inclined to intervene with the sermon on the boy's humanity. Host, please save him. I implore you. 06's weak voice resonates in her ears, tinged with an unprecedented urgency. Taken aback, Xiyue wonders what has transpired. Although she does not know the boy, she cares for 06 and senses his vulnerability. I've unlocked the serum to counter the zombie virus. Please hurry and save that boy. Time is running out. Recognizing the urgency, Xiyue swiftly accesses the system's store, locating the antidote to the zombie virus. Seeing its steep price of 20,000 points, she purchases it without hesitation. Outside the convenience store, the guard captain observes the boy's eye turning white and decides to act, swinging his knife toward the child's neck. Surrounding female survivors avert their gazes, unable to witness the impending tragedy. As the knife strikes the boy's neck, it suddenly halts, unable to advance. What? How can this be? The captain, confused and terrified, exerts all his strength, but the blade remains immovable. In the midst of the uncertainty, a well-dressed woman with a vibrant complexion emerges from the luxurious RV. Xiyue instantly teleports to the boy's side, casually waving her hand, sending the captain and his knife several meters away. Stabilizing himself at a distance, the captain comprehends that he was momentarily under the control of this formidable woman. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He is on the brink of becoming a zombie. Ignoring this poses a tremendous threat to the base. Xiyue, unfazed, inspects the boy's condition, declaring, with my presence, he shall not transform. The captain is left speechless, grappling with disbelief, yet aware of her overwhelming power. He attempts to reason. It's futile. The zombie virus is incurable. We must act swiftly before he transforms. Xiyue, dismissive of his concerns, hastily administers the antidote she just acquired, injecting it into the boy's neck before the virus can fully spread. Onlookers begin to speculate, what is she injecting into that little zombie? Surely that potion cannot be effective? That woman must be deranged. As skepticism grows, a sudden gust slices through the crowd, severing locks of hair from their heads. Witnessing Xiyue's prowess, the once chaotic atmosphere descends into silence. The captain, utterly exasperated, realizes he is but a diligent worker caught in the crossfire of an immensely powerful being, unable to retaliate or reprimand her. With great caution he approached, attempting once more to communicate effectively. Aunt, you have tried your best. Since it has proven futile, may we take over the matter? As soon as he uttered these words, he beheld the boy, previously marred by veins, with white eyes and an aura of decay, transform back into a fair and natural state. This miraculous remedy actually works. The surrounding guards and onlookers, upon hearing this, erupted into a frenzy, unafraid of the slicing winds, as they rushed forward to witness the spectacle. I observed, and indeed, it seemed to be effective. His complexion flushed, returning a hint of color. Could it be that a cure for the zombie virus truly exists? Are there any spare doses available? How many crystal cores would it cost? If only this antidote had been available sooner. My parents and my wife and children would not have succumbed to the zombie fate. Seeing that the boy had fully recovered, albeit still unconscious, Xiyue no longer worried and seized the opportunity to promote her wares. My mobile convenience store offers the zombie virus antidote for sale. You are welcome to purchase. With that, She gestured towards the massive four-story RV behind her, where the shelves were stocked with items available for purchase using points. The boy on the ground opened his eyes, his pupils restored to normal, yet his consciousness remained muddled, unaware of the events transpiring around him or his whereabouts. Noting this, Xiyue disregarded the others eager to converse, and directly brought the boy back to the RV. Upon returning, she entrusted the boy to 2 attendants for care and ascended to the upper level. Restarting the RV, she attempted to summon 06 in her mind. But after calling for an extended period, there was no response. Xiyue's expression darkened. Such a situation had never occurred before, leaving her completely oblivious to 06's condition. Who was this boy she had rescued, and what made him so extraordinary? This passive feeling was deeply unsettling. Moreover, she was genuinely concerned for 06. Uncertain of when it would recover, Xiyue speculated that the boy might serve as a breakthrough and decided to descend to find him. However, the boy was merely 4 years old, and despite her inquiries, all he could reveal was that his name was Xiyue. At this point, urgency was futile. Xiyue opted to keep Xiyue with her, allowing him to rest on the sofa in the convenience store's second-floor lounge for the night. The Moonlight convenience store ultimately settled in the trading area of the West District. By submitting a Level 2 crystal core to the management department, one could set up a stall for a month. Ordinarily, the trading area was not meant for habitation, nor did it provide lodging. However, since the Moonlight convenience store came equipped with living quarters, the management turned a blind eye. After a week of challenges to the store manager's abilities, the surrounding populace began to adhere to the store's regulations, dutifully purchasing goods. Chapter 125. It shall be him. Those who had been reprimanded by the manager, aside from those who had already perished, now exhibited clear eyes and a demeanor of compliance. With the growing reputation of the Moonlight convenience store, news reached individuals from the Southeast, North, and South districts, prompting them to visit the previously scorned West District trading area. Survivors from other districts even implored the manager not to remain solely in the West District, as the other districts also desired the Moonlight convenience store. Eager to accumulate more points without exerting much effort, Xiyue readily agreed. The population in the Yunhai base was substantial, since all 4 districts belonged to the Yunhai base. She decided to rotate her RV, spending 2 days in each district. To enhance efficiency, she installed a points exchange station and an automated vending machine in each of the 4 districts. In a mere half-month, Xiyue amassed a considerable fortune and gained further insight into the Yunhai base. The disparities in strength and poverty among the 4 districts of the Yunhai base were striking. Survivors in the West District, though they could scrape together enough for food, daily necessities, and weapons, could not afford the zombie virus antidote priced at 50,000 points. Only a few could manage to save enough points to purchase it, resulting in fewer than 20 doses sold. In contrast, survivors from the other 3 districts were affluent in crystal cores, while not every individual could buy a dose. It was likely that each household possessed at least one as a backup. Xiyue heard that survivors in the central district of the Yunhai base were even wealthier, as it housed the high-ranking officials and the strongest ability users of the base. The central district was heavily guarded, prohibiting outsiders from entry. Naturally, the Moonlight convenience store could not penetrate its defenses, and Xiyue had no inclination to force her way in against the will of others. Operating a store in the Yunhai base had been relatively relaxed, yet she found it peculiar that in previous experiences at any new base, the higher-ups would personally visit or send representatives to negotiate upon learning of the Moonlight convenience store's presence. However, after spending so much time here, there had been no signs of activity from the base's upper echelons. In the conference room of the Yunhai base's central district, the leaders were still absent. Had they received a detailed report regarding the Moonlight convenience store? An Earth-type ability user who had reached the pinnacle of level 7 paced anxiously beside the table. "Old Gua, please sit down. Your constant pacing is making me dizzy," remarked a girl with a lollipop, her hair tied in neat twin tails, furrowing her brow in annoyance.
Indeed.
"Old Gua, heed Jingmo's advice and take a seat. Fretting is of no use. It would be better to sit and enjoy a drink," suggested a man with thin-framed, vintage glasses, calmly sipping from a cup of orange juice. "Why are you not anxious? Are you unaware of the goods sold in that convenience store? They are freshly produced. After 5 years of the apocalypse, how could you not be curious about such items? And most importantly, the zombie antidote. It is a cure." Old Guo was unable to calm himself. Although he had not personally visited the Moonlight convenience store, the entire Yunhai base was under their surveillance. And he was well acquainted with all developments. He could not believe the others were unaware. I am aware, isn't it quite splendid? No longer must we worry about being bitten by zombies. Who could have imagined that after all this time, I could still enjoy a strawberry-flavored lollipop? Zheng Emo savored the dopamine brought forth by the treat, her previously volatile temper now soothed. I refuse to believe you have not dispatched anyone to purchase goods from the store. Cough cough. Old Guo awkwardly touched his nose, pulling out a chair to sit down. He had just enjoyed a meal from the Moonlight convenience store's offerings for lunch, and it had been quite delicious. Yet the source of those items.
Well,
the origin of those items is of no concern to us. The manager has brought the convenience store to our Yunhai base, which benefits us, without any drawbacks. Until the leader's return, let's allow her to operate as she pleases, Wu Qingyang declared solemnly, adjusting his glasses. The leaders had entrusted Wu Qingyang with the highest management authority before their departure, and the other two chose not to voice further opinions, leaving one after another. Wu Qingyang gazed at the orange juice he had purchased from the Moonlight convenience store, reminiscing about his grandchildren regaining their pre-apocalyptic vigor. Clamoring for an extra ice cream after dinner, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of the Dawn base, a room designated for housing test subjects, Yang Mingjie and others had been confined within a large cage. The children were kept separately, with baby among them, forcibly separated from Yang Mingjie. Initially, Yang Mingjie would shout and curse at the researchers passing by or plead for their release along with baby. However, as individuals around him were taken one by one without returning, and with his own peril looming, he no longer had the luxury to think of baby. He dreaded the day he would be summoned, bound for dissection in the laboratory.
Bang.
The door to the room swung open, causing Yang Mingjie to tremble. Glancing apprehensively at the exit alongside the others in the cage, the men and women clad in white lab coats entered, appearing to Yang Mingjie as harbingers of death. He was engulfed with terror, clutching his body and cautiously retreating. Perhaps due to his numerous misdeeds, fortune had turned its back on him. The lead researcher pointed his finger with a casual flick, selecting him.
He?
Who? Yang Mingjie fervently prayed it would not be him, slightly raising his gaze only to find that fateful finger indicating himself. No, 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 not me, please. Yang Mingjie thrashed violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yet, no one extended a shred of sympathy. The researchers were coiled in disgust, pinching their noses, urging, hurry. Pull him out and take him to Dr. Yi. Two formidable ability users seized Yang Mingjie from his cage, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Please, I beg you. Let me go, he cried out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears as they dragged him into a room filled with medical apparatus. Bound to the examination table with steel chains, Yang Mingjie was overwhelmed with dread, struggling frantically to break free and escape, but the restraints were inescapably tight. The lead researcher then retrieved a vial from a box, injecting the contents into Yang Mingjie's body, and all personnel swiftly exited the room. In the adjacent chamber, a dozen individuals observed Yang Mingjie's every movement through a transparent glass. The drug took effect rapidly. He soon ceased his struggles and began convulsing, frothing at the mouth. Veins bulging, his agony palpable. His body began to swell, muscles expanding at an unnatural rate, ultimately bursting through the chains. Even after breaking free, his body continued to inflate, culminating in a grotesque behemoth nearly 3 meters tall. Yang Mingjie's head throbbed painfully, his nerves aflame with agony, and before he could comprehend the transformation, his powers erupted uncontrollably. His earth-based abilities activated spontaneously, enveloping him in a torrent of sand that clung to his skin, leaving only his eyes visible. Through the glass, Yi Tianze observed Yang Mingjie's metamorphosis with clarity. Dr. Yi, we have succeeded. His assistants cheered exuberantly. Chapter 126. It snowed. Amidst the celebration, an incident unfolded next door. Yang Mingjie writhed in excruciating pain, frantically bashing his head, wreaking havoc in the laboratory.
Ah!
He screamed in torment, his black pupils turning grayish-white, teeth sharpening until they pierced his lips. Witnessing this, the assistants, save for Yi Tianze, were filled with disappointment and fear. It was a failure. The 1819 experiment subject's physiological functions had been enhanced, the Earth ability fully manifested, consciousness fleetingly awakened for 12 seconds, ultimately leading to a corpse-like transformation, a failed experiment. Assistant Xiyue documented the outcome. Doctor, what shall we do with the failed experiment subject 1819? Extract the last vestige of value, then dispose of him far away. I wish to see how far he can evolve. Yi Tianzi replied coldly, his gaze darkened. Xiyue and the other assistants trembled slightly. Understood, Doctor. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, during which Xiyue spent the majority of her time at the Yunhai base. In her leisure, she activated the mobile convenience store, exploring the surrounding bases and accumulating points. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store upgraded to level 7 during this time, expanding its safety radius to 60 meters. The upgraded convenience store underwent a significant transformation, more than doubling in size. Its form was no longer merely that of a trailer. The first and second floors retained the trailer's appearance, while above was a lively courtyard encircled by a white fence, flourishing with flowers and a babbling brook, at the heart of which stood a 2-story villa. This upgrade distinctly separated the convenience store from the living quarters. The lower 2 levels served as the business area, while the garden and villa above constituted the living space for the manager and staff. The staff's living quarters included a reception and lounge area on the first floor of the villa, while Xiyue's room, alongside her study and home theater, occupied the second floor. Opening the villa's windows, the fragrant blossoms from the garden wafted in with a gentle breeze, filling the room. Xiyue squinted her eyes in comfort, her spirits lifted considerably. The only source of her unease was her inability to contact 06, regardless of her persistent calls. Her messages seemed to vanish into the abyss, eliciting no response. The Moonlight Convenience Store now resembled a mobile little house, its recent upgrade astonishing everyone at the base. Residents in the central area of Yunhai could not resist gathering to witness the spectacle. Zheng Mo arrived with a formidable entourage. Gazing at the villa and courtyard atop the trailer, their envy palpable. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan observed Zheng Mo's aggressive approach and felt a twinge of anxiety that she might seek trouble with the convenience store. However, the girl with pigtails, her face fierce, merely curiously explored the store, ultimately purchasing some daily necessities, medicines, and 100 lollipops before departing. The 2 young female staff exchanged relieved smiles. Phew.
We scared ourselves.
Upon Zheng Mo and her followers returning to the central area, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the vibrant joy permeating the outer districts brought on by the Moonlight Convenience Store. The central area was steeped in silence and tension. 2 months prior, the subordinates of the 4 power holders of the Yunhai base had risked everything to bring back the last glimmer of news from the Dawn base, which stated, no hope of return. The Yunhai base is officially under the management of Wu Qingyang, Guasan, and Zheng Mo regardless of our fates. We must not antagonize the Dawn base. The Yunhai base must not trouble the Moonlight Convenience Store. If necessary, we may cooperate with the store manager. Accompanying the message were several documents, which only Wu Qingyang, Guasan, and Zheng Mo had perused. After reviewing the documents, the trio harbored deep resentment and fear toward the Dawn base, fully aware that the Yunhai base lacked the strength to save anyone. The sole piece of good news was that they had never caused any trouble for the Moonlight Convenience Store. In a makeshift infirmary in the Western District, nearly 100 survivors, injured by mutated beasts or plants, lay on tattered cloths. A dozen low-tier healing ability users navigated the chaos, earnestly treating the bloody wounds of the injured. Among them was a young healer, seemingly newly awakened. After several attempts, she managed to activate her ability. A faint white glow emanating from her fingertips as she hovered over a gaping wound, providing minimal pain relief and stopping the bleeding. The bleeding has ceased. To expedite recovery, it's best to find a higher-tier healer or apply ointment from the Moonlight Convenience Store, Amy remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, an older healer shouted from the entrance, Amy, your sister has come to pick you up. Amy's eyes sparkled, and she joyfully dashed outside, spotting her sister's graceful figure standing by the infirmary, beaming, sister. Elena beckoned her over, gently wiping the sweat from Amy's face. Are you tired? I'm not tired at all, Amy replied cheerfully, retrieving 2 first-level crystal cores from her pocket. I received last week's wages today. A month prior, Amy had awakened a relatively rare healing ability, Though still weak due to its recent emergence, she had found a job treating the wounded in the Western District. Every week, there are only 2 primary crystal nuclei available, yet one can procure a week's worth of sustenance at the Moonlight convenience store, sufficient for the survival of the 2 sisters. No longer do they endure the pangs of hunger, as they once did. Aina no longer needs to sell herself, nor does she have to provide her blood for crystal nuclei. The sisters walk hand in hand toward home. Sister? Last time Sister Lingling bought canned peaches at the Moonlight convenience store and shared some with me. They were sweet and delicious. Let us also buy something to bring to Sister Lingling, she exclaimed. Aina replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The bitter days of their past are now behind them, and the future promises to be ever more delightful.
Oh.
Amy suddenly halted, feeling a sudden chill on her face. She wiped her cheeks and looked up at the sky. Sister, it's starting to snow. As the snowflakes began to fall, the temperature swiftly dropped, transforming the previously oppressive heat into a more bearable coolness. Yet, no one could muster a smile. The survivors of this post-apocalyptic world knew that a drop in temperature heralded the onset of the most grueling cold. In the extreme cold, temperatures plummet to -40 degrees, accompanied by biting winds and snowstorms. Each year, after the harshest cold, countless survivors succumb to freezing or starvation. The frigid weather signifies that people cannot venture out to slay zombies and collect crystal nuclei. Even mutated beasts are reluctant to emerge, leading to a scarcity of food. At this moment, Xiyue cradles a cat, enjoying snacks and cola with Xiaohui in the leisure area on the first floor of the villa, watching animated shows. Noticing the indoor temperature dropping, she glanced outside, only to discover the world beyond the courtyard blanketed in snow. It's snowing, Xiyue exclaimed in astonishment. She accessed the system panel and adjusted the air conditioning from cooling to heating, gradually restoring comfort to the room. With the cold weather, the system mall offers winter items like down jackets and blankets. However, due to the disappearance of 06, the convenience store has not unlocked any new products for a long time. Xiyue donned a thick coat from her wardrobe and stepped outside, realizing that the temperature had already approached 0 degrees and continued to decline. Chapter 127. Auxiliary System. Those still shopping at the Moonlight convenience store or lounging in the leisure area, enjoying the air conditioning and television, suddenly changed their expressions upon witnessing the snowfall. Seizing the moment before the chill set in too deeply, they hurriedly departed. Upon returning to her vehicle, Xiyue found Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan wearing worried expressions. Both had endured the brutal cold and understood how arduous those days could be. Manager, many customers are inquiring whether the convenience store will stock warm items. The extreme cold is unbearable, Yi Xiaoyan relayed the customers' concerns. Xiyue replied, let us wait a bit longer. If 06 were still here, it would undoubtedly have released tasks to unlock warm products to earn points, but now it's gone, and we cannot unlock new items. Knowing she could not afford to wait idly, Xiyue opened the system panel and, utilizing the manager as authority, submitted a request to the central system for purchasing winter goods using points, emphasizing the immense demand for these items and the potential for substantial profit. If the central system wished to earn more points, it would have to respond favorably. With her request sent, all that remained was to wait. Thousands of kilometers away from the Yunhai base, a medium-sized base faced grave danger. The day unfolded quietly, bearing no difference from the past 5 years except for the impending cold. Survivors continued their daily routines, when suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from beyond the base walls. Panic ensued among the survivors outside, rushing towards the gates as a formidable figure, towering 3 meters tall, emerged behind them. It's a zombie! An exceptionally strong mutated zombie! Cried the fleeing survivors, shattering the calm of the base. The ability users within the Xingqian base reacted swiftly, gathering to confront the encroaching zombies. As the zombies drew closer, the crowd could discern the creature's appearance, eliciting gasps of horror. What a terrifying zombie! Unlike any they had encountered before. This zombie was not only remarkably tall, but its bulging muscles were encased in a thick layer of earthen armor, with only a pair of blood-red eyes and sharp fangs glistening with flesh visible. Each ability user, seasoned by countless battles, quickly steadied themselves and unleashed their most potent powers against the zombie. Strangely, the zombies stood motionless, not evading their attacks at all. Observing it stagger slightly amidst the flames of their onslaught, they exhaled in relief, It's fine now. That zombie should be dead. The alarm was lifted. And once the flames extinguished, they could extract the zombie's crystal nucleus and send someone to clear the road. Just as they believed the ordeal was over, the zombie surged back to life amidst the flames, darting out with a speed rivaling that of the fastest ability users. Appearing before several of them in the blink of an eye, the zombie emerged unscathed, clearly impervious to their assaults. Before the stunned individuals could react, the zombie delivered a devastating blow, reducing them to mere pulp. The remaining ability users scrambled to activate their powers to evade, and the situation rapidly spiraled out of control. After slaying several ability users, the zombie ceased its assault on the remaining survivors and, disregarding their attacks, bent down to feast upon the mangled bodies of its fallen adversaries. Those still alive at the entrance, and the reinforcements arriving were left trembling in horror at the sight, and their dread intensified as they noticed that with each bite the zombie took, the dirt covering its body grew increasingly solid. Their attacks, which initially shattered the zombie's armor, began to leave no trace upon its form. With a ferocious roar, the zombie threw its head back after finishing its meal, its fists colliding with one another, sending a cloud of yellow dust into the air, dense enough to nearly suffocate them. No, the survivors within Xingchen base knew they were doomed. In the span of a day, the entire world was ensconced in a blanket of white snow. The streets of the Yunhai base were patrolled only by designated teams and wind-type ability users. The patrols scoured for danger while the wind users employed their powers to clear the excessive snow from the roads to prevent buildings and pathways from being buried. Others, unless absolutely necessary, chose to remain indoors. Even though it was quite cold inside, it was still preferable to the harshness outside. Zhou Yongxiang was a 6th-level advanced healing-type ability user, living with his wife and children in the southern district of the Yunhai base. Fortunately, their entire family had awakened their abilities, allowing them to reside in a decent home, where they could enjoy steamed buns made from mutated wheat daily, and occasionally indulge in canned meat, even as others struggled for their next meal. Compared to the residents of the Western District, he felt quite fortunate in this apocalypse. However, when the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store arrived at the base, he realized just how meager his previous existence had been. Now, they were truly living well. Frost coated the windows, while inside, a comforting hot pot simmered. Each family member wrapped in tattered quilts gathered around the pot, basking in its warmth. His wife, while adding the meat and vegetables purchased from the Moonlight Convenience Store, remarked, "The electric pot from the Moonlight Convenience Store is truly excellent, with points. It works perfectly, at any time. Indeed, in the past, we could only eat buns that had been hastily warmed by our powers. We could never have dreamed of enjoying hot pot," she added wistfully. Their daughter sipped milk warmed by the pot, relishing the moment. "Mom, after we finish the vegetables and meat, can we cook the wontons we bought last time?" their son asked, drooling with anticipation.
All right.
"Your father will fetch the wontons from the cupboard," the wife replied with a smile. Zhou Yongxiang emerged from beneath the quilt, presenting the wontons to his wife. As he inhaled the aromatic steam wafting from the pot and gazed upon his wife and children, he felt a profound sense of happiness that had long eluded him. Countless survivors had begun to lead lives they once deemed unimaginable, thanks to the arrival of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. At this moment, Xiyue was in the small courtyard beside the villa, sipping tea while admiring the snow-laden scenery. The garden appeared as a separate realm, where the temperature was pleasantly warm, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating a stark contrast to the brutal cold outside. At that moment, the system panel received a notification. Upon opening it, Xiyue discovered that the central system had acknowledged her feedback and had temporarily dispatched an auxiliary system to issue tasks in place of 06. Unlike 06, the auxiliary system was incapable of human interaction and could only issue tasks mechanically through the system panel. New task unlocked. Sell at least 50 units of each item on the convenience store shelves. Task rewards. Unlock ordinary down jackets. Points for heated down jackets, ordinary quilts. Points for heated quilts, ordinary cotton pants. Points for heated cotton pants, fluffy hats. Points for heated hats, ordinary cotton gloves. Points for heated gloves. Task progress. Completed. Congratulations, store manager. The rewards of ordinary down jackets. Points for heated down jackets, ordinary quilts. Points for heated quilts, ordinary cotton pants. Points for heated cotton pants, fluffy hats. Points for heated hats, ordinary cotton gloves. Points for heated gloves have been distributed.
Please check at your convenience.
Chapter 128. New arrivals at the vending machines. Xiyue ordered 500 units of each newly unlocked winter product and stocked them in the mobile convenience store, filling the pristine shelves in the second-floor household goods section to capacity. As the mobile convenience store stocked up on winter essentials, the self-service vending machines outside also required updates. Xiyue spent some points to replenish items, ensuring that all vending machines, aside from essential food, water, and certain medications, were stocked with necessities for the extreme cold. After completing her tasks, Xiyue silently observed the falling snow outside. Qian leaped onto her lap, sensing the worry etched on her face, and tilted its head in confusion. Meowing softly, Xiyue stroked its fluffy head, her heart laden with unease. The central system had directly dispatched the auxiliary system to issue tasks without any mention of 06, indicating that the central system was fully aware of 06's disappearance. Perhaps 06 was of no consequence to the central system and had been abandoned. In the Hope Base's corner, a makeshift shelter constructed from tattered cloth housed Tang Jing, who emerged from beneath a threadbare quilt that offered little warmth. Hearing the commotion, Li Mei, trembling in her own shabby quilt, poked her head out and coughed. Jing, it's so cold. Are you really going out?
Mom.
The crystal cores are nearly depleted. I must venture out to hunt zombies, replied Tang Jing, shivering as he donned all his clothing, which, despite being numerous, offered him scant protection against the chill. Li Mei hesitated, urging, you shouldn't go out in this bitter cold. I want to enhance my abilities and strive to break through to level 3 to save more crystal cores so we can live in a better house together. Tang Jing insisted, lifting the tent flap. The piercing cold wind mixed with snowflakes lashed against his face, freezing his eyelashes almost instantly.
Li Mei,
observing the thick layer of snow outside and her son's inadequate clothing, firmly grasped his arm, resolutely opposing his departure from the base.
Xiyue.
It's not that I don't understand your intentions, but it's far too cold outside. You'll freeze to death on the journey. But this is all the clothing we have. Where can we find thicker clothes now? Tang Jing protested. At that moment, a patrolling guard from the Hope Base happened to overhear their conversation. Tenderly stroking his newly acquired down jacket, he remarked, did you not know? The moonlight vending machines outside have just stocked down jackets and quilts. The one I'm wearing was just purchased from the vending machine. It may not look thick, but it keeps me quite warm. I've been patrolling for an hour and hardly feel cold. Tang Jing's spirits lifted at this news. Mom, did you hear that? The store manager has restocked quilts and down jackets. I'm going to use my points to buy one right now. Li Mei was pleased but also anxious about the cost. How much does the down jacket cost? Is it expensive? Not at all, just 120 points each. And they're waterproof. A friend of mine spent 500 points on a heated down jacket, and he says it's incredibly comfortable. I regret not buying that one myself. Oh, and if you're going to buy, hurry up while there aren't too many people and you won't have to queue. After delivering this information, the empowered being continued on his patrol, leaving their tent. Li Mei contemplated the cost. 120 points was a stretch, but they could manage it, and she urged, Jing, quickly take your points card and buy one to wear. Don't freeze out there. With determination, Tang Jing grabbed his card and dashed out of the house. His resolve to grow stronger solidified. Someday, he vowed, he would buy his mother a heated down jacket as well. Inside the villa, at the Hope Base, Shenyang and his trusted confidants convened in the study, each adorned in self-heating down jackets. This year, the extreme cold would not claim as many lives. Shenyang gazed out of the villa window, observing survivors clad in new down jackets engaging in their daily activities amidst the heavy snowfall. A far cry from the usual desolation. The impact of the extreme cold had lessened. Empowered individuals could continue their tasks of gathering crystal cores and hunting mutated flora and fauna as usual, just as they had before. Yes, leader, Wei Yubiao, seated in the meeting room, noted. Having married the leader's sister, he was now part of Shenyang's inner circle. Since their marriage, he had cherished Shenyang with unwavering devotion, and their bond had grown ever stronger, allowing Shenyang to gradually entrust her to him.
Now,
Shenyang was 2 months pregnant, indulged by both men, and had begun to exhibit a certain capriciousness, demanding anything she wished, which both brother and husband endeavored to fulfill. Recently, she had been clamoring to visit the store manager. Initially, Wei Yubiao had dismissed it, as everyone in the Hope base shared the same desire. However, a few days later, Xiyue insisted that he drive her away from the Hope base to seek out the store manager. He argued that it was unsafe for her to travel while pregnant, promising to accompany her after the baby was born. This led to a tantrum on her part, which ultimately resulted in a stern reprimand from Xiyue, bringing her back into line. In stark contrast, the women of the Dandelion base were not as fortunate as Xiyue, as the base had been established solely for women, many of whom had suffered at the hands of men during the apocalypse. Many were pregnant or were caring for children. Some could not bear the thought of giving birth to a child of someone they loathed and chose to terminate or abandon their pregnancies. Others believed that children were innocent and chose to continue nurturing their offspring. The Dandelion base respected each woman's unique choices, neither imposing the obligation to raise their children nor compelling them to terminate their pregnancies. Unfortunately, the abrupt arrival of extreme cold left many pregnant women and those with newborns in dire straits, succumbing to the relentless chill. Xiyue, the leader of the Dandelion base, witnessed this grim reality and immediately organized a team of empowered individuals to hunt mutated beasts, skinning their pelts to provide warmth for the affected women. However, the mutated beasts also feared the cold, with many hibernating through the harsh winter, resulting in the team returning empty-handed after numerous expeditions. Standing within a tent, Xiyue observed the frail women clutching their children tightly, attempting to share their warmth, but to no avail, as the infants' bodies turned a purplish hue, their cries growing weaker. Alas! Xiyue felt a sense of exhaustion as she returned to her tent, rummaging through all the crystal cores and other valuable items she had. "Chief, why are you laying out all your possessions?" Wu Ruo inquired as she walked in. "You arrived just in time. Gather a few people. We need to head to another base to procure some winter supplies and trade for food, as we're running low." Xiyue replied, organizing her belongings into a bag. "I'll go start the vehicle. You gather everyone at the base entrance." It had been a while since the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store last visited the Dandelion base, and their stock of food had dwindled to nothing. They could not afford to be complacent. They must venture outside to exchange for food and resources. Wu Ruo hesitated, knowing that going to another base meant encountering men. She and the other survivors bore significant trauma from past experiences, having been deeply affected by their encounters with men. In this world, most base leaders were male, and she harbored a strong distrust of them, fearing that trading would lead to exploitation. Noticing Wu Ruo's reluctance, Xiyue reassured her. "I heard from the store manager that there's a glacier base not too far from here, led by a woman just like me. We can go there to get supplies." Wu Ruo finally felt at ease, quickly stepping outside to assemble a few capable individuals. After regrouping with Xiyue, they boarded an off-road vehicle and set off towards the glacier base. With a wind element ability user clearing the snow, they drove non-stop for over 5 hours, ultimately reaching the glacier base without incident. As they approached the entrance, the sight of male guards made the 5 women in the vehicle tense up, their previous traumatic experiences causing an involuntary reaction of anxiety at the mere sight of men. Xiyue struggled to overcome her discomfort, forcing her gaze away from the guards' faces and instead focusing on their attire, which caused her eyes to widen in surprise. "Are they all wearing down jackets?" The 5 women in the vehicle expressed their envy. They had not expected the glacier base to be so generous, with each guard donned in identical, pristine down jackets. If they successfully exchanged for down jackets at this base, the survival rate of the Dandelion base's inhabitants would see a significant increase. As long as they could endure, hope would surely blossom. After registering their names and origins, they finally entered the base. Xiyue quickly observed that the status of women within the glacier base was not inferior to that of men, and in fact, women often held higher positions. The patrol team showed a balanced ratio between genders, with many female leaders. Following the advice of the store manager, it was clear that the glacier base was indeed the most suitable place for them to visit. Once they stepped out of the vehicle, Xiyue approached a female patrol leader and said, "We are survivors from the Dandelion base, visiting the glacier base for the first time. Could you please direct us to where we can exchange food and winter supplies?" Wan Ting quickly assessed the group, recognizing their anxious expressions that clearly indicated it was their first visit. She informed them that they would need to register their information and make an appointment to trade for supplies. Seeing their confusion and apprehension, Wan Ting sighed softly and said, All right, I'll take you there. Along the way, she explained the origins of the self-service vending machines and the rules for exchanging goods, which enlightened Li Xiyue and Wu Ruo about the store manager's ingenuity. After all, who else but the store manager could create such a remarkable invention and procure so many new winter supplies? Upon reaching the registration area, Wan Ting took her leave. A long queue stretched before them, filled with both survivors from the glacier base and newcomers wishing to trade at the self-service machines. This system had been devised by Wan Lianfeng to facilitate faster exchanges for survivors. Having arrived later, Li Xiyue and her group could only secure an appointment for the following morning. They found an affordable inn, renting 2 rooms to rest for the night. After completing her patrol, Wan Ting returned to the villa, feeling the weight of fatigue. "Miss, you're back." She was greeted as she accepted a glass of fresh milk from the housekeeper. After taking a sip, she asked, "Is my mother already resting?" "The chief is still in a meeting," came the reply. "Still in a meeting at this hour?" Wan Ting frowned slightly, remembering how her mother had been unusually busy lately, often distracted during meals. As she watched the ripples in her milk, a wave of unease washed over her. She sensed that something significant was about to unfold. At 2 a.m., Wan Lianfeng quietly returned to her room, sighing as she massaged her temples to alleviate the throbbing headache caused by overthinking. "Mom, you've been working late lately. What exactly is going on?" Wan Ting's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Wan Lianfeng. Upon turning on the light, she saw her daughter sitting on the edge of the bed and felt a touch of helplessness. "Child, why are you so silent in my room?"
Mom.
"Are you hiding something from me?" Now that her daughter had grown into a capable adult, Wan Lianfeng felt there was no need for secrecy. She explained that in the past week, over 50 bases had fallen to zombies. A week? Over 50? Wan Ting stood up in shock, incredulous at the news. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. It is the grim reality. Among those 50 bases, several are medium-sized, and there's even one large base. The gravity of Wan Lianfeng's words was laden with fear. "Ting, I thought that with the store manager and the supplies from the Moonlight convenience store, humanity had finally found hope. However, even with the strongest ability users guarding the large base, it still fell. If medium-sized bases like theirs were attacked by zombies,
They would stand no chance."
Wan Ting could hardly believe it. But how could this happen? Now is the extreme cold, the quietest time for zombies and mutated flora and fauna. How could there be a massive attack on human shelters? In the past, zombies were often immobilized by the ice and snow during extreme cold. What had changed this time? Was there a new development? Could the zombies be evolving again? With the emergence of the Moonlight mobile convenience store, it would not be surprising if the zombies began to evolve anew, Wan Lianfeng pondered. The only glimmer of hope was that the bases overrun by zombies were far from their glacier base, at least for the moment. But, Mom, it's just a matter of time before they reach us. We must begin fortifying our defenses now. Wan Ting steadied her mother, trying to convey strength. We still have time to bolster our base's defenses. We have the automated vending machines left by the store manager, which can provide us with a plethora of weapons and medical supplies. We will not suffer the same fate as those bases. Indeed, Wan Lianfeng gritted her teeth, her expression fierce. Our glacier base will not fall. Had it not been for her acquaintance with a store manager, she might not have had this confidence. However, things were different now. With the store manager's legacy, every person in the base would wield powerful weapons. No matter what mutated zombies dared to approach, they would be met with overwhelming force. She resolved to instruct her subordinates to purchase a significant quantity of weapons from the vending machines, ensuring that each person, whether an ability user or a regular individual, had at least one weapon. They also needed to stockpile medical supplies, especially the new antidote for the zombie virus the store manager had introduced. She would initially order 1,000 doses, with plans to procure more if necessary. After all, the glacier base had an abundance of crystal cores. Despite the escalating tensions outside, for the ordinary survivors whose access to information remains restricted, the paramount concerns each day are simply to eat well, drink well, dress appropriately, and sleep soundly. For the survivors at the Yunhai base, another significant activity is their daily pilgrimage to the Moonlight mobile convenience store, where they browse for potential purchases. Even if they leave empty-handed, the mere act of perusing the aisles, indulging in the cool air conditioning, is a delightful escape. Today, a throng of eager patrons encircled the convenience store. Their numbers doubled compared to usual. Clad in down jackets and braving the biting snowflakes, they stood resolute for a singular reason. The store was unveiling new products. The manager had been cryptic about the specifics, merely hinting that they were all splendid items, urging early purchases for early enjoyment. Anticipation and curiosity swirled among the survivors. Yet no one dared to pester the manager for more details, fearing that her annoyance might result in the cancellation of the new stock. Instead, they directed their inquiries towards the two young clerks, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan, who could only respond repetitively, "You'll find out tomorrow when you come back." As they grew hoarse from the incessant questioning, consuming more than a few bottles of water in the process. At long last, the day of the reveal arrived, and the crowd waiting in the snow was ablaze with excitement. The moment the doors swung open, they surged inside. Just as the survivors were about to inquire about the new products' locations, they noticed a substantial space in the center of the shelves, marked with a display sign, and a table draped with 3 pieces of crimson fabric concealing the treasures beneath. To their astonishment, the manager was present, elegantly dressed and poised to personally introduce the new offerings. What remarkable goods awaited them that warranted such personal attention? This only heightened the collective anticipation, and many subconsciously checked their point cards, feeling a pang of apprehension regarding their finances. It was evident that today a shopping spree would likely deplete their cards significantly. As the moment approached, Xiyue stepped forward, clearing her throat. "Today, I shall unveil the new products." With that, she lifted one of the red cloths, and the crowd craned their necks, filled with eager expectation. Beneath the fabric lay a platter of fresh seafood, intact shrimp, fish, and crabs, all pristine and untainted. After years of contamination in the seas, the sight of fish without deformities felt almost foreign. How had the manager procured such fresh seafood? Could it be true, as the rumor suggested, that she was an extraterrestrial being? "This is our newly stocked seafood, located in the fresh goods section on the 2nd floor. Prices are clearly marked, and once the presentation concludes, you may purchase at your leisure." Xiyue observed the crowd's reactions and felt confident about the seafood's sales potential.
Yet,
This was merely an appetizer. "Calm yourselves, there are still 2 more products to unveil," she announced. Her voice, though soft, commanded immediate attention, and the crowd fell silent. Seeing their eagerness, Xiyue unveiled another cloth, revealing a hand-sized, folded lavender fabric and a metallic frame. Confusion washed over the survivors. "What is this?" "It resembles a folding sunshade I used to own," one mused. "No, it looks like a folding stool I used for fishing 5 years ago," another chimed in, nostalgia evident in their voice. "What a waste of time. Just show us the last item already. I want to grab some seafood." "Hold your judgment, my friend," another cautioned. "You never know if the best is saved for last." Xiyue, noting the crowd's indifference toward the second item, shook her head in disbelief at their lack of discernment. "This is neither a folding umbrella nor a stool, it is a folding tent." As she lifted it and manipulated it casually, the hand-sized tent expanded to a massive 24 meters long, 21 meters wide, and 18 meters tall, capable of comfortably accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. The crowd marveled at the transformation but remained skeptical. After all, a tent was merely a tent, its chief advantage being its compactness. With a subtle smile, Xiyue revealed the tent's true essence. She opened the flap and directed their attention to a control button within. This was the tent's core feature, a temperature control mechanism. The red side provided warmth, while the blue side offered cooling, adjustable to individual preferences. With the functionality available for a simple point recharge, she adjusted the temperature, witnessing the crowd's astonishment, reveling in her concealed prowess. A tent capable of regulating temperature? What a treasure! The crowd's gaze ignited with fervor, their excitement palpable as they fixated on the tent. In a world devoid of electricity, where only the privileged few enjoyed the luxury of air conditioning, most endured the extremes of cold and heat. Countless individuals had perished from exposure, while others returned home from arduous scavenging trips only to be met with unbearable temperatures. For years, restful sleep had been a distant memory, overshadowed by the harsh realities of survival. But this tent changed everything. Compact and portable, it could be deployed anywhere, allowing weary souls to rest in comfort. "I must have this," one exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "I want one too." No, I'll take two. Xiyue waved her hand reassuringly. Fear not. We have ample stock to ensure everyone can purchase one. Concerns arose regarding point balances, leading someone to inquire, how many points for this tent, manager? Having anticipated this moment, Xiyue revealed the temperature-regulating tents are priced at 650 points each, which is quite reasonable given their utility, 3,000 points in total. High-level ability users nodded in agreement. It was indeed a fair price. A level 5 crystal core could be exchanged for 1,500 points at the convenience store, meaning 2 would suffice for one tent. Even families with limited points could manage to acquire one by pooling resources. After a moment of reflection, the consensus among the crowd was clear. A bargain and a must-have. The tents will be available for purchase in the living area on the first floor, Xiyue concluded. Now for our final product, the piece de resistance, the gene enhancement serum. As the crowd had yet to recover from the previous offerings of the warm and cool tents, the store manager unveiled an even more astonishing product. Chapter 131. You deserve it. What is this? A gene enhancement serum? The onlookers felt their bodies sway, some struggling to maintain their balance. It seemed the manager had casually mentioned something extraordinary. Xiyue unveiled the final red cloth, revealing a syringe filled with a turquoise liquid. She toyed with the precious serum as if it were a trivial child's toy, inducing cold sweats among the survivors. Good heavens! That is a gene enhancement serum. We must tread carefully. Fortunately, Xiyue paused just as the crowd's hearts were on the verge of bursting, finally beginning to introduce the product. The gene enhancement liquid, as the name suggests, optimizes genes upon injection, augmenting foundational abilities such as strength, speed, and immunity. Both supernatural beings and ordinary individuals can utilize it. Within 5 minutes of injection, the body fully absorbs the serum, leading to a significant enhancement of physical capabilities. And most crucially, this serum bears no side effects. Upon hearing this, the survivors in the convenience store began to breathe more rapidly. Their eyes fixated on the gene enhancement serum in the manager's hand, glinting with madness and desire. A potion that can enhance strength without side effects. How could the Moonlight convenience store have such a miraculous item? If it weren't for the manager, whose own power surpassed even that of the serum, they might have already lost control and rushed to seize it. Observing their desperate yearning, Xiyue continued her introduction at her own pace. Indeed, the efficacy of this serum is extraordinary, but each person may only inject it once in their lifetime. The crowd, immersed in thoughts of imminent strength and eager to expend their entire savings on multiple serums to grow ever more powerful, erupted in dismay. What? Only one injection in a lifetime?
Why?
The instruction manual for the gene enhancement serum states that each individual can inject it only once, as repeated usage is ineffective. Xiyue explained, and seeing the skepticism etched on many faces, she added, "Believe it or not, this store will not impose restrictions on the quantity of the gene enhancement serum. How many you wish to purchase is entirely your prerogative. The degree of enhancement varies from person to person, but rest assured, all products from the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store are genuine. Any counterfeit will incur a penalty of 10,000 times the loss, so you can buy with confidence." A flicker of determination ignited in the eyes of several individuals in the crowd. Xiyue's expression darkened. Of course. We will not refund any serum that has been injected and is subsequently found ineffective, nor will such cases be eligible for the counterfeit penalty. Anyone who has injected the serum will bear a turquoise heart-shaped mark on their arm. Those contemplating clever tricks promptly lowered their heads, abandoning thoughts of exploiting the Moonlight convenience store. Xiyue asserted that it is only she who exploits others. She would never allow anyone the opportunity to take advantage of her. Manager, you haven't mentioned the price yet. How many points for the gene enhancement serum? Just like the antidote for the zombie virus, it is 50,000 points per syringe. Xiyue gestured toward the area where the products were displayed, indicating the medicine section on the first floor, where they were placed on the top shelf. Those wishing to purchase may now disperse, and do so. With all new products introduced, next month's sales are certain to reach new heights. Xiyue activated the television hanging in the convenience store, playing the advertisement she had painstakingly crafted through the night. Although it fell short of formal standards, consisting only of simple product images and machine-generated slogans, she was immensely satisfied, blissfully departing the shopping area to rest in her quaint garden house. The Moonlight convenience store experienced its most bustling day in recent months. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan scarcely had a moment to eat during their lunch break, remaining at the cash register all day except for brief trips to the restroom. While they were busy, Xiyue picked flowers for vases in the garden, snacking and playing with the cat, enjoying animated shows with Xiao Huier. Of course, it was not her preference. It was merely to keep the child company. Many survivors, skeptical of the supernatural, still purchased more than one gene enhancement serum. There will always be those who believe themselves to be exceptional, thinking they are unique. Xiyue had already told Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan not to concern themselves with them, as they would only profit from the extra points. Kai Huaxin was a level 6 wood-type supernatural being. This strength barely placed him among the ranks of the powerful in the apocalypse. He lived with his girlfriend, Chun Hang, in the northern district of the Yunhai base. They had been together since their freshman year, having met each other's parents, and had planned to marry after graduation. With only a year until graduation, the apocalypse arrived. In the first year of the apocalypse, Kai Huaxin awakened his powers, while Chun Hang, unfortunately, remained an ordinary person, never blessed by fortune to awaken her abilities. Through the years, they had supported one another, their bond deepening. They had become each other's soul family. The Moonlight mobile convenience store seems to have new arrivals. When I passed by earlier, there was a long queue at the entrance. Let's wake up early tomorrow and join the excitement, Kai Huaxin said as he returned home in a heated down jacket, eager to share his experiences with his girlfriend. Chun Hang, unable to awaken any powers, spent her days at home. To alleviate her boredom, Kai Huaxin always recounted fresh and interesting events from the outside world. As she cooked in the kitchen, she happily set down her spatula upon hearing him.
Great.
The ingredients in the kitchen, rice, vegetables, and meat, were all purchased from the Moonlight convenience store, which she greatly enjoyed visiting alongside Kai Huaxin. Being there made her feel as though she had returned to the world before the apocalypse. In college, she worked part-time after classes and had a clear career plan for the future. She had always been a strong-willed person, unwilling to become a housewife after marriage. Kai Huaxin supported her. They were alike, both driven individuals, drawn to each other and equally matched in both academics and love. However, after the apocalypse, without her own powers, she found herself living day by day off her boyfriend. The blood-soaked battles, the trust and camaraderie of partners who could watch each other as backs. The novel experiences, none of these belonged to her. She could only hide within the base, sheltered at home, relying on the crystal cores handed to her by her boyfriend, living a life she had once sworn never to lead, simply because she was an ordinary person, fragile and without powers. Chun Hang quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, stirring the food in the pan as her boyfriend came to help serve the dishes. They chatted as they ate. She knew her boyfriend cared for her deeply and had never wavered, understanding the dangers outside and that he kept her at home to protect her. Yet, in her heart lay a sense of discontent and longing. Perhaps the yearning had lingered too long. The next day, standing in the Moonlight convenience store, she was frozen in place, watching the advertisement for the gene enhancement serum playing on the wall-mounted television. The repetitive slogans drilled into her ears, embedding themselves in her mind. Are you still troubled by being an ordinary person? Are you still saddened by your lack of strength? The gene enhancement serum will fundamentally transform your abilities. You deserve it. Chapter 132. Alas, my hair has grew long. Chun Hang felt a twinge of anxiety and turned to the young clerk at the front desk, asking, is this really effective? Recently, too many people had posed this question, and Lu Yuyan, without lifting her head, replied, of course, the Moonlight mobile convenience store never engages in false advertising. Can ordinary people use it? Will it make them stronger? Can they attain the physique of an extraordinary being? Chun Hang inundated the staff with her questions, fervently yearning for answers. The attendant's response did not disappoint her. Indeed, ordinary individuals could utilize it, with significant enhancements to immunity, vision, and more. There was even a young girl, devoid of any special abilities, who after using it, achieved levels of strength and speed comparable to a peak-level ability user. In that moment, Chun Hang's heart was thoroughly captivated. However, upon seeing the exorbitant price of 50,000 points per vial, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. That sum represented half of her and her boyfriend's savings, and she was uncertain whether Kai Huaxin would be willing to spend such a considerable amount on a gene enhancement serum for her. Even more so, She doubted if he would choose to invest in her, an ordinary person, rather than himself. Chun Hang let out a self-deprecating laugh. In her former self, she would have never worried about such matters. She was confident and forthright, openly expressing her desires to Kai Huaxin, collaborating on decisions together. After years of being supported by her boyfriend, she now found herself too insecure to even voice her wish for a gene enhancement serum. Hey, come quickly. We have a new tent that can regulate temperature. Chun Hang heard Kai Huaxin's call and hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately suppressing her longing and leaving the medicinal area. On the way home, her mind was elsewhere, and though Kai Huaxin noticed, he chose not to address it. Once home, as they unloaded several bags from the Moonlight convenience store, Kai Huaxin asked Chun Hang for assistance in organizing their purchases. They had acquired an array of items, including fresh seafood, beef, vegetables, fruits, and essential supplies, even purchasing a newly released temperature-regulating tent. Kai Huaxin instructed her to prepare lunch while he remained in the living room, figuring out how to set up the folding tent. As she prepared the ingredients, Chun Hang's thoughts drifted back to the pricey gene enhancement serum. After much contemplation, she resolved to borrow money from Kai Huaxin to buy a vial. Once she became stronger, she would venture out to hunt zombies and earn crystal cores to repay him. The tent is ready. Come and take a look. Chun Hang entered the living room to find the lavender tent fully assembled. Despite her preoccupied mind, she was captivated by its exquisite design. Carefully, she unzipped the entrance, and warm air enveloped her, fearing the warmth would escape. She opened the flap only halfway before eagerly stepping inside. The interior radiated warmth, akin to entering a room with the heating on, and the tent was spacious and tall, devoid of any oppressive sensation. Clad in her down jacket, she soon found herself sweating. Kai Huaxin approached to help her remove the jacket, gently patting her head. How silly you are, sweating profusely, yet unaware of the need to take off your jacket. The tent is just so marvelous and warm, I forgot, she replied. You really are something. Kai Huaxin gently wiped away the sweat from her face. Suddenly reminded of the gene enhancement serum, she nervously said, I have something to tell you. I also have something to share. Then you go first. Chun Hang awkwardly scratched her face. Hang, I know you've always envied my awakened abilities and felt trapped at home, longing to grow stronger. I've always known you are braver than I am. Truthfully, I'm quite timid and fear every mission. Having you by my side gives me the courage to face all fears. I want us to fight zombies together, hunt mutated beasts, and witness the colossal, bizarre mutated plants. Selfishly, I want you to always be with me, which is why I took the liberty to buy this for you. Kai Huaxin opened his hands, revealing a syringe filled with a turquoise liquid, the gene enhancement serum. The surprise struck her like lightning. Tears streaming down her face, Chun Hang dashed into his embrace. Huaxin, thank you. I've always wanted this. I want to fight alongside you. 5 minutes later, after fully absorbing the serum, her long-term low blood sugar vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of strength, enough to perform feats like smashing stones with her chest. She effortlessly lifted the marble table at home, completing 50 repetitions in one breath, then lay down to execute 500 sit-ups without pause. The sweat on her face was less than what she had produced earlier from her jacket. Her vision sharpened, transforming from mild myopia to clarity akin to having undergone corrective surgery. Not only her strength, but also her speed and hearing had vastly improved. Kai Huaxin gestured towards her, stating, the benefits don't end there. You've grown about 5 centimeters taller, your hair has thickened and darkened, your skin seems fairer, and all the blemishes on your face have vanished. Chun Hang dashed to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. Ha ha ha. I've grown long hair and taller, and my skin has improved. This is incredible. Such a marvelous product must be used by you as well. Let us take the ice gun and flame knife we bought from the Moonlight convenience store and head outside the base to hunt zombies and mutated creatures for crystal cores. We'll accumulate points and buy you one too. Kai Huaxin restrained her, saying, no need to rush. Let us eat first, and then we can go.
Oh no.
I burnt my dish. Kai Huaxin. For the following month, although the Moonlight mobile convenience store departed, the sounds of joy and excitement still resonated throughout every corner of the Yunhai base. The quality of life improved, people's strength increased, health flourished, and hope for the future blossomed. However, this joyous atmosphere did not last long. News of various bases being overrun by zombie hordes spread among the populace, quickly instilling a sense of panic. The frigid apocalypse was blanketed by heavy snow, rendering it lifeless. The few mutated beasts capable of surviving the cold sensed impending danger and vanished without a trace. With no hunting targets, survivors who had stockpiled food and supplies at home hesitated to venture outside, opting instead to hibernate within their homes, utilizing the cold weather gear bought from the Moonlight convenience store. One afternoon, a multitude of valuable armored vehicles, off-road trucks, and cargo trucks converged upon the Yunhai base, their convoy passing through the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest districts, heading directly toward the center. Survivors residing along the roadside heard the commotion and curiously leaned out of their windows to observe. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, come look. Why are there suddenly so many vehicles at the base?
Who are these people?
These vehicles have been heavily modified at great expense. The individuals aboard must have extraordinary backgrounds. Honey, do you think this sudden influx is related to the recent zombie rumors? I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 133, Gathering of Various Forces. The once quiet Central District erupted into activity as this meeting convened various factions. With the surge of mutated zombies, human sanctuaries in the north were systematically destroyed, and the remaining bases could no longer turn a blind eye. The leaders of notable bases, accompanied by formidable guards, arrived at the Yunhai base to gather here. Anticipating the influx of forces, the Yunhai base had already prepared a conference hall capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, constructed in the Central District 2 weeks prior. After settling their belongings at their accommodations, the various factions wasted no time and proceeded directly to the conference hall, where the hosts, Wu Xingyang, Zhang Mo, and Old Gua, had been waiting for some time. Xinyun, gently cradling her burgeoning belly, followed behind Xinyang and quietly took a seat in a chair, while Wei Yubiao whispered beside her, "Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Xinyun shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, I just need a sip of water." After taking a drink from the mineral water bottle handed to her by Wei Yubiao, she felt significantly better. "Brother, look at the clothing and supplies of the people from the Yunhai base. The store manager has indeed been here. I wonder if she is still around. If she is, that would be wonderful. I miss her so much." Xinyang discreetly glanced at the 3 individuals seated at the head of the table. "We can inquire after the meeting. The situation has become increasingly urgent, and forming an alliance to discuss strategies for dealing with the mutated zombies is of utmost importance." Aware of the seriousness of the mutated zombies, Xinyun refrained from being willful and immediately concurred. The leader of the tiger hunting base, Guanxue, entered the spacious conference hall with his elite team and found a vacant spot in the middle to sit down. Despite the Yunhai base's profound heritage, it was impossible for every individual to be clad in fine attire and equipped with superior supplies. Moreover, the individuals across from them and those at the back, whom he had observed on the road, had also arrived from various distant places. The fact that multiple factions, separated by vast distances, were donning similar clothing and consuming identical provisions clearly indicated that these resources originated from the same source. It was indeed peculiar. Guanxue stroked the stubble that had recently grown on his chin and mused that with these resources, they would fare better this winter. After the alliance meeting, he intended to inquire about their origins. Surely, the Yunhai base would be willing to disclose this information, wouldn't they? The leader of the Dachong base, Lu Chun, sat quietly at the end of the conference table with his hand-picked subordinates. The conference room was heated by precious coal, creating a comfortable temperature. And he removed the heated gloves he had just purchased from the vending machine, handing them to a subordinate behind him. As more attendees gradually arrived, a few seats remained empty, likely due to delays on the road. Wu Qingyang, growing impatient, stood up and approached the screen, clearing his throat into the microphone. Everyone present had gathered due to the recent incidents involving the mutated zombies, which had initially erupted in the north, specifically at a small base known as Dust Base. The large screen behind Wu Qingyang displayed a series of photographs showcasing survivors from Dust Base leading normal lives before its destruction, juxtaposed with images of the ruins littered with dismembered limbs and the terrifying mutated zombies, their bodies resembling soft mud. As more and more bases fell victim to the attacks, the mutated zombies proliferated, advancing gradually from the north to the south, and their nature was markedly different from previous zombies, making it exceedingly difficult to combat them. This intelligence was already known to the attendees, And the purpose of convening them was not solely to form an alliance, but primarily to unveil information that remained unknown to many. The photographs on the large screen transitioned, vividly displaying various documents accompanied by illustrations. The secret laboratory of the Dawn base was revealed, showcasing experimental subjects ranging from infants to the elderly, different injections, and images documenting the human experiments that had failed and resulted in the transformation into zombies. Additionally, there were records of Yi Tianzi ordering his subordinates to release mutated zombies for the covert observation of the evolution process. The once quiet conference room erupted into chaos. Hiss! The mutated zombies were actually created by the Dawn base. Are they intent on annihilating humanity? Questions erupted regarding the source of these documents and their authenticity. Wu Qingyang was already prepared for skepticism regarding the disclosure of the documents. He explained that these materials had been perilously retrieved by the 4 leaders of the Yunhai base from the Dawn base, and that upon learning of Yi Tianzi's insane experiments, they had refused to collaborate with the Dawn base, ultimately perishing there. Now, as the current authority of the Yunhai base, I stand as proof of the document's authenticity. Yi Guanxue nodded, acknowledging that the 4 leaders of Yunhai base had indeed ventured to the Dawn base, after which they had vanished without a trace. Other base leaders were also somewhat aware of the situation. Upon seeing the detailed information, they internally concluded that the recent mutated zombies indeed originated from the Dawn base. However, the shocking nature of this revelation left them momentarily unable to accept it. Time was of the essence, and Wu Qingyang did not allow them a moment to recover. Directly declaring, the Dawn base has secretly conducted various inhumane human experiments, deliberately creating and releasing mutated zombies to attack humanity. From today onward, the Dawn base, led by Yi Tianzi, officially becomes humanity's archenemy. Wait a moment. It is well known that only the Dawn base has developed mutated wheat and other food sources capable of thriving in this apocalypse. Have we considered the consequences of completely severing ties with the Dawn base? Yi Guanxue's deep voice resonated throughout the conference room. His keen gaze swept across the individuals clad in identical down jackets, ultimately resting on Wu Qingyang. It appears that Leader Wu has already identified a more suitable source for food and supplies. Since you are inviting us to join the alliance, please do not withhold this information. Wu Qingyang inwardly sighed, recognizing Yi Guanxue as a cunning fox, attempting to extract the source of these supplies from him. Nevertheless, his composure remained intact. He had indeed planned to disclose the matter regarding the Moonlight convenience store, for it was impossible to keep it concealed. There is indeed a better source for supplies and food, Wu Qingyang affirmed, and as he spoke, the images on the screen transitioned once more. This time, the display showcased a peculiar vehicle, a large structure predominantly in shades of light purple and white, resembling a moving house more than a mere vehicle. The store manager has upgraded the Moonlight mobile convenience store. Shunyun exclaimed. Yi Guanxue's ears perked up. Store manager, Moonlight mobile convenience store. What a strange title. Could it be that, even after all these years of the apocalypse, someone has managed to open a store? The screen shifted again, revealing the same mobile structure. But this time the lower 2 layers of its walls had transformed into transparent glass, allowing a clear view of neatly arranged shelves brimming with supplies. The shelves displayed an array of snacks, unopened bags of rice and flour, fresh meats, vegetables, seafood, and fruits. The refrigerator was stocked with milk, beverages, and mineral water, while one area prominently featured a variety of medicines, alongside shelves containing daily necessities such as tissues, flashlights, and down jackets. Yi Guanxue stood up in a state of disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. They truly opened a store. Old Yi, you've heard of the Moonlight mobile convenience store? Wu Qingyang adjusted his glasses. Haha, Yi Guanxue chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand as he slowly sat back down. How could he have heard of it? He was simply too astonished that someone could possess the capability to open a store filled with supplies amidst the apocalypse. Is this store still located at the Yunhai base? The leader of the Longmao base inquired eagerly. Wu Qingyang shook his head. The store manager drove away in the mobile convenience vehicle over half a month ago. The leader of the Longmao base immediately grew anxious, rising to pound the table. How could you let that store manager leave? With so many supplies. Just seizing them would suffice for a long time. Capturing that store manager could allow us to interrogate him about the source of these resources. Many shared the sentiments of the Longmao base leader, their faces reflecting a sense of loss as they looked at Wu Qingyang. as if a piece of their flesh had been taken from them. Those who had encountered the store manager frowned, casting cold, disdainful looks at their greedy expressions. "I believe you are mistaken," Wu Qingyang interjected, a look of discontent on his face. "The store manager is not someone who can be easily detained. The supplies we currently possess have all been acquired in accordance with the rules established by the store manager, purchased with crystal cores." Upon hearing Wu Qingyang's words, many individuals began to regain their composure. To possess an abundance of resources in the 5th year of the apocalypse and to operate a store, one must not be an ordinary person. Yet, there were still those who remained unconvinced, dismissing the store manager as merely one individual, questioning whether so many powerful ability users at the base could not subdue a single person. "The manager of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store is a respected guest of our Yunhai base. Should anyone harbor any malicious intentions towards the manager or the store, they will be promptly asked to leave." Zheng Mo, lollipop in mouth, cast a sharp gaze across the entire conference hall. The disparity in strength temporarily quelled the predatory instincts of those present towards the Moonlight Convenience Store. "TSK," Zheng Mo disdainfully returned to her seat. If even she felt trepidation, who were they to dare attempt to seize the store or capture the manager? What audacity! Although the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store had departed, the manager had installed a self-service vending machine and a points redemption station in Zone 4 of the Yunhai base. In the days following the meeting, I will dispatch my subordinates to explain the usage and rules, guiding you to obtain a points card at the redemption station before purchasing supplies. Our original strength is still insufficient to thwart the crisis of the mutated zombies, but utilizing the gene enhancers produced by the Moonlight Convenience Store can significantly bolster our capabilities. I advise all those wishing to strengthen the base to procure one. Gene enhancers. Such a valuable commodity. Yi Guanxua continued to stroke the stubble on his chin, raising his estimate of the manager's strength. The Moonlight vending machine also contains the antidote for the zombie virus. It can nullify the infection if used within 24 hours. Wu Qingyang's tone was calm, yet the content he shared was anything but mundane. Gene enhancers, the antidote for the zombie virus. Both are coveted items that everyone desires. The participants in the conference room were all leaders and elites from various bases within this apocalyptic era. At this moment, aside from those who had previously interacted with the manager and had already acquired the gene enhancers and the antidote, the rest had their eyes gleaming with longing for these two potions. Alongside their desire for the potions, a deep-seated apprehension towards the enigmatic manager arose. Surely, there must be a formidable force backing this mysterious figure. Offending them would be unwise. 40 kilometers away from Yunhai base lies the medium-sized Luoxia base. Xiyue had already spent a week at this base and found it quite agreeable. She had resolved to operate her store here for a full month and planned to install a self-service vending machine beside the newly established points redemption station for future sales convenience. Although the leader of Luoxia base was away on a journey, he had left his trusted confidants in charge. Upon learning that the manager intended to install a vending machine at the Luoxia base, the confidants immediately consented, nearly bursting into celebration. After a long day's work, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan, each carrying a box meal and a drink, chatted and laughed as they returned to their two-story villa. Upon entering the living room, they found Xiyue sitting on the sofa, waiting for them. "Manager." Lu Yuyan immediately rushed over, seeking closeness. Yi Xiaoyan, suppressing her impulse to do the same, asked the manager, "Were you waiting for us? Last time I mentioned that you both had performed admirably, so I shall reward each of you with a gene enhancer." Xiyue gently pushed Lu Yuyan away, declining her advances while producing 2 gene enhancers. "I've seen how diligently you have worked during this time. As your boss, I naturally wish to express my appreciation." Lu Yuyan felt a pang of disappointment at being rebuffed, but upon hearing the manager's words, her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. "Woo, manager, you are so wonderful." "Thank you, manager. I will continue to work hard." Yi Xiaoyan's eyes also glistened with emotion. "Eat your meals first. I don't want you to go hungry. Remember to use the gene enhancers after you finish." Having encouraged her employees and dispensed rewards, Xiyue felt she was embodying her role as a manager splendidly, leaving with a satisfied smile. The living room was left to 2 enthusiastic employees, filled with a fervor to work even harder after injecting the gene enhancers. Upon returning to her room, Xiyue discovered the window ajar, with Qianqian sprawled out on the sill, sound asleep. A cool breeze rustled her long hair as she approached, scooping up the cat and closing the window. Meow. Qianqian squinted, nuzzling affectionately against Xiyue. Filled with adoration, Xiyue weighed the cat in her arms and feigned disdain. Qianqian, you've gained weight again. Tonight's canned food is finished. You'll have to settle for a pound of fresh beef. Ow, ow, ow. Qianqian hugged her head with her front paws, ears drooping.
No.
This is cruel treatment for a little kitty. In the stillness of the deep night, snowflakes began to fall again from the sky. Yet the survivors at Luoxia Base slept soundly. Those in comfortable quarters rested in heated tents, while those with lesser conditions snuggled beneath down jackets. The arrival of the Moonlight convenience store allowed them to sleep peacefully, even indulging in dreams they hadn't experienced in 5 years. On the outer walls of the base, a vigilant team clad in heated down jackets began to battle drowsiness. Just as one member was about to doze off, upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves face to face with a zombie, its visage obscured in sand, pupils devoid of color and bloodshot. The creature stood nearly 4 meters tall, silently perched on the wall, fixated on the watchful team above, a transparent liquid trickling from its mouth.
Zombie, zombie, zombie,
came the terrified screams of the team member. The rest of the team instantly jolted awake, converging, but the one who had shouted could not escape in time. Falling victim to the massive mutated zombie, its head crushed like a watermelon. Chapter 135. Please die once more. The colossal zombie, enshrouded in earth, ignored the others, bending down to feast on the brain matter that spilled from the skull of a deceased superhuman. Although the remaining members of the watch team were initially paralyzed with fear at this sudden horror, they quickly regained composure and triggered the base alarm. Beep beep. The alarm signaling a crisis echoed through every corner of Luoxia Base as the security and patrol teams hastened to the base's entrance. Ordinary survivors still in slumber were roused by the alarm, hastily rising from their beds. Those capable armed themselves to offer support, while those unable prepared supplies and crystals, gathering their families and friends to hide or ready themselves to flee the base. As the support teams reached the base walls, a throng of mutated zombies had already infiltrated. Most of the security team members who first spotted the zombies had perished at their hands, leaving only 2, grievously injured, to escape. There's a 4-meter-tall, mutated zombie. Its power nearly at level 9, while the rest are mostly at levels 5 and 6. If we hadn't injected the gene enhancers, we would likely have met the same fate as the others, one guard muttered, cradling his wounded arm as he administered himself an antidote for the zombie virus. The arriving superhumans gasped in horror at the revelation, a level 9 zombie accompanied by a horde of level 5 and 6 zombies. How could they possibly fight that? A massive wave of mutated zombies surged into Luoxia Base, turning the once vibrant sanctuary into a hellish nightmare, with piercing cries and desperate pleas resonating as the dominant melody of the chaos. Those fortunate enough to survive darted through the mayhem, narrowly evading danger. Just as they thought they were nearing safety, the smiles of those who had survived the ordeal froze on their faces. The rear exit of the base was blocked by a multitude of zombies, rendering escape impossible. With zombies ahead and behind, they found themselves trapped. Before those at the front could react, the zombies lunged at them. Meng, who was lagging behind with her brother, unexpectedly saved her life. We can't get out. Meng gritted her teeth, suddenly recalling an absolutely safe place within the base. She grabbed her brother and turned to run. There, the Moonlight mobile convenience store. If we reach there, we will surely survive. Xiyue was peacefully slumbering on the soft mattress, cradling Qianqian, when the blaring alarm abruptly roused her from her dreams. Draping a garment over her shoulders, she approached the window, whereupon she beheld the chaotic scene outside the convenience store's safety zone, teeming with zombies pursuing and tearing at hapless individuals. Alas, it seemed that sleep was no longer an option. Hastily, Xiyue splashed water on her face, gargled, and changed out of her nightgown before descending the stairs. Downstairs, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan were already present, while little Xiyue sat on the sofa, oblivious to the unfolding disaster. Yet, children possess an innate sense of danger. His small face was etched with anxiety and fear. Upon seeing Xiyue, he immediately dashed to her side, clutching the hem of her coat with trembling fingers. Sister store manager, have monsters come? Will we be eaten? Fear not, little Xiyue. Just close your eyes and sleep well. When you awaken tomorrow, the monsters will have vanished, Xiyue reassured him, gently stroking his soft hair. Lu Yuyan led Xiyue into a room, sitting by the bedside to read him a fairy tale until he succumbed to slumber. Yi Xiaoyan followed Xiyue out of the two-story house. Without glass partitions, the garden provided a clearer view of the horrific events unfolding below. Within the safety zone, many had already sought refuge. However, as the zombies had launched their night raid, fewer than 1/10 of the population had successfully escaped to the safety of the Moonlight convenience store. Outside the safety zone lay a hellscape, while within it remained a sanctuary. Yi Mengmeng, grasping her younger brother's hand, had narrowly evaded danger as they approached the safety zone, only to be confronted by a level 6 mutated zombie. This obstructive creature was shrouded in a mist of water, indicative of its ability to manipulate aquatic powers. Yi Mengmeng, possessing water-based abilities of only level 4, realized that defeating the zombie was nearly impossible, especially with her powerless brother in tow. With more zombies advancing from behind, retreat was not an option. Channeling her abilities, she conjured dozens of water blades that hurtled toward the blocking zombie. The mutated creature abruptly accelerated, evading most of the blades. Yet one managed to slice into its right shoulder. Oh no, I've angered it. A vortex of water surged toward Yi Mengmeng, who desperately dodged with her brother in tow, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. The blood flowing from her wounds only served to further incite the zombie, which retaliated by summoning another water vortex to assail the siblings. As it appeared the siblings could no longer withstand the onslaught, the onlookers within the safety zone could no longer bear to watch. Although they dared not venture outside to assist, they could wield their powers within the safety zone to attack the zombies and aid in the siblings' escape. Instantly, various abilities flared to life within the safety zone, all directed at the mutated zombie. Those without powers brandished the weapons purchased at the Moonlight convenience store, joining the fray. Under the combined assault of the crowd, the obstructive mutated zombie was thoroughly vanquished, prompting Yi Mengmeng to seize her brother's hand and flee. However, they had already lost precious time, and the horde was quickly closing in. The mutated zombie's speed far exceeded that of ordinary zombies, and Yi Mengmeng's brother, being merely human and unenhanced by genetic boosters, was swiftly caught. The creature's sharp claws slashed toward his neck. Yi Mengmeng turned in despair, crying out, "No!" Just then, thick vines erupted from the ground within the safety zone, ensnaring the mutated zombie's hand with precise force, halting its deadly strike. Yi Mengmeng felt her heart race anew. With a sigh of relief, she pulled her brother into the safety zone. They were saved. Catching her breath, Yi Mengmeng clutched her brother and sobbed, overwhelmed by the harrowing experience. Meanwhile, Xiyue stood in the garden, her brow furrowed with anger. She was furious, not because of the survivors of the falling sunset base perishing at the hands of the mutated zombies, for she had witnessed countless deaths at the hands of these creatures and would not grieve for those she did not know. Her ire stemmed solely from her prior decision to install a vending machine in the base, an endeavor that had cost her 5,000 points for the establishment of a point exchange station. Now, with the zombies threatening to obliterate the falling sunset base, her hard-earned points seemed wasted. Those damn zombies. Did they think points were so easily earned? If she had not spent the points, it would have been one thing. But now, Xiyue declared, "You, zombies, shall perish once more." Chapter 136. Never offend a shrewd merchant. While Xiyue wielded her full powers within the safety zone without restraint, it did not imply she was powerless against the zombies outside. In her leisure, she had experimented, discovering that the abilities activated within the safety zone could be used freely within its bounds, yet beyond it, the range was limited to 40 meters. Although the strength of her abilities outside the safety zone was not as formidable as at full capacity, merely equivalent to the mightiest blow of a level 10 novice, it was sufficient to contend with the mutated zombies beyond. Xiyue commanded thick vines to surge forth from the safety zone, directing them toward the mutated zombies within a 40-meter radius. The level 5 and 6 mutated zombies were utterly defenseless against the vines, quickly ensnared and rendered powerless. As she observed the grotesquely twisted creatures bound by the vines, a wave of nausea washed over her. Turning her gaze away, she was met with the sight of dilapidated houses and the lifeless bodies of fallen survivors, reminding her of the squandered 5,000 points, which only fueled her fury. Clenching her fists, she tightened her grip on the vines. snapping the spines and necks of the zombies with a single, forceful motion. In less than half an hour, the zombies surrounding the Moonlight convenience store were eradicated. Survivors hiding outside the store, realizing it was the store manager's doing, expressed their gratitude with tears, admiration, and even pleas for her to rescue others within the base and drive away all zombies. Though Xiyue had intended to eliminate the invading zombies at the Falling Sunset base, rescuing others was no longer feasible. She could only assist opportunistically during the cleanup. The area is now devoid of zombies. I must operate the mobile convenience store to clear the remaining zombies from other parts of the base. To prevent further attacks. You should find a place to hide, she instructed, not allowing time for any responses before steering the store toward the center of the base. The survivors, who had just been pleading for assistance, were left astonished. They had assumed the manager would venture out to rescue people, only to realize that she was moving the convenience store away. What would they do now? Aside from a few selfish individuals, the majority held no resentment toward the store manager's departure. Rather, they were grateful. After all, she bore no obligation to cleanse the base of zombies, and her willingness to help was already the best outcome they could hope for. With the zombies in the immediate vicinity eliminated, they found themselves temporarily safe enough to seek refuge and endure for a spell. Xiyue, maneuvering the mobile convenience store from the garden, dispatched any zombies encroaching within the 40-meter safety radius with effortless precision. During this tumultuous period, many fortunate individuals were rescued by Xiyue while she was exterminating zombies, while others met their demise, unable to withstand until the shopkeeper's arrival, ultimately succumbing to the jaws of the undead and becoming one of them. The trusted aide of the leader of the Luoxia base was among the fortunate, saved alongside his subordinates while fending off the horde of zombies. Thanks to Xiyue's timely intervention, in that moment, he resolved that the shopkeeper would henceforth be his goddess. In his heart, the goddess held the highest rank, followed by his long-departed mother, and then the leader of the Luoxia base. Despite the overwhelming gratitude expressed by those saved, not a single ripple stirred in Xiyue's heart. Her sole concern lay in eradicating the zombies that had caused her financial losses. Within the span of 2 hours, 90% of the mutated zombies within the Luoxia base had been eradicated, and Xiyue's fury subsided. The remaining 10% would be left for the base's supernatural beings to handle. She was nearly moved to tears by her own benevolence. Here she was, sacrificing her sleep in the dead of night to assist the Luoxia base in clearing out zombies, who would not commend her as a reincarnation of a saint. If the deceased zombies could be reborn and learn to speak, their first utterance would undoubtedly be, "Never offend a profiteer." In an environment rife with corpses, the stench was undoubtedly unbearable. Though the garden atop the convenience store filtered out unpleasant odors, Xiyue still felt a sense of discomfort. She resolved to maneuver the convenience store away from the Luoxia base, seeking a more pleasant locale to rest for the night before departing for another base the following day. As she left the Luoxia base, Xiyue stifled a yawn and prepared to return to her quarters for a much-needed sleep. Upon noticing the 2 store clerks who had accompanied her throughout, her heart warmed. After their arduous efforts, the subsequent cleanup would be left to them. She intended to return and rest. The 2 clerks, with eyes sparkling like stars, nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiyue shrugged, inwardly acknowledging her irresistible charm. Her clerks were on the verge of becoming her devoted followers. As Yi Xiaoyan followed the shopkeeper out of the garden, she turned back, sensing something amiss, and halted in terror. Is that a zombie? Xiyue and Lu Yuyan simultaneously froze, with Xiyue squinting into the distance. Having also injected the gene enhancer, her vision was remarkably keen. She discerned, 200 meters away, a colossal zombie, its massive form cloaked in yellow sand, feasting upon the brain of a deceased supernatural being. The surrounding structures lay utterly devastated, and the area was eerily silent, devoid of life. It seemed no one had survived. The trio quickly realized that this zombie was of a different caliber than those they had encountered previously. Any remaining survivors would likely face annihilation upon encountering this creature. That simply would not do. She needed the living to help rebuild the base, as she planned to install a vending machine to inflate prices and sell goods to them as interest. To avoid the risk of not receiving her returns, Xiyue promptly decided to take matters into her own hands and eliminate the zombie. The Moonlight convenience store adjusted its course towards the undead threat. When they were 100 meters away from the giant zombie, It sensed impending danger, discarded the corpse it had been gnawing on, and let out a thunderous roar towards the approaching convenience store. Xiyue and her companions covered their ears. The zombie's face was obscured by a layer of yellow earth, rendering its true appearance unrecognizable as it charged towards the moving vehicle. As the distance rapidly closed, the immense zombie's oppressive presence caused Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan to retreat in trepidation, while Xiyue remained entirely unfazed. Once the zombie stepped into the range of supernatural abilities, Xiyue swiftly launched her attack. Four tendrils surged forth, ensnaring the giant zombie's limbs and immobilizing it. She had anticipated that this would conclude as it had with the previous zombies, but to her astonishment, this creature possessed considerable strength and broke free from her bindings. Undeterred, Xiyue unleashed even thicker and sturdier tendrils, ensnaring the now liberated zombie once more, denying it any chance to resist. Following this, a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades was unleashed. The zombie conjured an earth-based ability to form a shield before itself, capable of deflecting several wind blades. But it could not withstand the relentless onslaught. The shield shattered in mere moments. The knife-like wind blades struck forcefully against the giant zombie's earthen armor, gradually chipping away at its defenses. Xiyue persistently directed dozens of ice spikes towards the exposed green flesh beneath the zombie's yellowed armor. After 10 minutes, the zombie fell silent, its body riddled with countless ice spikes, resembling a porcupine. Xiyue let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying zombie had been vanquished. A testament to the shopkeeper's prowess. Finally done. I was about to fall asleep, she remarked elegantly. Noticing Yi Xiaoyan frozen in shock, she inquired, Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Yi Xiaoyan stared blankly at the fallen zombie. As the wind blades had sliced through the layer of earth on its face, its original visage was revealed. That face was unmistakably the very person she despised the most. This zombie seemed to be her brother-in-law, Yang Mingjie.
What?
It's your brother-in-law? But how could he become a zombie and appear here? Xiaoyan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Yuyan exclaimed incredulously. Xiyue furrowed her brow, her expression equally astonished. I don't know. Yi Xiaoyan shook her head, her lips dry. After living together for so many years, I wouldn't he mistake him. I can confirm that is Yang Mingjie. Returning to her room, Yi Xiaoyan tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find rest. Every time she closed her eyes, myriad figures surfaced in her mind. Her sister Yi Xiaoya, Yang Mingjie, and then a baby. The baby? Yi Xiaoyan bolted upright. With Yang Mingjie now a zombie, what had become of the baby he always kept close by? Had it also? She curled her knees to her chest, too fearful to contemplate further. After a long night of toil, Xiyue felt a throbbing in her head, accompanied by a slight headache. Upon returning to her quarters, she changed into her pajamas, poured herself a cup of warm water from the thermos, and after soothing herself with the drink, climbed back into bed, ready to continue her slumber. She gathered the money at the foot of her bed into her embrace and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed in her mind, causing Xiyue to open her eyes and sit up, her heart racing. Tentatively, she called out, 06? Host, I'm back. A cheerful childlike voice rang out suddenly. 06? Is that really you? Xiyue's lips curled into a smile, her heart brimming with the joy of reunion. Where have you been all this time? Why did it take you so long to return? At the mention, 06 appeared somewhat crestfallen, because I unlocked the zombie virus antidote without permission. The main system forcibly shut me down. After quite some time, the main system deemed the punishment sufficient and restarted me. I'm sure your absence hindered the convenience store's operations. It's all my fault. Don't blame yourself. During your absence, I reported the situation to the main system, which dispatched an auxiliary system to assist. There was no delay in upgrading the convenience store or unlocking products, Xiyue reassured her. That's good. 06 perked up again. The little boy you had me save is still at the convenience store. Who exactly is that boy? What makes him so special that you'd break the system's rules to unlock the zombie virus antidote for him? Xiyue eagerly sought clarification from 06.
Well,
actually that little boy is. Well, it's me. 06's tiny hands fidgeted nervously. Xiyue. In truth, when I first discovered him, only a series of chaotic fragments flickered through my mind. I could not recall anything substantial. Yet, a voice within urged me to save him. The precise reason eluded me. Subsequently, as a form of punishment, the main system forcibly shut me down, and upon rebooting, I astonishingly began to remember. That little boy, Xiyue, is indeed me, or rather, a parallel version of myself. Xiyue felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, undoubtedly due to insufficient sleep. Xiyue is a parallel version of you? You're not truly a system, but a human? I am now a system, yet I was once human. 06's voice was muffled as he reminisced. In another parallel universe, I was Xiyue, afflicted by the zombie virus. At that time, my parents could not bear to abandon me and quietly brought me to a medium-sized base, known as Future. Unlike Yunhai Base, Future lacked advanced inspection equipment. My parents exerted great effort to smuggle me inside. In that timeline, there was no antidote for the zombie virus, and I soon succumbed entirely to zombification. Yet, my parents remained in denial, unable to witness my gradual decline due to starvation. They deceitfully brought in ordinary people without abilities to feed me. They swiftly reaped the consequences, as I bit them, and they too became zombies. As I consumed more and more, I grew increasingly powerful, and the entire Future base succumbed to infection, transforming into a city of the undead. By devouring numerous ability users, I upgraded and subsequently annihilated several bases, reaching level 10 and becoming akin to a zombie king. Eventually, several major bases discovered me, and with high-level ability users, they subdued me. However, rather than eliminate me from my crystal core, they confined me to a windowless underground laboratory led by a doctor named Xiyue. He utilized me to develop various serums, declaring that he aimed to create a zombie antidote and enhance human genes. He aspired to become a savior. However, during a breakthrough in his research, I became uncontrollable after too many injections, slaughtering everyone in the lab and escaping. The outbreak of the zombie virus on my body ultimately led to humanity's extinction. 06's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. One day, my human consciousness abruptly awakened, and I recalled everything that transpired after my transformation into a zombie. I could not bear the thought of having annihilated humanity. When the main system found me amidst my self-destruction, I willingly became a system to avert the tragic fate of human extinction from my past life. The tragedy of my previous life is not your fault. Do not grieve. Xiyue, recovering from 06's heavy experiences, offered her comfort. Yes, yes. 06's voice was laced with the remnants of tears. So, subsequently, you became a system, seeking to alter the outcome of humanity's extinction by finding me to run a store? Xiyue inquired suddenly. I sought not only you. 06's body stiffened, a hint of inexplicable guilt washing over him. Was I not the first? What are the others before me? Did they also bind to the mobile convenience store system? Xiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 138. The conditions for cooperation. How could others have been bound before me? Upon mentioning this, 06's small face grew increasingly bitter. The first I bound was a girl of similar age to the host. After binding to the mobile convenience store, she witnessed the struggles of those surviving in the apocalypse and could not bear to charge them excessive points. Initially, under my persuasion, she set prices that were only slightly above cost, but eventually she ceased making a profit altogether, and later, she began giving away items for free, leading the convenience store to bankruptcy. Xiyue remarked, "What a grand altruist." The second host was not altruistic, but he believed that being transported to the apocalypse required him to become a dominant force. He ruthlessly inflated the prices of goods, viewing the weaker individuals as beneath him, unworthy of entering his convenience store to purchase supplies, perceiving sales to them as a waste. His purpose in running the convenience store was not to upgrade it or to be a good store manager, but to use it as a tool to gather subordinates and dominate the world. Ultimately, before the zombie virus that Xiyue was researching could erupt, his classist rule led to humanity's premature extinction. 06's face contorted in despair, having failed twice in succession. My energy was completely depleted, leaving just enough for one final binding of a host, and due to insufficient energy, the luxurious double-decker mobile mansion transformed into a mere van. Xiyue understood. That was indeed the small van she had when she first bound. No wonder it seemed so petite. It had not always been this way. Alas! 06 lamented. How bittersweet it would have been had the first host been Xiyue. Yet, you ultimately bound with me. It is not too late. Xiyue smiled. Yes, Yes, store manager. Thank you for saving this parallel version of me, for saving Xiao Hui. Everything will be different. Zero 06 recalled the words spoken by the main system upon becoming a system. Only by altering Xiao Hui's inevitable tragedy in the parallel universe could the ending truly change. The next day, at the dining table, Xiyue enjoyed a heartfelt breakfast prepared by two staff members, her previous gloom vanishing entirely. Xiao Hui sat beside her, quietly eating his breakfast. Since learning of the connection between Xiao Hui and Zero 06, Xiyue had become even kinder and gentler toward him, and she harbored no reservations about the notion of caring for this child in the future. After all, her family was prosperous, and with such a large convenience store, how could she not afford to care for a child? Though Xiao Hui was young, he was remarkably obedient and independent, requiring no adult supervision and capable of taking care of himself. During their off-duty hours, Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan would take time to play with him. She had discreetly observed that both staff members were very fond of him. 06. How many points are left until the mobile convenience store upgrades again? Xiyue's ambition reignited. Let me check. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store is currently level 7, and to upgrade to level 8, it requires 5,000,000 points. We are still short by 682,005 points. So much still remains. How long will it take to upgrade? Xiyue leaned over the table, her expression one of despair. Complaining for but 2 seconds, Xiyue's spirit surged with determination as she pulled up the system panel and began searching for all nearby bases. She intended to swiftly reap the benefits from those bases that had yet to contribute points, leaving no stone unturned, striving to upgrade to level 8 within 3 months. However, plans often falter. Just as Xiyue chose a small base to set out, individuals from Yunhai Base arrived. Are you saying the leader of Yunhai Base wishes to collaborate with me? In the garden courtyard, Xiyue set down her vintage cup with gilded edges, her expression neutral as she regarded the individuals before her. The representatives from Yunhai Base, all high-level ability users, adopted a humble demeanor in front of the store manager, almost pleading. Indeed, according to current intelligence, there are indications of a large number of mutated zombies moving in the northwestern direction of Yunhai Base, approximately 100 kilometers away. Based on the leader's speculation, these zombies seem to be directed toward Yunhai Base, as if under some command, with the intent to besiege it. The leader has sent us to convey a request for collaboration with the store manager. Stirring her coffee with a small spoon, Xiyue remained silent. The timing of this zombie siege is impeccably calculated, coinciding perfectly with a meeting of the leaders from various bases convened at Yunhai Base. The leaders from all sides are now trapped within Yunhai Base, unable to leave, compelled to remain and defend the city together. Stopping her stirring, Xiyue lifted her gaze. What do you wish for me to do? Fight alongside you against the zombies? To save lives or to safeguard those within the base? The seeker of cooperation shook his head, indicating neither option sufficed. Our leader has requested the shopkeeper to journey to Dawn Base and eliminate a researcher named Yi Tianze. The name Yi Tianze was not unfamiliar to her. In her previous life, filled with tragedy, he ultimately became a scapegoat for humanity's extinction. His hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. She had always intended to make him pay. I can agree, but I have a condition. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiyue's eyes. In the central district of Yunhai Base, uncertainty loomed over whether the shopkeeper would consent to the collaboration. With the zombies approaching rapidly, if Yunhai Base were to fall, who, apart from the shopkeeper, possessed the capability to eliminate Yi Tianze? Wu Qingyang could no longer remain still, pacing back and forth in the vast, deserted conference hall. Yi Tianze was utterly deranged, conducting experiments that manipulated the mutated zombies to assault human sanctuaries, positioning himself explicitly against humanity. If he was not eliminated, how many more bases would fall to his hands, jeopardizing the future of mankind? Leader. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store has returned. A guard reported, his face alight with joy. Wu Qingyang was taken aback. What did this mean? Had the shopkeeper agreed to the collaboration or not? If she had, she should be en route to Dawn Base by now. If she hadn't, with a horde of zombies bearing down on Yunhai Base, there was no reason for her to wade into such murky waters. Within the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, Wu Qingyang Zheng Mo and Old Gu encountered the legendary shopkeeper for the first time. I agree to cooperate. Yuxia's opening statement left the three of them momentarily speechless. However, I have a condition. Before the zombies attack, Yunhai Base must accumulate 700,000 points in purchases from the store. Once that condition is met, I will immediately set off for Dawn Base to kill Yi Tianzi. The stipulation that followed left the three in stunned silence for several seconds. Disregarding the points required for consumption, how could the shopkeeper possibly venture out to eliminate Yi Tianzi once the zombies surrounded Yunhai Base? Zheng Mo, removing the grape-flavored lollipop from his mouth, inquired with a puzzled expression. I can go wherever I please. Mere zombies cannot hinder me. Yuxia responded dismissively with a wave of her hand. Chapter 139, Level 8 Convenience Store, Laser Weapons. I've heard that many leaders from various bases have gathered at Yunhai Base for a meeting. Yuxia's south eyes curved into crescent moons. They must be hoarding supplies. The 4 self-service vending machines were too cramped. With so many people shopping, there would be a need to queue for their turn. The selection of goods in the machines was also limited. They should come directly to my mobile convenience store for their purchases, and their sales will count towards the 7 million points. Wu Qingyang and his companions were somewhat astonished at the shopkeeper's avaricious demeanor. However, upon reflection, they realized that reaching the 7 million points solely through Yunhai Base in a few days would be arduous. The leaders from various bases possessed crystal cores and were in need of supplies. With their assistance, achieving the consumption target should not be overly difficult. Soon, the leaders from various bases were escorted to the exterior of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store. Gazing at the true essence of a mobile caravan, even the seasoned leaders displayed incredulity. Upon entering the convenience store and witnessing the rows of shelves brimming with supplies, despite their awareness of the shopkeeper's formidable background, the inclination to seize all they beheld began to stir within them. Before any action could be taken, the leaders discovered that their abilities, regardless of how fervently summoned, yielded no response, and cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. This revelation not only extinguished any thoughts of seizing supplies without payment, but also illuminated the terror of the shopkeeper. To operate such an unconventional store in the apocalypse was indeed not something anyone could contend with. With this realization, everyone obediently dispersed to select the supplies they needed to stockpile. The leader who had previously boasted about detaining the shopkeeper from the cat bus base proceeded with utmost caution. Terrified that any misstep might be interpreted by the staff as an attempt to seize supplies, resulting in a fate unknown to him. Prior to their visit to the Moonlight Convenience Store, the group had already stocked up significantly at the Moonlight self-service vending machines. Believing this would be a brief excursion without further purchases. Now confronted with a store brimming with abundant goods, they realized that the majority of items on the shelves were not available in the vending machines, reigniting their suppressed desires to shop and hoard. Like mice falling into a grain store, their eyes gleamed with greed as they snatched up every item in sight. Fortunately, the convenience store boasted an automatic restocking feature. Otherwise, the staff would never be able to keep pace with their frenzied acquisitions. The leaders, consumed by their hoarding frenzy, found their worries not in the impending assault of the mutated zombies, but in whether their supplies of crystal cores would suffice to purchase all the items within the convenience store, and if their spatial ability users were numerous enough to accommodate all their purchases. Yuxia lounged on the sofa, munching on potato chips, her laughter bubbling up as she observed the rapidly increasing points in the background. Shopkeeper, someone wishes to see you. Lu Yuyan, behind her, stifled a laugh. Who? Yuxia turned curiously, only to find Shenyang accompanied by Shen Yun and Wei Yubiao standing in the living room. Shen Yun's face radiant with joy as she gazed at her. Xiao Yun, you're also at Yunhai Base. Reuniting with her best friend after a long separation. Yuxia was about to embrace Shen Yun warmly when her gaze fell upon the latter's pronounced belly, her steps halting abruptly. Xiao Yun, you're pregnant? Yes. I'm due in a few months. Xia, I've missed you so much. If it weren't for my pregnancy, I would have come to find you long ago. Shen Yun replied with a smile, but tears began to well up in her eyes. What's wrong? Yuxia was perplexed as to why Shen Yun suddenly began to cry. Beside her, Shen Yang and Wei Yubiao displayed a familiar indifference, with Wei Yubiao even skillfully producing tissues from his pocket to wipe Shen Yun's tears away. Have you been wronged? That shouldn't be possible. Your brother protects you fiercely, And no one should be able to upset you, Xiyue pondered. Could it be that you truly miss me? Oh dear, since becoming pregnant, I've become overly sentimental. Laughing one moment and crying the next. Haha, but I'm truly ecstatic. Shenyun giggled again, linking her arm with Xiyue's and refusing to let go. Alright then. Although Xiyue didn't fully understand, she respected her friend's feelings. The few of them finally gathered at the other base. And Shenyun began to share various gossip, while after the two friends finished chatting, Shenyang recounted the latest news regarding the mutated zombies. Xiyue also shared her collaboration with Yunhai Base. These individuals, undoubtedly the leaders of their respective bases, had amassed significant supplies through their frenzied shopping. And by the following noon, the sales figures had surpassed 7 million.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. The points for the Moonlight Convenience Store have reached 5,000,000. You may upgrade the store at any time. After accumulating the points with great difficulty, Xiyue did not hesitate to select the upgrade for the store. Upgrade the convenience store.
Ding.
Congratulations, shopkeeper. The upgrade of the convenience store was successful. You have received a reward of 100,000 points. And the following products have been unlocked: peanut oil, rapeseed oil, oyster sauce, chili sauce, tomato ketchup, soybean sauce, salt, monosodium glutamate, white sugar, vinegar, soy sauce. Products unlocked: chicken, duck, rabbit meat, liquor, wine, yellow wine, egg tarts, millefeuille cake, croissants, bagels, donuts, toast, and chocolate lava cake. Clothing items unlocked: hoodies, sweaters, vests, overcoats, jackets, camisoles, underwear, jeans, cargo pants, military coats, cotton pants, marten boots, snow boots, slippers, and basketball shoes. Weapons unlocked: laser pistols, laser magazines, laser cannons, and laser shells. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store has successfully upgraded to an 8-level convenience store, with the absolute safe zone now extending to a radius of 100 meters. The safety area has been enhanced, allowing the store manager to adjust its size according to their needs, and to determine whether to permit the entry of zombies and mutated flora and fauna within the zone. Following this upgrade, a plethora of new products has been unlocked. Xiyue quickly perused the newly available food and daily necessities, setting appropriate prices based on the varying purchase costs before placing them on the store shelves. Among the newly unlocked weapons, the laser pistol and laser cannon particularly caught her eye. Upon reviewing the specifications, her enthusiasm only heightened. Laser pistol. After equipping a brand new laser magazine, it can fire lasers continuously for 20 shots, delivering formidable damage. A single laser can effortlessly annihilate a level 7 zombie, while inflicting severe injuries on level 7 to level 10 zombies, with repeated shots being potentially fatal. However, it proves ineffective against level 10 zombies, with a purchase cost of 6,000 points. Laser cannon. Once loaded with laser cannon ammunition, it can unleash 5 consecutive laser blasts, dealing area damage that can eliminate 40 zombies of level 8 and below, and inflict severe injuries on level 8 to level 10 zombies, with multiple assaults being lethal. Like the pistol, it is ineffective against level 10 zombies, priced at 50,000 points. Laser magazine. Required for use with the laser pistol, it costs 2,000 points. Laser cannon ammunition. Necessary for the laser cannon, priced at 12,000 points. These weapons are undoubtedly invaluable, and with their introduction to the shelves, they are certain to attract buyers willing to part with their resources. Chapter 140. A brand new structure. The destructive capabilities of these two weapons far surpass those of the previously unlocked supernatural arms, standing in a league of their own. While Xiyue is acutely aware of the precarious situation at the Yunhai base, she understands that the acquisition of laser weaponry would significantly diminish the likelihood of mutated zombies breaching their defenses. However, Xiyue is not a philanthropist. She is merely the manager of the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, and her primary responsibility lies in effectively managing the store and earning points for upgrades. Thus, even with the urgent need for these weapons at the Yunhai base, she would not part with them at a loss. Xiyue accessed the system panel and spent points to procure some laser weapons and ammunition from the marketplace, placing them on the convenience store shelves. The laser pistol was listed at 15,000 points, while the magazine was priced at 5,000 points. The laser cannon was set at 120,000 points, with a corresponding ammunition priced at 25,000 points. With the safe zone now extending to 100 meters and adjustable at her discretion, it differs significantly from before, allowing her to block the entry of zombies and dangerous mutated beasts and plants. Now, should she choose, she could permit their entrance. Xiyue pondered this change. While it may appear to offer little utility, it actually presents numerous advantages. Previously, the safe zone effectively barred zombies from entering, providing significant security for customers. However, for her, the invincible manager within this designated area, it imposed considerable limitations. Although her experiments revealed that her powers could extend 40 meters beyond the safe zone, should zombies stray beyond this distance, she would have to pursue them in the mobile store. This not only undermined her imposing status as an invincible manager, but also risked alerting observant individuals to the fact that she could only engage them within a 40-meter radius beyond the safe zone. Now, the situation has changed. Once those zombies cross into the safety zone, she is invincible, able to vanquish them at will, leaving them no chance to escape. Simultaneously, this deepens onlookers' perception of her formidable strength, deterring any covetous intentions towards the mobile convenience store. Xiyue was thoroughly pleased with this upgrade. Manager, come quickly. The mobile convenience store has transformed. Wow, it looks completely different from before. Came the excited exclamations from Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan outside the window. Xiyue lifted her gaze towards the window, only to discover that her room had undergone yet another transformation. The original window had been replaced with 2 glass doors, leading to a newly added small terrace adorned with a pure white circular table and chairs, perfect for leisurely afternoons spent sipping tea and enjoying the garden view. Standing on the terrace, Xiyue surveyed the newly revitalized garden, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. The garden below remained, yet its area had expanded 3 to 4 times, with a pebble path weaving through a babbling brook and an elegant European-style pavilion surrounded by a myriad of exquisite flowers. 2 staff members waved from the garden, while Xiyue chased after Qian along the pebble path. Xiyue chuckled. Had the area truly increased once again with this upgrade? Host, why not go see for yourself? Teased 06. Since 06 regained its memories, its speech and thought processes had become increasingly childlike. The voice now bore no trace of its former system tone, resembling that of a little boy. A smile brightened Xiyue's face as she exited the 2-story villa and stepped into the front yard. Her gaze fell upon a fountain sculpture. The entire front yard enclosed by a fence adorned with climbing wisteria, creating a delicate and picturesque scene. The convenience store was no longer situated beneath the garden but had been relocated to a brand new 3-story building outside the courtyard. Exiting the front yard led directly to the back door of the 3-story convenience store. Xiyue and her 2 staff members entered through the back door. First arriving at the employee lounge, which featured cozy beds, sofas, a television, and a dining table. After leaving the employee lounge, they reached the area designated for customer activities. The interior was particularly spacious. As Xiyue observed, the manual cash register stations alongside the 2 staff members had been supplemented with 4 self-checkout machines, allowing impatient customers to scan and pay for their purchases themselves. Upon entering through the front door, there was now a designated area for shopping carts and baskets, eliminating the need for customers to juggle a multitude of items at checkout. The first floor housed the snack and small daily necessities section, featuring a hot dog machine, popcorn maker, hot water dispenser, coffee machine, and soybean milk maker, all now fully automated. Customers could simply swipe their cards to help themselves. As many new pastries had been unlocked, a section on the first floor was dedicated to baked goods, with cakes and breads displayed in transparent cabinets. Approaching this area, the sweet aroma immediately wafted into Xiyue's nose, making her mouth water. Without hesitation, she grabbed a chocolate lava cake, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture, utterly delightful. She selected several cakes and breads to share with her 2 staff members. Each took a bite, and though they consumed only modest portions, they were soon satiated, deciding to forego lunch. While she and her staff could enjoy the pastries without spending points, customers were required to pack their items in boxes and pay with points before indulging. After exploring the first floor, Xiyue followed the signs on the walls to locate the staircase, which had transformed into an escalator, making it unnecessary to climb stairs for future shopping trips. The second floor was dedicated to fresh produce, featuring an array of fresh vegetables, chicken, duck, beef, pork, eggs, and live seafood in tanks. Kitchenware and condiments were also organized on the second floor, ensuring that those cooking could find everything they needed in one place. Xiyue continued to the third floor via the escalator, and as she had anticipated, it housed clothing, footwear, and daily necessities such as tents, flashlights, and fans. The pharmaceutical and weapon sections were also located on the third floor, with all medications and weapons neatly displayed in glass door cabinets. The newly acquired laser pistol and magazine were prominently showcased, while only small models of the laser cannon and its ammunition were available on display. Due to the impractical size of authentic laser cannons and shells, the convenience store lacked the space to accommodate them, thus opting for models as substitutes. Xiyue found this arrangement agreeable. The exorbitant price of the laser cannons meant that customers wishing to purchase them could simply approach the staff to place an order and later view the actual laser cannons. Upon confirming their intent to buy, payment would be exchanged for the product. After exploring the newly constructed 3-story convenience store, Xiyue exited through the grand entrance, greeted by a platform adorned with lush lawns. The temperature on the platform was as pleasant as that of a garden, furnished with rows of tables and chairs for dining and relaxation. At the end of the platform, a staircase descended, leading away from the mobile convenience store. In Chapter 141, it took to the skies. Xiyue donned a brown overcoat and descended the stairs, immediately enveloped by the chill of the outside air. The convenience store had attracted many curious onlookers with its novel appearance. Upon seeing the store manager, they greeted her with a mix of shyness and politeness. Xiyue smiled in acknowledgement and looked up at the transformed mobile convenience store, which had shed its wheels after reaching level 8, presenting a completely new visage. Unlike its previous incarnation, which resembled a vehicle, the store now stood as a 3-tiered structure akin to a cruise ship. With a solid white hull emblazoned with the name Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store, flanked by violet wings on either side. Could this vessel truly take flight? Xiyue noticed no hidden wheels beneath it, and the wings, surely, were not merely ornamental. Hey host, you've guessed it. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store will indeed soar through the skies, the system chimed in. Do you fancy the convenience store's new form? I do, Xiyue replied earnestly. Imagining her convenience store soaring through the air was truly exhilarating. Manager, with the Moonlight Convenience Store transformed like this, can we still shop inside? Someone inquired. Of course. We will operate as usual in the afternoon, Xiyue assured. Normal operations in the afternoon meant they could tour the transformed vessel. The gathered survivors buzzed with excitement and anticipation, eagerly awaiting the afternoon opening to personally board the grand ship and witness its changes. As it was still the lunch break, Xiyue, noting the absence of passing customers, accessed the system panel to activate the store's flight mode, eager to experience the thrill of flight herself. The staircase at the ship's entrance retracted automatically, and the wings unfurled gracefully, with the flapping of the wings and flames erupting from the ship's rear. The convenience store swiftly ascended, floating in the air. Xiyue watched as the crowd below grew smaller. Lu Yuyan and Yi Xiaoyan were still playing in the garden when they sensed something amiss. Rushing to the manager's side and peering down, they realized they had indeed taken to the skies. Manager, has the convenience store really taken flight? Oh my, we're in the air. We can fly to other bases from now on. How cool is that? Xiyue nodded with a smile. From now on, we will fly everywhere. Our speed surpassing that of driving, allowing us to visit multiple bases in a single day and accumulate a wealth of points. Xiyue piloted the vessel in circles above Yunhai Base, savoring the novelty before it was time to open for business. As the time for tours approached, eager visitors surged forward to board the ship. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately greeted by a temperature starkly different from the biting cold outside. Customers shed their down jackets, relishing the pleasant warmth and the fragrant breeze infused with floral scents. After a brief indulgence, they queued to enter the spacious and pristine 3-story convenience store, pushing carts as they began to leisurely browse and shop. News of the Moonlight Convenience Store's transformation spread like wildfire throughout Yunhai Base. Concerned about the store manager's delay in departing for Dawn Base and fearing that a zombie horde might besiege the base, Wu Qingyang felt reassured upon witnessing the ship orbiting above Yunhai Base. Hearing rumors of the new legendary laser weapons, he promptly gathered the leaders of various bases for another visit to the Moonlight Convenience Store. The influential figures congregated in the weapons section, their excitement palpable as they perused the accompanying manuals for the laser weapons. their enthusiasm bordering on euphoric as they yearned to possess these formidable tools against the undead. Each individual drew from their savings, purchasing multiple laser pistols and magazines to ensure their own safety and that of their trusted aides. Ultimately, they nearly exhausted their funds, their faces turning ashen, particularly as a relentless horde of zombies emerged just a few kilometers away, tying them irrevocably to Yunhai Base. To safeguard the base from being overrun, they pooled their remaining pensions to collectively acquire several laser cannons and ammunition. Once the laser pistols were settled, the deposits for the laser cannons were also secured. "Allow me to take you to meet the manager," Yi Xiaoyan beamed, her brightest smile since starting work lighting up her face as she led the dignitaries. However, the expressions of the leaders following the staff were grave, realizing that their visit to Yunhai Base had drained their coffers. Only Wu Qingyang remained cheerful, laughing heartily. "This meeting has been splendid. The timing was impeccable. If not for these individuals, I wouldn't have accumulated enough points to purchase the laser cannons."
Now,
Yunhai Base is likely safe. Yu Xia awaited them in the front yard of the villa and, upon their arrival, stated, "You have reserved 4 laser cannons. The deposit implies you have reviewed the manuals, and should you decide against the purchase, the deposit is non-refundable. Rest assured, manager. We are certain of our purchase." Wu Qingyang affirmed. Nodding, Yu Xia placed an order for 1 laser cannon and ammunition through the back-end system, and an entirely new laser cannon along with several shells materialized in the once empty space. "Let us examine the goods first. If you're satisfied, I will present the remaining laser cannons to you." As 4 cannons occupied too much space, she showcased just one, ensuring they were all identical. Wu Qingyang and his companions scrutinized the weapon closely, inquiring about operational procedures and loading precautions. After swiping through numerous point cards to finalize the payment, Yu Xia retracted the laser cannon and ammunition into her storage, donned a warm coat, and exited the ship with them. Once on the spacious ground outside the vessel, she released all the laser cannons and ammunition they had purchased. After the delivery, Yu Xia turned to depart when Wu Qingyang called out, "Manager, when do we set off?" "The Moonlight Convenience Store can reach Dawn Base in no time. We can leave once the zombies attack," Yu Xia replied, secretly curious whether the laser cannons could indeed withstand the onslaught of the undead. Wu Qingyang understood that the manager could depart at any moment and said no more, instructing his subordinates to transport the laser cannons. The 4 laser cannons were strategically positioned atop the base walls, 1 in each of the 4 cardinal directions, with ammunition reserves divided accordingly. Advanced ability users guarded the walls with laser pistols, pledging to defend the refuge for thousands behind them at all costs. Before long, an innumerable horde of mutated zombies surged toward Yunhai Base, their dark forms advancing at alarming speed. The ability users directed the laser cannons to indiscriminately bombard the densest clusters of zombies below, and within the attack radius of each cannon, swathes of the undead fell. In Chapter 142, Level 10 Zombie King. With the aid of the laser cannons, no zombies have thus far breached the walls beneath the fortifications. The psychic warriors stand vigil beside the laser cannons, swiftly replenishing ammunition as soon as it is depleted. The laser cannons possess formidable power, obliterating any zombies within their range. However, those outside still manage to surge toward the walls. At such moments, it falls upon the psychics armed with laser pistols to intervene, each shot effortlessly dispatching a level 7 mutated zombie. Despite the enhanced abilities and robust physiques of these mutated zombies, they remain vulnerable to the onslaught of laser weaponry. A stalemate ensues, with humanity currently holding the upper hand. Above the battle between humans and zombies, a ship resembling a mobile convenience store hovers in the air. Yu Xia peers through binoculars, intently observing the unfolding conflict below. The weapons produced by our Moonlight Convenience Store are indeed impressive. Once the laser cannons and pistols are deployed, the zombies are rendered utterly defenseless. "Let me see." Yeah. Shen Yun, lacking binoculars, is filled with anxiety. The Yunhai Base is under siege by zombies. And as Yu Xia's close friends, Shen Yun and her companions have been invited to take refuge in the mobile convenience store, effectively granting them protection. Yu Xia hands her the binoculars, and Shen Yun immediately places them to her eyes, watching intently. Witnessing the mass extermination of zombies by the laser weaponry finally eases her racing heart, and she returns the binoculars to Yu Xia. However, the gruesome scenes she has just witnessed churn her stomach, and fearing for her friend's discomfort, Xiyue says. Wei Yubiao. Please take Xiaoyan back to the guest room to rest. Wei Yubiao assists Xin Yun in leaving only Xin Yang behind. Xiyue resumes her observation of the battle below through the binoculars. A series of feral roars emanates from the rear of the zombie horde, inciting the mutated zombies into a frenzy as more of them charge toward the Yunhai base's walls. A piercing glare flickers in Xiyue's eyes. Something is controlling these mutated zombies. An overwhelming tide of zombies advances, and 4 laser cannons prove insufficient to repel them all. Every psychic, armed with laser pistols, retaliates against the mutated zombies, while those without pistols expend all their abilities to combat the onslaught. The ammunition for the laser weapons is finite. Once exhausted, the Yunhai base will inevitably succumb to the invading horde, placing countless survivors within in grave peril. Though Xiyue is not a saint, she cannot bear to witness the fall of thousands of humans. She maneuvers the mobile convenience store back toward the Yunhai base, seeking out the base leader, Wu Qingyang. I am willing to lend Yunhai base 8 laser cannons, but you must purchase the ammunition yourself. I can offer you a 10 discount. Wu Qingyang, initially anxious about the dire situation outside, finds joy in the unexpected visit from the store manager. Overjoyed, he exclaims, with so many laser cannons, we need not fear a zombie assault. He promptly commands his subordinates to transport the 8 borrowed laser cannons for installation on the city walls, while also procuring a substantial supply of laser ammunition and clips to be delivered to the defenders on the walls. Within the western district of the Yunhai base, Amy, trembling in fear, clings to her sister, Aina. Sister, are we going to die? She quivers, her recently plumped body shaking uncontrollably. Aina, though terrified herself, grits her teeth and reassures her, no, we will not die. After a pause, Amy glances at the equally frightened Xiong Lingling beside her. Lingling, will the Yunhai base be breached by those zombies? Xiong Lingling forces a smile. Of course not. Have you forgotten the weapons mounted on the walls? They were purchased from the Moonlight convenience store. The weapons from there are undoubtedly the most powerful. The zombies will be eradicated. Mentioning the Moonlight convenience store calms Amy's trembling body, and she nods. Sister and Lingling. What is it? With the Moonlight convenience store here, we definitely won't die. Amy asserts with conviction. Each district's walls are fortified with 2 additional laser cannons, instantly reversing the tide of the assault against the base's walls. The mutated zombies begin to be swiftly eliminated, and high-level zombies suffer severe injuries, with victories seemingly on the horizon for humanity. Just then, a diminutive zombie bursts forth from the throng of mutated zombies, entering the human's line of sight. The familiar roars resound again, emanating from this small, mutated zombie. It is this childlike figure that controls the other zombies, who bravely shield it from the laser weaponry's onslaught. The psychics on the walls quickly adjust the laser cannon's aim, unleashing a barrage upon the small zombie, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipates, a pair of tiny claws, adorned with long nails, tears through the mutated zombies, revealing the small figure unharmed. How can it be that the laser cannons are ineffective against this small zombie? A level 9 psychic, stricken with despair, recalls reading the laser weapon manual at the Moonlight convenience store, realizing that there is only one possible reason for this. It is a level 10 zombie. Panic-stricken exclamations fill the air. The other psychics can hardly believe their ears. Level 10 zombies. Such an entity is akin to a zombie king. Can they truly withstand this? They are surely doomed. A shroud of despair envelopes the psychics. The small zombie resumes its furious cries, commanding 10 level 9 mutated zombies to guard its side. Its blood-red eyes scan the laser cannons atop the walls, and its roar transforms. The psychics hear the small zombies cry, their bodies frozen in terror, before they become aware that they can no longer feel their own existence, standing motionless. First, fear flickers in their eyes, followed by a blank stare, until a few psychics finally move, disabling the laser cannons that protected the Yunhai base. The small zombie tilts its head, dissatisfied. Under its control, the psychics dismantle the laser cannons from their mounts and push them off the 5-meter-high walls, rendering them inoperative. Hissing with a sound akin to laughter, the small zombie revels in its triumph. With the psychics under its sway, and without the threat of laser cannons or pistols, it commands the mutated zombies to demolish the walls. It then issues further orders. Destroy the space. Xiyue had believed that lending the laser cannons would ensure the Yunhai base's safety. She prepares to pilot the mobile convenience store toward the Dawn base to finalize her deal with Wu Qingyang and deal with the deranged Dr. Yutianza. Host. The laser cannons you lend out have been destroyed. Xiyue's expression darkens. Chapter 143. Finding Yutianza. Those laser cannons had cost her nearly 1,000,000 points. Xiyue feels a pang of anguish that is almost suffocating. Damn those zombies, she exclaims, guiding the ship to the outer walls, where she observes through her binoculars that the defenses have been breached, hordes of zombies flooding into the Yunhai base. While psychics in all 4 districts fight desperately against the oncoming tide, Xiyue's gaze settles on the broken laser cannons at the foot of the walls, her anger surging as she resolves to hunt down the culprit responsible for their destruction. Her eyes sweep across the mass of mutated zombies. Not this one. Not that one either. This one, though powerful, is still not capable of resisting laser weaponry. At last, Xiyue's gaze fixated upon the small zombie, declaring, "I've found you." Surrounded by 9th-level zombies, the little zombie king was wholly engrossed in commanding the mutated zombie army, blissfully unaware of the impending danger that loomed above. Suddenly, a colossal airship descended from the sky. Possessing its own consciousness, the little zombie king, upon observing the falling vessel, astutely sensed a murderous gaze locking onto it. Swiftly, it darted behind a 9th-level zombie, letting out a fierce roar. The advanced zombie, standing guard before the little one, rushed forward in an attempt to annihilate the massive ship. Xiyue stood calmly atop the airship, observing the unfolding chaos. The zombies had fallen within her realm of invincibility. They stood no chance of breaching her mobile convenience store ship. Psychic abilities? Xiyue scoffed with disdain. Within her safe zone, she could wield the full extent of her powers, and she intended to instruct the little zombie on how to harness psychic abilities. A formidable psychic force emanated outward, causing countless zombies rushing toward the ship to halt in their tracks, twitching violently before pivoting and racing back toward the little zombie. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the little zombie sensed its control over the others severed by a more potent psychic force. In a fit of rage, it unleashed its strongest mental energy. The mutated zombies momentarily ceased their ferocious assault, only to be met with an even more overwhelming psychic force that intensified their brutality. The little zombie king, thoroughly provoked, demonstrated its undeniable power as it tore through the other zombies, its body marred and tattered from bites. Half of its cheek was bitten away, revealing a gruesome sight of bone beneath the bloodied flesh, its crimson eyes fixated on Xiyue aboard the ship, brimming with seething hatred. In a fleeting moment, it turned and fled, vowing to remember the woman's scent, promising to rend her apart in the future. Xiyue chuckled. "Dare you harbor hatred for me? Can you escape my grasp?" A bolt of lightning, laden with her ultimate abilities, swiftly struck down upon the fleeing little zombie, reducing it to a mere pile of charred remains. With the demise of the little zombie, the high-level mutants it had controlled immediately regained their senses, joining the fray with their powers and laser pistols to eradicate the invading zombies at the Yunhai base. Having dealt with the little zombie, the remaining creatures, being of lesser rank, posed no significant threat. The survivors could easily combat them with laser weaponry. Xiyue cast a glance and deemed it unnecessary to intervene further. Piloting her mobile ship towards the Dawn base to seek out Yutianza, the airship soared swiftly, covering a journey that would take a day and a half by land in merely an hour. To Xiyue's surprise, the Dawn base, home to thousands of survivors, was currently engulfed in chaos. Abilities users were pillaging, while ordinary people scattered in panic, with scenes of robbery and murder unfolding incessantly. The mobile convenience store ship descended from the sky, and Xiyue disembarked, seizing a dazed survivor to inquire, "What has caused such turmoil in the Dawn base? Where have the enforcers of order gone?" The survivor stammered, "Ever since Dr. Ye's secret experiment was exposed, the Dawn base has become humanity's enemy. The higher-ups fled days ago to avoid being implicated, taking the enforcers of order with them." Xiyue frowned. "Has Yutianza also left?" The survivor replied, "I don't know if Dr. Yi left, but many researchers from the labs had departed in recent days. You might inquire with them." After a moment of thought, the survivor added, "Those wearing white lab coats beneath their down jackets are likely researchers. You can ask them if you see any." After thanking the survivor, Xiyue released them and commenced a thorough search throughout the city for the researchers clad in white lab coats. Her diligence bore fruit, After an extensive search, she finally located 6 researchers at a vehicle trading area. The young researchers, abandoned due to their lack of skill, stood frozen in awe before the airship, which boasted houses and gardens. How can such a heavy ship, adorned with a garden and a house, possibly take flight? In this frigid winter, if I'm not mistaken, the flowers in that garden are indeed living plants. How could this be? At that moment, the researchers were consumed with disbelief, exclaiming, "This defies the laws of science." Xiyue approached them, waving her hand before their wide eyes. "Stop gaping. I have questions for you. Is Yi Tianzi still at the base? I wish for you to take me to him." The eldest among the researchers snapped back to reality, responding, "Dr. Yi is not at the base." Xiyue frowned. "Not at the base. Do you know where he has gone?" The younger researchers shook their heads. "We don't know, Doctor. Yi and his assistants departed in a vehicle yesterday afternoon." "Do you know which direction they headed?" Xiyue pressed on, unwilling to relent. One girl suddenly spoke up. "I overheard a senior assistant mention that they were heading that way." Following the tire tracks in the snow, within a mere 10 minutes, Xiyue stood atop her mobile ship, spotting a convoy of vehicles speeding along the road below. "Host, Yi Tianzi is in that middle vehicle," 06 declared, brimming with animosity. Xiyue's eyes narrowed, and the mobile convenience store promptly intercepted the convoy. Upon facing the sudden obstruction, the bodyguards reacted swiftly, dismounting to encircle the peculiar vehicle, while the assistants leaned out of the windows to observe. Xiyue stood atop her ship, surveying them imperiously. "The only person I seek is Yi Tianzi. The rest of you may leave." The bodyguards and assistants gasped in shock. Who is this woman? They wondered, taken aback by her audacity. Yi Tianzi, seated within the vehicle, wore an expression heavy with shadows. The bodyguards raised their firearms, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the woman aboard the ship, enough to shred her to pieces. In a miraculous turn of events, all bullets passed through her form before vanishing, subsequently striking the bodyguards themselves. In an instant, they fell, riddled with their own gunfire, blood staining the white snow crimson. The horrifying scene elicited shrieks from the assistants, who had never before witnessed combat. "Enough noise," Yi Tianzi intoned coldly. A psychic force, more potent than that of the zombie king, surged forth, effortlessly infiltrating the assistants' minds, leaving them writhing in agony. Xiyue, the closest and most trusted assistant to Yi Tianzi, clutched his pained head, gazing at Yi Tianzi with disbelief and desperation. He never anticipated that the doctor would invade his mind. He feared becoming a fool like the others, believing he was different and that the doctor would show him mercy. Yi Tianzi offered not a glance to those beside him, tightening his mental grip. He silenced all cries and pleas. Every researcher succumbed to brain death, leaving only him alive. With a smile, Yi Tianzi stepped out of the vehicle, advancing toward the mobile convenience store. "So, this is the legendary Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store? And you must be the fabled store manager?" The man possessed striking features, his height and demeanor exuding superiority. Yet, Xiyue's expression was one of disdain. Is this how Dr. Yi treats his loyal subordinates? Truly ruthless. No wonder he is capable of conducting experiments on humans and unleashing zombies to obliterate bases. Such madness knows no bounds. Yi Tianzi's smile vanished, his tone laced with malevolence. "None of this is mad. Everything I do is for humanity." Xiyue found his words absurd. "You claim to conduct experiments on human subjects, creating countless mutated zombies and allowing them to obliterate innumerable bases for the sake of humanity? Spare me your nonsense. Your actions are aimed at humanity's annihilation." Yi Tianzi's handsome features twisted into a grotesque snarl. "What do you know? I am the world's foremost researcher. My studies can enable humanity to transcend its genetic limitations and become entirely immune to the zombie virus, allowing us to reclaim our position atop the food chain. If successful, I will be the rightful savior." His eyes gleamed with fervor as he continued, "What does it matter if a portion of humanity must be sacrificed for this grand experiment?" Xiyue, perceiving his hopelessness, retrieved the zombie virus antidote and gene enhancer from her pocket, tossing them at his feet. "Look. This is the zombie virus antidote and gene enhancer, formulations you have spent so much time and energy trying to develop, yet failed to create. My mobile convenience store has been selling them for ages. Your research is utterly meaningless." In a frenzy, Yi Tianzi crushed the 2 vials with his foot, shouting, "These are fake.
Fake.
These concoctions cannot possibly be effective. Only I can produce them. Ha ha ha, all lies." Witnessing the transformation of a seemingly rational man into a madman, Xiyue felt a pang of sympathy. She added, "The zombie virus antidote was available 4 to 5 months ago, and the gene enhancer was released a month ago. Given your status, it is inconceivable that you have not heard of them. You are merely self-hypnotizing, pretending to be unaware while continuing your deranged experiments. You claim to act for humanity, yet you are just a coward unwilling to accept defeat." With his secret thoughts laid bare, Yi Tianzi laughed in rage. "If it weren't for your interference, I would undoubtedly be the future savior. You can perish." He unleashed his full mental power in a devastating assault aimed at the shopkeeper, intent on shattering her mind. A foolhardy endeavor. Xiyue's mental force swiftly enveloped Yi Tianzi's, consuming it entirely. As terror gripped him, she coldly remarked, "So confident in your destiny as the savior? Then allow me to show you what the world would be like without me and the Moonlight convenience store, and whether you could truly become the so-called savior of humanity." Xiyue transmitted the entirety of Yi Tianzi's actions from parallel reality 06 into his mind with overwhelming mental force. Indifferent to the potential mental collapse he might suffer from such a vast influx of power, Yi Tianzi felt an onslaught of countless sharp knives swirling in his brain, enduring a pain beyond human comprehension. Simultaneously, he witnessed in another reality where he remained the youngest genius doctor, secretly brought to the Dawn base at the onset of the apocalypse, granted immense power and freedom with a state-of-the-art laboratory constructed for his use. Every trajectory mirrored his current self, still dissatisfied with the slow progress of experiments, beginning to order his subordinates to capture ordinary people and superhumans for clandestine human trials, ultimately creating mutated zombies. The only distinction was that in this world, there was no Moonlight convenience store, nor a shopkeeper. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, the base received a wild zombie king, and with this new specimen, experiments began to frequently succeed. As Yi Tianzi watched everything unfold, he felt he was on the brink of success, inwardly proclaiming, "Shopkeeper, behold, I shall undoubtedly become the savior. My name will echo through eternity." However, the outcome was far from his expectations. The zombie king, having been injected with copious amounts of serum, grew immensely powerful and escaped, unleashing a catastrophic viral outbreak that infected all nearby humans. This time, humanity could not endure. Those infected succumbed within a week, either dying or transforming into zombies. And he became the architect of humanity's destruction, a timeless pariah. Yi Tianzi succumbed to madness, and then I killed him, Xiyue stated matter-of-factly. Wu Qingyang and a cadre of leaders had just led their subordinates to eradicate all the mutated zombies entering the Yunhai base when they sat down to catch their breath, only for the shopkeeper to drop a bombshell. Zheng Emo snapped back to reality. "What of Yi Tianzi's body?" "Crushed to dust. There is no corpse," Xiyue replied, her gaze unfaltering and her tone light. As the group remained in a daze, Xiyue rose to depart. The Moonlight convenience store would not linger indefinitely at any one base. The ship took off again, swiftly navigating through the clouds. Why would the host deceive them if Yi Tianzi is not dead? The curious voice of 06 echoed in Xiyue's mind. She smirked. Being thrown into a small dark room is no different than dying. That hardly qualifies as deception. Why did the host ultimately choose to imprison him instead of killing him? 06 inquired. He has committed so many heinous acts. To die so easily would be too merciful. A person like Yi Tianzi, who boasts a higher intelligence than others and takes pride in it, deserves to be a fool, living in perpetual madness as his greatest punishment. "Ah, I see now. The host is exceedingly clever," 06 exclaimed, overjoyed that the villain had finally faced retribution. After Yi Tianzi's demise, various influential figures dispatched their subordinates to the secret underground laboratory of the Dawn base, exposing the ruthless truths of his experiments to the light of day. Countless children and adults lay dead in the laboratory, while some abducted test subjects remained caged, abandoned to fend for themselves after the researchers fled. Fortunately, the experiments did not befall them, and they miraculously survived, being rescued just as they were on the brink of starvation. The adults returned to their families, while the children were taken home by their parents, and the orphans were sent to a welfare institution within the base. A new leader took charge of the Dawn base, and everything began to improve. At the foot of a distant mountain, two little girls clad in tattered cotton coats held hands, their worn shoes crunching on the snow. Their cheeks were sunken, and their eyes devoid of light. One girl inadvertently glanced upward, spotting a large ship adorned with wings soaring through the sky, appearing to carry houses. The other girl, upon hearing this, also looked up, her vacant eyes flickering with the slightest spark. It truly is a flying ship and houses. That ship seems headed towards our base. Let us go see. Sister, let us run back. I want to return quickly. I think I saw Moonlight Convenience Store written on the ship. Maybe it really sells things. That can't possibly be a real convenience store, the sister replied, yet her steps quickened as she began to run. Hand in hand, the two girls raced towards the Moonlight Convenience Store in the sky.
The end.
Epilogue. Anne's birthday. This morning, Anne woke up without needing her mother to call her. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of bed. Beside her lay a pink princess dress adorned with sequins. A beaming smile spread across Anne's cherubic face as she donned the beautiful dress. When Xiyue entered, she found her daughter wearing the dress backward. Her arms and neck awkwardly squeezed together, twisting uncomfortably. Haha, Xiyue couldn't suppress her laughter, receiving a helpless look from her daughter. She stepped forward to help her properly wear the princess dress. Kissing her little face, she said, "Happy 4th birthday, my precious Anne. Come, get up for breakfast. Daddy made you egg noodles, and your uncle is waiting for you too." Anne returned a kiss on her mother's cheek, her round eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Mama.
After breakfast, we'll go to the Moonlight Convenience Store to play with Aunt Xiyue, right? Aunt Xiye's Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store soared gracefully through the sky, brimming with delightful treats and amusements. Anne was particularly fond of visiting this enchanting place, yet she could only do so once a year. Her mother explained that Aunt Xiyue was exceedingly busy managing the convenience store, requiring her to travel to various bases, and thus she could return only once annually. Today marked Anne's 4th birthday, and her mother had informed her well in advance that Aunt Xiyue would return to Hope Base to celebrate with her. Upon hearing this news, Anne spun joyfully in circles, eagerly anticipating the day's arrival. Xiyue helped Anne with her morning routine, styling her hair beautifully and adorning her head with a delicate little crown. Afterward, Xiyue accompanied the little girl downstairs for breakfast, and together they awaited the arrival of the store manager. It wasn't long before cheerful laughter and joyful voices echoed from outside the villa. Anne leaped from the sofa, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Is the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store here? Has Aunt Xiyue come to pick me up?" Xiyue smiled and nodded, confirming that Aunt Xiyue had indeed arrived to escort the little princess to the Moonlight Castle for her birthday celebration. Hand in hand, Xiyue guided Anne outside, where they gazed up in awe at the massive structure floating above the villa. The Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store resembled a luxurious cruise ship gliding through the air, featuring a 10-story commercial complex with a shopping supermarket, swimming pool, amusement park, garden, gym, cinema, and various venues for entertainment and shopping. It had expanded significantly since their last visit a year ago, Xiyue marveled. Accompanied by her parents and uncle, Anne stepped into the transparent elevator that whisked them into the Moonlight Convenience Store, which was adorned with pink bows and balloons throughout. Strangely, unlike the usual bustling atmosphere filled with customers, the place was eerily quiet, with only their family present. Anne's wide eyes darted around in search of Aunt Xiye's familiar figure. Suddenly, the sound system burst forth with a birthday song, and Anne's name, accompanied by charming photographs, illuminated the large screen at the center. Anne, look up. Xiyue crouched down, pointing at the screen. As Anne beheld the large display showcasing her pictures from birth to the present, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly clutched her dress. Lu Yuyuan and Yi Xiaoyan wheeled in a towering 4-tiered cake, and in that previously empty space, a multitude of adults and children appeared, all singing the birthday song and gazing tenderly at Anne. Anne hid in Xinyun's embrace, resembling a bashful ostrich, too shy to emerge. "Princess Anne, happy birthday. Come over here to make a wish and blow out the candles," a boy's voice rang out, prompting Anne to lift her head from her mother's arms and see brother Xiyue standing by the cake, waving at her with a gentle smile. With her head down, revealing only her rosy ears, she hurriedly navigated through the crowd, mustering all her courage to reach the cake. as the collective voices of adults and children offered their blessings. Anin closed her eyes and made a wish. Upon reopening her eyes, she was delighted to find Aunt Yaya standing before her, and she joyfully rushed forward. Xiyue smiled warmly as she embraced Anin. Happy birthday, Anin. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. She presented a deep purple card adorned with golden sparkles. Anin took the card, fiddling with it in her small hands, and asked in her sweet, childlike voice, Aunt Yaya, what is this? However, her youthful attention was soon captivated by the cake, prompting her to hand the card to her mother and dash off to watch the cake being cut. Xunyun held the card with curiosity. Yeah, what is the purpose of this card? As she enjoyed a slice of cake, Xiyue explained, this is our store's newly introduced membership card. With this card, the holder can traverse the spatial distance to the Moonlight Mobile Convenience Store at any time during operating hours. Xunyun was taken aback, instantly recognizing the value of such a gift. How can one obtain a membership card? I want one too. One must accumulate 50,000 points in personal spending at the Moonlight Convenience Store to qualify, Xiyue replied. Xunyun felt a wave of despair wash over her, realizing how far she was from reaching that membership threshold. Upon returning home, she resolved to encourage her brother and Wei Yubiao to earn points so that one day they could enjoy the same privileges as Anin. Anin felt that her birthday was the happiest day of the year, filled with the company of many friends, delicious cake, and wonderful experiences. Brother Hui took her to the amusement park for a long time, and they watched a movie with the aunts before dining at a lovely restaurant. Exhausted from all the fun, she eventually dozed off in a chair, only to be carried home by her father. Xunyun changed Anin into her pajamas and watched as her daughter struggled to keep her eyes open, mumbling incoherently. Leaning in to listen, she caught Anin whispering, Mama, my wish is for everyone to be safe and sound.